Welcome to the most chilling collection of true scary horror stories that will haunt your dreams and make you question everything around you. These real-life terrifying encounters, disturbing unsolved mysteries, creepy stranger stories, paranormal nightmares, and bone-chilling true crime tales from America and Europe are packed with nightmare fuel to keep you glued to your screen. If you're searching for the scariest true horror stories disturbing real life, creepy encounters, unsettling paranormal experiences, glitch in the matrix reality shifts, home invasion terrors, stalker obsessions, haunted locations, cryptid sightings, sleep paralysis, demons, or workplace horrors that actually happened, this is your ultimate destination. Hit that subscribe button right now, turn on notifications for weekly doses of pure terror, and prepare yourself for stories that will make you double-check your locks tonight. Drop a comment below telling me you resubscribed and what country you be watching from. Let's grow this worldwide community of horror addicts. Like and share if these tales give you goosebumps. Unsolved mystery stories. Personal encounters, United States in the quiet suburbs of Seattle. Washington, USA, back in the fall of 2019. A young software engineer named Alex decided to take a solo hike in the nearby Cascade Mountains to clear his head after a stressful week at work. He was an experienced hiker, always prepared with gear, a map, and his phone fully charged. The trail he chose was popular, but not overcrowded, a moderate loop through dense evergreen forests that promised stunning views of the peaks. As Alex ventured deeper, the path narrowed, and the trees closed in, muffling sounds until only his footsteps echoed. Around midday, he reached the clearing with a breathtaking overlook. He sat to eat his lunch, snapping photos of the vast wilderness below. That just when he first noticed something odd. A faint trail marker he'd passed earlier seemed different on the way back, like the arrows pointed the wrong direction. He shrugged it off as a trick of the light and continued. Hours passed, and the sun began dipping lower. Alex checked his watch. It was later than expected. His phone had no signal, which wasn't unusual, but his GPS app showed him looping in circles despite following the marked path. Panic crept in as dusk fell. He heard distant calls, like voices shouting his name, but when he yelled back, silence answered. Flashlight in hand, he pushed on, only to emerge at the same overlook from hours ago. The same rocks, the same view, but his water bottle he'd left for a moment was gone, as if he'd never been there. Night fully descended, cold biting through his jacket. Alex set up a small camp, building a fire to signal for help. As flames crackled, he heard footsteps circling his sight, heavy, deliberate, not animal-like. Shining his light revealed nothing but shadows dancing between trees. Then came the whispers, fragmented words in English, mentioning his full name, details from his life like his job and recent breakup. Terrified, he doused the fire and ran, stumbling through underbrush until exhaustion forced him to stop. At dawn, disoriented and dehydrated, Alex finally stumbled onto a ranger station miles off trail. Rangers searched, but found no trace of his original path or campsite. His photos from the overlook showed timestamps hours apart, yet the scenery was identical down to cloud positions. To this day, Alex avoids hiking alone. He believes he slipped into some unsolved pocket of reality, a personal encounter with the unknown that no one can explain. Search parties in the Cascades have turned up similar reports. Hikers vanishing briefly, reappearing confused with stories of looping trails and whispering voices. What lurks in those mountains, pulling people into mysteries that remain forever unsolved? Creepy encounters with strangers, United Kingdom, in the bustling streets of Manchester, England, UK. During a rainy evening in 2021, a university student named Chloe was walking home from a late lecture. The city was alive with people heading to pubs, but her shortcut through a dimly lit park felt eerily empty. She quickened her pace, umbrella shielding her from the downpour. Halfway through, she noticed a man ahead, standing motionless under a street lamp, staring directly at her. Tall, dressed in a long dark coat, face obscured by a hood. As she approached, he didn't move, just watched. Chloe crossed to the other side, heart racing, but when she glanced back, he was closer, impossibly so, without having walked. She sped up, exiting the park onto a busy road. Relief washed over her as cars passed and pedestrians hurried by. But then, from a nearby bus stop, the same man emerged, hood still up, eyes locked on hers. He smiled a wide, unnatural grin that didn't reach his eyes. Chloe ducked into a corner shop, pretending to browse. Through the window, she saw him standing outside, unmoving, rain soaking him. The shopkeeper noticed her fear and offered to call a taxi. While waiting, Chloe peeked out he was gone. The cab arrived, and she gave her address, watching nervously. Halfway home, the driver mentioned a passenger he'd just dropped off, a man in a dark coat who paid in cash and said nothing. Arriving safely, Chloe locked her doors, drawing curtains. Hours later, a knock echoed slow, insistent. Peering through the peephole, there he was, the stranger, hood down now, face pale and expressionless, holding her forgotten umbrella from the park. "You dropped this," he said calmly when she cracked the door chain. She slammed it shut, calling police. Officers arrived to an empty street. No footprints in the mud, no CCTV footage despite cameras everywhere. Chloe moved soon after, but strangers still report similar encounters in Manchester. Silent figures appearing suddenly, knowing personal details, vanishing without trace. Was it a creepy predator, or something more sinister stalking the night? Camping and wilderness horror, national parks, deep woods, abandoned cabins. Canada, deep in Banff National Park, Alberta. Canada. In the summer of 2018, a group of friends embarked on a backcountry camping trip to an abandoned ranger cabin they'd heard about online. Remote, off-grid, perfect for adventure. They hiked days in, setting up near the crumbling structure overgrown with vines. The first night was peaceful, stars bright, fire roaring. But around midnight, one friend, Mike, woke to scratching outside their tents. Thinking bears, they banged pots, but the sound circled, mimicking their noises back mockingly. Morning revealed no tracks, just strange symbols carved into trees around camp circles with lines not human-made. Exploring the cabin, they found dusty journals from past rangers mentioning watchers in the woods, entities that imitate voices to lure people deeper. Nights worsened. Whispers called names from the darkness. Footsteps approached, then retreated. One evening, hiking for water, they found an abandoned cabin identical to theirs miles away, same layout, but fresher, with their gear inside as if duplicated. Panic set in during a storm. Shadows moved between trees, tall and elongated. Mike saw a figure mimicking his walk exactly, parallel through the forest. They barricaded in the real cabin, hearing knocks and voices pleading to be let in, sounding like lost friends. At first light, they fled, reaching civilization exhausted. Rangers dismissed it as exhaustion, but searches found no duplicate cabin. Friends avoid wilderness now, haunted by the feeling of being watched, imitated. In Canada's vast parks where horrors hide in deep woods and abandoned places. Urban exploration, abandoned places, hidden tunnels, asylums, France. In the catacombs beneath Paris, France, a group of urban explorers in 2022 ventured into restricted sections forbidden to tourists. Armed with headlamps and maps, they sought hidden tunnels and forgotten chambers in the world's largest underground ossuary. Descending illegal entrances, the air grew cold, walls lined with endless skulls. Hours in, they found unmapped passages, excitement building. But echoes distorted footsteps not their own trailing behind. Turning corners, they spotted fleeting shadows ahead. Humanoid but wrong limbs too long. One explorer, Lisa, heard her name whispered from side tunnels, voice like her own. Deeper, they entered a chamber with fresh graffiti warning, turn back, they follow. Panic rose as lights flickered. A figure appeared, pale, eyeless, bones protruding oddly, standing amid skulls. They ran, tunnels twisting endlessly. Maps useless, they looped rooms already explored. Whispers multiplied, bones rattling as if alive. Finally emerging at dawn into a different exit, covered in dust. Authorities find them, but no records of the chamber existed. Explorers quit Urbex, tormented by nightmares of endless tunnels and followers in Paris's abandoned depths. Road trip and truck driver horror, United States on a desolate highway in Nevada, USA. A truck driver named Tom hauled cargo cross-country in 2020. Night driving his norm, radio static his company on empty stretches. Around 3 a.m., headlights caught a figure on the roadside, woman in white dress, waving desperately. Tom slowed, but as he neared, she vanished. Shaken, he accelerated. Miles later, same woman appeared again. Closer, face pressed to his window, briefly before disappearing. Radio burst with screams, then silence. Pulling over at a rest stop, Tom checked his truck handprints on glass, not his. Inside, Cab colder, seat wet as if someone sat. Continuing, rear view showed the woman in his trailer, banging silently. He floored it to the next town, reporting to police. Inspection found nothing, but dashcam captured fleeting white blur. Tom quit trucking, haunted by Nevada's highways where drivers report phantom hitchhikers pulling them into horror. The Shadow in the Woods, United States. Back in the summer of 2012. In a remote forested area of rural Pennsylvania, USA, a group of 4 friends decided to go on a weekend camping trip to escape the city life. They were all in their mid-20s, excited for hikes, bonfires, and some peace away from everything. The spot they chose was deep in the Allegheny National Forest, a place known for its dense woods and isolation perfect for unplugging, or so they thought. They arrived Friday afternoon, set up their tents near a small clearing by a stream, and spent the evening roasting marshmallows and sharing laughs. As night fell, the forest grew eerily quiet, the kind of silence that feels heavy, like the trees are holding their breath. One of the guys, let's call him Mark, was the first to notice something off. Around midnight, while everyone was winding down, he stepped out to relieve himself and swore he saw a tall, shadowy figure standing motionless between the trees about 50 yards away. It was too dark to make out details, but it looked humanoid tall, unnaturally thin, and completely still. He shook it off as a trick of the light from the campfire and went back to the tent. But the next morning, as they hiked the trail, strange things started happening. Footprints that didn't match any of their shoes appeared around the campsite, large, bare, and leading into the woods, but never coming back out. During their hike, they heard distant whispers, like voices murmuring just out of earshot, but whenever they stopped to listen, everything went silent again. By the second night, paranoia set in. They'd built a bigger fire, staying close together. Around 2 a.m., one of the girls, Sarah, woke up to the sound of scratching on the outside of her tent. Slow, deliberate scratches, like fingernails dragging across the nylon. She froze, heart pounding, and whispered to the others. They all heard it now, scratching on multiple tents circling the camp. Then came the low growls, deep and guttural, not like any animal they'd ever heard. Mark grabbed a flashlight and shone it into the darkness. For a split second, they all saw it. The same tall shadow from before, now closer, its outline blurred as if it was absorbing the light. Its head tilted unnaturally, and red eyes reflected back at them briefly before it vanished into the trees. Panic erupted. They barricaded themselves in one tent, armed with knives and a hatchet, listening as branches snapped and heavy footsteps circled them all night. At dawn, they packed up in a frenzy and hiked out, never looking back. When they reported it to a park ranger later, he went pale, and said the area had old reports of shadow people sighting tall entities that stalk campers, mimicking sounds to lure them away. Some hikers had gone missing there over the years, their campsites found abandoned with strange scratches on tents and unexplained footprints. To this day, none of them have gone camping again. They say the worst part wasn't the sighting, it was the feeling of being watched, hunted, by something that didn't belong in our world. If you've ever felt that primal fear in the woods, you know exactly what they mean. The Whispering Apartment, United Kingdom. In the heart of London, England, in the UK, a young woman named Emily moved into a cheap flat in an old Victorian building in 2018. The place was in a historic neighborhood, with creaky floors and high ceilings, charming at first glance. But she got it for a steal because the landlord mentioned it had been vacant for a while. From the very first night, Emily couldn't shake the feeling she wasn't alone. She'd hear faint whispers in the walls, like muffled conversations in another room, but the flat was a studio, there were no other rooms. The voices were always too low to make out words, but they seemed directed at her, rising when she was alone. Things escalated quickly. One evening, while cooking dinner, she heard a clear female voice whisper her name right behind her. Emily. She spun around, no one there. The mirror in the bathroom fogged up on its own, with handprints appearing that weren't hers. At night, she'd wake to the sensation of someone sitting on the edge of her bed, the mattress dipping under invisible weight. Desperate for answers, Emily researched the building's history. It turned out that in the late 1800s, a woman had been murdered in that exact flat by her jealous husband. She'd been strangled, and her whispers for help had gone unheard by neighbors. Locals called her the Whispering Widow, and tenants over the years reported the same. Voices calling their names. Touches in the dark, and an overwhelming sadness in the air. Emily tried everything: sage smudging, calling a priest, but the activity only intensified. One terrifying night, the whispers turned angry, repeating, "Get out," over and over, growing louder until objects flew off shelves. She fled the flat that same week, leaving most of her belongings behind. The building still stands and new tenants come and go quickly. If you're ever in London and hear whispers in an old Victorian flat, maybe it's just the wind, or maybe it's her still trying to warn the next occupant. Third story. The Endless Road, Australia. Deep in the outback of Western Australia, in 2015, a truck driver named Jack was hauling goods along a remote highway at night. The roads there are straight for miles, surrounded by endless red desert, lonely, but straightforward. Around midnight, Jack noticed his GPS acting up, rerouting him onto a side road he'd never seen before. Thinking it was a shortcut, he followed it. The pavement turned to dirt, but he kept going. Hours passed, and the landscape never changed. No towns, no signs, just desert under the stars. That's when the weirdness began. He started seeing the same mile marker over and over, like he was looping. His radio picked up static whispers, old conversations, cries for help. Then, figures appeared on the roadside. Shadowy people waving him down, but when he slowed, they'd vanish. Panic rising, Jack floored it, but the fuel gauge dropped impossibly fast. He saw headlights behind him, another vehicle gaining, but no matter how fast he drove, it stayed the same distance. Finally, dawn broke, and the road suddenly connected back to the main highway, right where he turned off. Exhausted, he pulled over at a roadhouse and told the locals. They nodded knowingly. This was the Endless Road, a stretch where drivers get trapped in a loop, haunted by the spirits of those who died in the harsh outback. Lost travelers, accident victims. Some never make it out. Jack quit long-haul driving after that. The Australian outback is beautiful, but it holds secrets and sometimes it doesn't let go. The frozen lake, Canada. In the snowy wilderness of Ontario, Canada, during a brutal winter in 2009, a family of ice fishers set up on a remote frozen lake. The dad, mom, and their teenage son were bundled up in their hut, lines in the water, enjoying the quiet. As night fell and temperatures plummeted, they heard cracking, not the usual ice shifts, but rhythmic, like footsteps walking across the lake toward them. Peeking out, they saw nothing but moonlight on snow. Then came the knocks on the hut door, slow, deliberate. No one was outside. The son looked through the ice hole and saw pale hands pressing up from below, fingers scraping the underside. Terrified, they radioed for help, but static answered. The knocking turned to pounding and voices echoed from the ice. Pleas in French, an old language from early settlers, begging to be let in from the cold. Research later revealed the lake was the site of a 19th century tragedy. A Beloit tragedy. A group of fur traders fell through thin ice and drowned. Their bodies never recovered. Locals avoided at night, saying the frozen souls still wander, trying to pull the living down with them. The family escaped at first light, but the son swears he still hears knocking in his dreams. The Forgotten Shrine, Japan. In a rural village in Kyoto Prefecture, Japan, a hiker named Akira strayed off the main trail in 2017, discovering an overgrown shrine hidden in the mountains. It was ancient, moss-covered, with faded torii gates and offerings long rotted away. Curious, he took photos and even a small stone from the altar as a souvenir. That night, back in his ryokan, he heard bells ringing faintly, though there were none nearby. Shadows moved in the corners of his room, and a cold presence watched him sleep. The next days brought nightmares of angry spirits, faceless figures chasing him through endless forests. He fell ill, feverish, whispering apologies in his sleep. Locals told him the shrine was abandoned after a curse centuries ago. A priest betrayed the kami, and the site was sealed. Disturbing it invites wrath. Akira returned the stone, performed purification rites, and the haunting stopped. But he never hiked alone again. In Japan, some places are forgotten for a reason. Respect the old gods, or they remember you. These true scary horror stories prove that terror lurks everywhere, from American forests to Japanese mountains. If you survive these chilling tales, smash that like button, subscribe for more real-life nightmares, and comment your country below. Stay safe out there, the dark is always watching. The Silent Watcher in the Walls, a true home invasion horror story, United States. In the quiet, tree-lined suburbs of Portland, Oregon, USA. During the rainy fall of 2022, a 28-year-old graphic designer named Lauren had just moved into her dream home. A charming two-story craftsman house built in the 1920s with original hardwood floors. Big windows overlooking a private backyard, and a basement that the previous owners had converted into a cozy home office space. Lauren had saved for years to buy this place on her own. No roommates, no landlord, just her cat Luna, and the peaceful independence she'd always wanted. The neighborhood was safe, the kind where people walked their dogs at night and left porch lights on for neighbors. Crime was practically non-existent. Or so everyone thought. Lauren moved in on a crisp October afternoon. The movers left by evening, and she spent her first night unpacking boxes, ordering pizza, and streaming her favorite shows on the living room TV. Everything felt perfect. But around 2 a.m., as she finally climbed into bed on the second floor, she heard it for the first time, a faint scratching sound coming from inside the walls. Soft, deliberate, like fingernails slowly dragging across drywall. She froze under the covers, heart starting to pound. Luna, curled at the foot of the bed, lifted her head and stared intently at the corner of the room, ears flattened, tail puffed. The scratching stopped as suddenly as it started. Lauren told herself it was just the old house settling, or maybe mice in the insulation. Old houses make noises, right? She turned on a podcast to drown out the silence and eventually fell asleep. The next morning, everything seemed normal. Lauren went to work from her basement office. Freelancing meant she could stay home most days and the scratching didn't return. But that evening, while cooking dinner in the kitchen, she noticed something odd. One of the cabinet doors under the sink was slightly ajar, even though she'd closed it tightly that morning. Inside, her cleaning supplies had been rearranged bottles turned label out in perfect rows, like someone had organized them obsessively. She lived alone. No friends had visited yet. She shook it off as her own forgetfulness from the move and went about her night. Over the following week, small things kept happening. Drawers left open that she'd sworn she shut. Her coffee mug moved from the dishwasher to the counter overnight. Lights turned on in rooms she'd left dark. Luna started acting strange, hissing at empty corners, refusing to go into the basement alone and spending hours staring at the walls as if watching something move behind them. Lauren installed a few cheap security cameras, one at the front door, one in the living room, and one covering the hallway upstairs just for peace of mind. Nothing showed up on footage except her own movements and Luna wandering around. Then came the first real escalation. It was a Thursday night, pouring rain outside, the kind of relentless Oregon downpour that muffles every other sound. Lauren was in the shower upstairs when she heard the distinct creak of the basement door opening. The house was old, and that door had a very specific groan when it swung on its hinges. She turned off the water, wrapped herself in a towel, and listened. Nothing. Dead silence except the rain. Dripping wet, she crept to the top of the stairs and called down, "Hello?" No answer. She grabbed her phone and the baseball bat she kept in her closet, just in case, and slowly descended. Every light in the basement was on. She never left them on. Her office chair was pulled out from the desk, spun to face the stairs as if someone had been sitting there, waiting for her to come down. On her computer screen, a blank document was open. Typed in the center, in plain font, were the words, "You're beautiful when you sing in the shower." Lauren's blood turned to ice. She hadn't sung in the shower that night, but she had hummed a tune without realizing it. She backed up the stairs, locked herself in her bedroom, and called the police. Officers arrived within minutes, searched every inch of the house, closets, attic crawl space, under beds, the locked garage, and found nothing. No forced entry. No footprints in the wet yard. The basement window was secure. They checked the cameras. Nothing unusual. One officer suggested maybe she'd typed the message herself and forgotten, or perhaps a glitch from remote access. Lauren knew she hadn't. They left with a report filed and advised to change her locks anyway. She couldn't stay there that night. She packed an overnight bag and crashed at her sister's apartment across town. The next day, a locksmith came and rick-eyed everything. Lauren added more cameras inside the basement, kitchen, even one pointed at her bedroom door. She told herself it was probably a one-time prank, maybe kids from the neighborhood who knew the house was newly occupied. But deep down, fear had taken root. When she returned home, things seemed calm for a couple of days. Then the notes started appearing. Small things at first, a sticky note on her bathroom mirror that read, "I like your new shampoo." Another on the fridge, "You should eat more vegetables." All in neat, anonymous handwriting. Lauren never saw anyone place them. The cameras caught nothing. She started sleeping with the bat beside her bed, doors triple-checked, windows locked. Luna stopped eating. One night, about 2 weeks after the shower incident, Lauren woke up around 3 a.m. to the feeling of being watched. The room was pitch black except for the glow of her alarm clock. But she could sense it, someone standing at the foot of her bed. She didn't move, didn't breathe, pretending to still be asleep. Minutes passed. Then she heard it. The softest exhale, not her own. A faint shift of weight on the floorboards. Slowly, ever so slowly, she reached for her phone on the nightstand to trigger the flashlight. The moment the light flicked on, the room was empty. But the closet door, which she always kept closed, was wide open. Inside, hanging among her clothes, was a man's jacket. Dark gray, unfamiliar, smelling faintly of cigarette smoke. She didn't own it. No one she knew did. Screaming, she ran downstairs out the front door in her pajamas and called police from the porch. This time they took it seriously. Forensics dusted for prints, none except hers. The jacket had no tags, no labels, nothing identifiable. They installed temporary motion sensors and promised extra patrols. Lauren stayed with her sister again for a week, debating whether to sell the house. But she couldn't afford to just walk away. She returned, armed with pepper spray, a louder alarm system, and a determination to catch whoever was doing this. She started documenting everything: photos of the notes, timestamps of strange noises, sleep logs. Friends suggested it might be carbon monoxide poisoning causing hallucinations, so she bought detectors. Levels normal. The breaking point came on a foggy November evening. Lauren had worked late in the basement, finishing a client project. Exhausted, she headed upstairs to bed around midnight. As she passed the hallway mirror, she caught a glimpse of movement behind her. A tall, thin figure in dark clothing, face obscured by a hood, standing perfectly still at the top of the basement stairs. She whipped around. Nothing there. The camera in the hallway later showed only her walking past, no figure, no shadow, no glitch. That night, she barricaded her bedroom door with a dresser and stayed awake, lights on, phone in hand. Around 4 a.m., the power went out. The whole house plunged into darkness. Backup lights from the alarm system kicked in dimly. Then the scratching returned louder, frantic, from inside the walls all around her room. It moved, circling the bedroom like something pacing just behind the drywall. Luna yowled and hid under the bed. Then came the whispers. Low, muffled, but clear enough to make out words through the wall near her headboard. I've been here longer than you. This is my house. You can't make me leave. The voice was male, calm, almost affectionate. Lauren screamed for it to stop, called 911, but the operator could barely hear her over the scratching. Police arrived in under 10 minutes to find the power mysteriously back on. No damage to the breaker, no one in the house. This time they suggested a deeper search. With Lauren's permission, they brought in a canine unit. The dog went crazy in the basement, barking furiously at one particular wall, the one behind her office desk. Officers pried off the drywall panels and discovered something that turned the case from creepy to horrifying. A hidden crawlspace, narrow and dusty, running between the walls of the basement and up into the first floor. Inside were signs someone had been living there: empty food wrappers, a sleeping bag, cigarette butts, and worst of all, hundreds of photos. Photos of Lauren, taken from inside the house, through cracks and vents, from peepholes drilled invisibly into walls. Some dated back to before she moved in, pictures of the previous owners too. The intruder had been there for years. A squatter who knew every crevice of the old house, entering and exiting through a concealed panel in the garage that blended seamlessly with the wall. He'd watched multiple families come and go, but something about Lauren had made him escalate, made him want to interact, to let her know he was there. Police set up a stackout. 3 nights later, they caught him, a 42-year-old man with no prior record, no fixed address, who'd lost his job, and home years ago and found refuge in the forgotten spaces of that craftsman house. He claimed the walls spoke to him, told him who belonged and who didn't. He never intended harm, he said. Just wanted to be close, to share the space quietly. But his obsession had grown. Lauren sold the house immediately, at a loss. The new buyers demolished parts and sealed everything. She moved into a high-rise apartment with security guards and no basements, no crawl spaces, no old walls to hide in. But even now, years later, she can't shake the feeling of being watched. Every creak in her new place makes her freeze. Every shadow seems too still. She sleeps with lights on and Luna close by. And the worst part? Detectives told her that hidden squatters in walls, people living secretly inside homes for months or years, are more common than anyone wants to admit. In older houses across America, especially in quiet suburbs, it happens. People right there, breathing the same air, watching through tiny holes, waiting in the dark. If you've ever heard a strange noise in your house and told yourself it's nothing, think again. Because sometimes it's not the house settling. Sometimes someone is already home. That wraps up this extended true home invasion horror story from the United States, one of the most disturbing real-life intruder tales you'll ever hear. If it left you paranoid and checking your walls, smash that like button, subscribe for more long-form terrifying stories every week, and comment below. Have you ever experienced anything like this? What country are you watching from? Stay safe out there, lock your doors tight, and remember the scariest horrors are the ones that feel like they could happen to you. See you in the next one. The Vanishing Tenant, a true paranormal haunting and stalker horror story, United Kingdom. In the historic city of Edinburgh, Scotland, United Kingdom, in the damp autumn of 2023, a 32-year-old history teacher named Rebecca inherited a narrow 3-story Georgian townhouse in the Old Town from her late great-aunt, whom she had barely known. The property had been in the family for generations, tucked away on a cobbled close just off the Royal Mile, with thick stone walls, high ceilings, original fireplaces, and a small walled garden at the back. Rebecca had always loved Edinburgh's ancient atmosphere, so when the solicitor handed her the keys, she felt a mix of grief and excitement. She quit her rented flat in London, packed her life into a van, and moved north to start fresh. The house was beautiful but frozen in time. Heavy velvet curtains, faded wallpaper with thistle patterns, creaking oak floors, and a musty smell that no amount of open windows could fully dispel. The ground floor had a kitchen and sitting room. The first floor held 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, and the top floor was a large attic space that had once been servants' quarters. There was also a cellar, accessible only by a heavy wooden door under the stairs, which the solicitor warned her was prone to flooding and best left alone. Rebecca nodded politely, already planning renovations. She moved in on a gray October afternoon. Rain pattered against the sash windows as she unpacked. That first night, as she lay in the master bedroom on the first floor, she heard faint footsteps overhead in the attic. Slow, deliberate pacing back and forth like someone walking the length of the room. She sat up, listening. The steps stopped abruptly. She told herself it was the house settling or water in old pipes. Edinburgh was full of strange noises. She pulled the duvet higher and slept. The footsteps returned every night for a week, always around 2 or 3 a.m., always the same rhythm. Rebecca bought a baby monitor and placed the receiver in the attic, the speaker by her bed. The footsteps came through clear as day, but when she climbed the narrow stairs with a torch, the attic was empty, dusty floorboards undisturbed, old trunks and a broken chair in the corner, nothing else. No footprints in the thick dust. She began recording on her phone. The audio captured the pacing perfectly, but video showed only empty space. Then the whispers started. At first, she thought they were from neighbors through the thin party walls, but the words were too distinct, too close. A man's voice, low and gravelly, murmuring her name, Rebecca, Rebecca. She would wake suddenly, heart racing, certain someone was in the room. But the door was locked, windows latched. One night she clearly heard, "You don't belong here. This is my house." The voice came from the direction of the wardrobe. She flung the doors open, only clothes hanging motionless. Rebecca researched the house's history at the National Library of Scotland. The deeds went back to 1798. There had been several owners, but one name kept appearing. Alistair McRae, a merchant who bought the property in 1842. He lived alone after his wife died in childbirth. In 1867, he vanished without trace. Servants reported he had become reclusive, spending days locked in the attic. Police searched but found no body, no blood, no sign of foul play. The house passed to distant relatives. Over the decades, tenants complained of footsteps, voices, doors slamming. Several moved out abruptly. One woman in the 1950s claimed a man watched her sleep from the foot of the bed. The estate agent had conveniently omitted these details. By November, the activity intensified. Rebecca would come home from school to find furniture moved, chairs pulled out from the dining table, books rearranged on shelves in perfect alphabetical order, though she never organized them that way. Her coffee cups were washed and stacked neatly even when she left them dirty in the sink. One evening, she found a man's pocket watch on the kitchen counter, antique gold, engraved with AM 1859. She had never seen it before. It ticked loudly despite not being wound. She invited her friend Claire, a skeptical police officer, to stay overnight. They set up cameras in every room. At 2:47 a.m., both women woke to the attic footsteps. They rushed upstairs together. The attic was freezing, breath visible in the air. In the center of the floor, the dust had been swept into a perfect circle. Inside the circle lay the pocket watch. Claire's camera malfunction, footage corrupted. Rebecca's phone battery drained from 100% to 0% in seconds. The next escalation was physical. Rebecca began finding bruises on her arms and legs, finger-shaped marks appearing overnight. She woke once with ice-cold hands around her throat, pressure building until she choked out a scream. The marks lasted days. Claire insisted she move out temporarily. Rebecca refused. She felt stubborn, wanted answers. She contacted a local paranormal group. 3 investigators spent a weekend. They captured EVPs saying, "Mine," and "Stay." Temperature dropped 15 degrees in the attic. One investigator felt pushed down the stairs, twisting her ankle badly. They advised leaving. Rebecca thanked them but stayed. Winter arrived early. Snow blanketed the close. Rebecca worked from home during the Christmas break. One afternoon, clearing junk from the cellar despite warnings, she found a locked metal box behind loose brickwork. Inside were yellowed letters addressed to Alistair McRae from a woman named Isabel, pleading with him to let her go, saying he kept her prisoner in the attic after she tried to leave him. The final letter, dated 1866, read, "If you will not release me in life, I will haunt you in death." There was no record of Isabel in official documents. That night, the house erupted. Every door slammed repeatedly. Glass shattered in the kitchen. The temperature plummeted. Rebecca ran to the front door. It wouldn't open, lock jammed though she'd oiled it days before. Footsteps thundered down from the attic, across the first floor, stopping outside her bedroom. The handle turned slowly. She pushed a chest of drawers against the door, called Claire in hysterics. When Claire and police arrived, they forced entry. The house was silent, doors undamaged. But in the attic, written in dust across the floorboards in large letters, "She is mine now." Rebecca left that night with only a suitcase. She stayed in a hotel, then rented a modern flat in Newtown. The Georgian house went on the market. Viewers reported cold spots, whispers, footsteps. One couple fled during a viewing when a man's figure appeared in the wardrobe mirror behind them. Months later, a historian contacted Rebecca. While researching missing persons in 19th century Edinburgh, he found a newspaper clipping from 1867. Alistair McRae had been committed to an asylum after neighbors heard screams from his home. He died there raving about a woman trapped in his walls. The house had been searched, no body found. But builders in the 1920s, during renovations, discovered women's clothing and a locket hidden in the attic chimney. The locket contained a portrait of a young woman matching descriptions of Isabel. Rebecca never returned to the Old Town Close. She still teaches history, warning students that some buildings remember their tragedies too well. On quiet nights in her new flat, she sometimes hears faint footsteps overhead, though she lives on the top floor. And once, just once, she found an antique pocket watch on her bedside table. It was ticking. The house remains unsold. Estate agents no longer mention its history. Tourists on Ghost walks pause outside. Guides telling tales of the vanishing tenant who never truly left, and the women who came after, claimed by jealousy that outlived death. Some places in Edinburgh don't let go. The stones are too old, the grief too deep. And sometimes when you inherit more than bricks and mortar, you inherit the darkness that dwells between them. If this true paranormal haunting and stalker horror from the United Kingdom left you checking your attic, smash the like button, subscribe for more extended terrifying tales, and comment below. What country are you watching from tonight? Sleep with the lights on. The Mirror in Room 217, a true haunted hotel and paranormal encounter horror story. United States. In the majestic Rocky Mountains of Colorado, USA, stands the historic Stanley Hotel in Estes Park, a grand white colonnaded building opened in 1909 by Freeland Oscar Stanley, the inventor of the Stanley Steamer automobile. Famous for its elegant architecture, isolated location, and as the real-life inspiration for Stephen King's Overlook Hotel in The Shining, The Stanley has long been whispered about as one of America's most haunted places. But what happened to a 29-year-old travel writer named Mia in the spring of 2024 goes beyond the usual ghost tour tales and into a prolonged personal nightmare that still haunts her today. Mia had always been drawn to historic hotels. Her job involved reviewing luxury stays for magazines and blogs, so when her editor assigned her a feature on America's most haunted accommodations, the Stanley was at the top of her list. She booked 3 nights in April, choosing room 217, the very room where Stephen King stayed in 1974 and experienced the nightmare that birthed his iconic novel. The hotel staff smiled knowingly when she requested it. "It's popular," the concierge said. "Some guests love the history. Others don't stay the full reservation." Mia arrived on a crisp Thursday afternoon. Snow still capped the peaks, and the hotel's red roof stood out against the evergreen forests. She checked in, received an old-fashioned brass key, and rode the creaky elevator to the second floor. Room 217 was at the end of a long, carpeted hallway lined with antique photographs of early 20th century guests. The door was heavy wood with a brass 217 plaque. Inside, the room was beautifully preserved. A 4-poster king bed with white linens, floral wallpaper, a fireplace, clawfoot tub in the bathroom, and a large gilded mirror above an ornate dresser. The mirror was original to the room. The front desk had told her dating back to 1909. She unpacked, set up her laptop, and spent the evening exploring the hotel, the hedge maze added after the movie, the concert hall, the basement tunnels once used by staff. Dinner in the Cascades restaurant was excellent. Elk tenderloin and a glass of red wine. Back in her room by 10 p.m., Mia took a long bath, then settled into bed with a book about the hotel's history. Around midnight, she turned off the lights. The room was quiet except for the faint hum of wind outside. She woke suddenly at 3:17 a.m., the clock glowing red. The room felt colder than it should. Sitting up, she noticed the fireplace had a small flame flickering, though she hadn't lit it and there was no automatic starter. She got out of bed to check the flue. As she passed the dresser mirror, she caught her reflection and froze. For a split second, the woman staring back wasn't her. Pale skin, dark hair piled high in an Edwardian style, wearing a long white nightgown. The figure's eyes were wide, pleading. Then it was Mia again in her modern pajamas, hair loose. She stumbled back, heart pounding. Just a trick of the light, she told herself. Sleep deprivation from travel. The next morning, everything seemed normal. She laughed it off over breakfast, texting friends about first haunted hotel vibes. She spent the day hiking in Rocky Mountain National Park, returning at dusk. That evening, while editing photos at the dresser, she heard faint piano music. The hotel had live music in the lobby sometimes, but this was softer, older ragtime notes drifting as if from inside the room. She opened the door, the hallway silent, closed it, the music continued. It stopped when she sat on the bed. Later, showering before dinner, Mia heard knocking 3 slow taps on the bathroom door. "Housekeeping?" she called. No answer. She wrapped herself in a towel and opened the door. Empty hallway. She checked the peephole, nothing. Shaken but determined not to let it ruin her stay, she went down to the bar and struck up a conversation with the bartender, an older woman named Ellen, who'd worked there 25 years. When Mia mentioned room 217, Ellen's smile faded. "That room has its moods," she said quietly. "Mrs. Wilson stayed there a long time. Elizabeth Wilson was the hotel's head housekeeper in 1911. During a storm, a gas leak caused an explosion in room 217. Elizabeth was lighting lanterns and was badly injured, both legs broken. She survived but never fully recovered, dying years later. Staff and guests have reported seeing her in 217, folding clothes that aren't there, tucking in beds, or standing by the window watching the mountains. She doesn't like mess," Ellen added. "Or unmarried women staying alone, some say." Mia returned to her room uneasy. She left the bathroom light on. Around 2 a.m., she woke again, this time to the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Soft, stocking feet pacing from the bed to the window and back. She lay rigid, eyes fixed on the ceiling. The pacing stopped near the dresser. Then came a soft whisper, "You shouldn't be here." Female voice, gentle but firm. Mia turned on the lamp. Empty room. But the bed on the opposite side was neatly turned down, sheets folded in perfect hospital corners. Though she'd left it messy, She didn't sleep again that night. At dawn, she called the front desk and asked to switch rooms. They accommodated her immediately, moving her to 401 on the 4th floor, another reportedly active room, but she didn't care. Anything but 217. That day she interviewed staff for her article, gathering standard ghost stories. Children running in the halls. The 4th floor was once a nursery. Lord Dunraven's ghost in 407 strange cold spots. But she kept her personal experiences quiet. Her final night, now in 401, started peacefully. The room had twin beds, vintage floral decor, and a smaller mirror. Mia fell asleep early. She woke abruptly at 3:00 a.m. to the sound of crying, soft, muffled sobs from the bathroom. She turned on every light. The crying stopped. Checking the bathroom, she found the full-length mirror on the back of the door fogged up. Written in the condensation, in elegant cursive, "He's coming." Terrified, Mia grabbed her phone to record. As she aimed it at the mirror, the fog cleared, revealing not her reflection, but the same pale woman from 217, now clearer. High cheekbones, sad eyes, hair pinned up. The woman raised a hand, pressing it against the inside of the glass as if trying to push through. Mia dropped the phone. When she picked it up, the mirror was normal, message gone, reflection hers again. She packed frantically and sat in the lobby until sunrise, pretending to work. At checkout, she mentioned nothing. Driving down the winding mountain road, she felt overwhelming relief until she stopped for coffee in Estes Park town. In the cafe bathroom mirror, for a split second, the woman appeared again behind her shoulder. Mia screamed. Other patrons stared. The reflection was gone. Back in Denver, staying with a friend, Mia tried to move on. She wrote her article, focusing on history and ambience, omitting personal experiences. But the encounters followed. Every mirror in her friend's apartment showed fleeting glimpses. The woman watching, sometimes closer, sometimes mouthing words Mia couldn't hear. At night, she heard the same ragtime piano faintly, as if from far away. Desperate, Mia researched Elizabeth Wilson deeper. Archives revealed Elizabeth had been engaged to a man named Richard, a traveling salesman who promised marriage but abandoned her after the explosion, leaving her bedridden and alone. Some letters suggested she waited years for his return, sitting by windows, watching the road. She died heartbroken in 1928. Mia contacted a medium recommended by a Stanley employee. Over Zoom, the woman described a spirit attached to Mia, now a protector who became possessive. Elizabeth believed Mia was in danger from a man trying to warn her. But the attachment had turned obsessive. The medium performed a remote cleansing, advising Mia to stop looking in mirrors after dark and to return something to the hotel. Mia drove back to Estes Park in June. She booked no room, just visited the lobby gift shop and bought a small antique-style postcard of the hotel. In the parking lot, she wrote on the back, "Elizabeth, I'm safe. You can rest. Thank you for trying to protect me." She left it on the front desk with instructions to place it in room 217. Since then, the sightings stopped. No more reflections, no whispers, no piano. Mia finished her article published with record clicks but never named the hotel directly. She avoids historic mirrors now, covers them when staying in old places. The Stanley still thrives. Room 217 books solid year-round. Staff say fresh linens are sometimes found perfectly folded. Beds turned down for guests who haven't arrived yet. And occasionally, a guest checks out early, pale and shaken, claiming a woman in white watched them from the mirror, trying to warn them about someone coming. Some protections linger beyond the grave. Some warnings are meant for the living. And some mirrors in old hotels remember every face that ever looked into them, especially the ones that never wanted to leave. If this extended true haunted hotel horror story from the United States made you think twice about booking historic rooms, hit like, subscribe for more deep dive terrifying tales. And comment your country below. Never look too long into old mirrors. You might not be alone on the other side. The Echo in the Underground. A true urban exploration and paranormal horror story. France. Deep beneath the glittering streets of Paris, France, lies a vast network of forgotten tunnels, quarries and catacombs, stretching over 300 kilometers, an underground labyrinth carved over centuries from limestone mining that once supplied the city's iconic buildings. Most tourists know only the official catacombs with their neatly stacked bones, but hidden away are illegal sections known to urban explorers as the Dark Zone. In the humid spring of 2024, A 26-year-old photography student named Julian and 3 friends decided to venture into one of these forbidden areas, chasing the perfect shot for his university thesis on abandoned spaces. Julian, along with Lee, Mark, and Sophie, were experienced cataphiles members of the secretive Parisian underground community. They had proper gear, helmets with headlamps, rubber boots, waterproof bags, chalk for marking paths, and a hand-drawn map passed down from older explorers. They entered through a manhole in a quiet side street near Denfert-Rochereau, just after midnight on a Friday, descending a rusty ladder into the cool, dripping darkness. The air smelled of wet stone and faint decay. Their plan was simple: follow a rarely visited southern branch known as the Gallery of Echoes, photograph collapsed chambers and graffiti from decades past, then exit before dawn. The first hour was exhilarating. Water trickled down walls, their footsteps splashed in shallow puddles, and their voices bounced strangely in the narrow passages. They marked turns with chalk arrows, joking about ghost stories they'd heard, old tales of miners trapped alive, World War II resistance fighters hiding from Nazis, or the lost souls of bodies illegally dumped before the official ossuary was created. Julian snapped photos of intricate carvings left by 18th century quarry workers. Dates, names, crude faces etched into soft rock. Deeper in, the tunnels narrowed. Ceilings lowered until they had to crouch. The map showed a large chamber ahead, once a major extraction site. When they reached it, the space opened dramatically, vaulted like a subterranean cathedral, with collapsed piles of stone and rusted tools scattered on the floor. Their lights revealed faded graffiti from the 1980s, band names, anarchist symbols, declarations of love. In the center, a shallow pool reflected their headlamps like a black mirror. They spread out to photograph. Julian knelt by the pool, adjusting his camera for a long exposure. That's when he heard it, the first echo that wasn't theirs. A soft splash, as if someone else had stepped into the water behind him. He turned. Nothing. Just his friend's lights bobbing in the distance. "Did you hear that?" he called. They hadn't. They continued exploring. Lee found a side passage the map didn't show, a low crawl space leading upward. Curiosity won. One by one, they squeezed through, emerging into a smaller, perfectly round chamber with smooth walls. In the middle stood a single metal chair, modern, like from an office, completely out of place. On the seat lay a Polaroid camera, old model, film still inside. Sophie picked it up. The last photo, when ejected, showed the 4 of them standing in the large chamber below, taken from above, minutes earlier. But none of them had climbed high enough for that angle. Unease settled. They laughed nervously, blaming another group of explorers playing pranks. They marked the chamber and retreated to the main gallery. But now every sound echoed wrong. Footsteps behind them when no one walked last. Whispers that seemed to come from the walls themselves. Indistinct French words, old accents, repeating their names. Julian, Lee. The voices layered, as if dozens spoke at once. They decided to leave the same way they came. But the chalk marks were gone. Erased clean, as if wiped by a damp cloth. Panic flickered. They followed their instincts, turning left, right, deeper instead of up. The tunnels changed. Walls became older, rougher, with tool marks from centuries past. Temperature dropped sharply, their breath fogged. Mark's headlamp began flickering. Then Sophie's. Batteries were fresh, yet light dimmed to weak glows. In the fading beams, shadows moved, tall figures at tunnel ends, vanishing when stared at directly. Julian heard clear words now. "Vous n'auriez pas dû venir. You shouldn't have come." They ran, splashing through deeper water, scraping knees on low ceilings. The whispers grew louder, angry. Behind them, heavy footsteps, multiple sets, keeping perfect pace no matter how fast they moved. Lee screamed when cold fingers brushed her neck. No one was near her. They stumbled into a dead-end chamber stacked high with bones not arranged like the tourist catacombs, but chaotic, femurs and skulls piled carelessly as if tossed. In the center, the same metal chair from earlier, on it the Polaroid camera. Sophie, shaking, took another photo. When it developed, it showed the 4 of them in this bone room from behind, heads turned as if listening to something they couldn't see. Julian grabbed the camera and smashed it against stone. Film scattered. The footsteps stopped abruptly. Silence pressed in, heavier than noise. Then a single voice, close almost in Julian's ear. "Prends une photo de moi." Take a photo of me. They fled again, choosing passages at random. Hours blurred. Exhaustion set in. Water reached their waists in places. At one point, Mark slipped, falling into a deeper pool. Hands pulled him down pale, skeletal before the others hauled him out gasping. His leg bore scratch marks, 4 parallel lines bleeding through torn jeans. Finally, a faint breeze carried subway rumble. They followed it desperately, emerging through a service door into a metro maintenance tunnel just before sunrise. Security guards found them soaked, filthy, babbling. They were fined for illegal entry but released. Back above ground, the horror didn't end. Julian developed his camera roll days later. Among his photos, images he didn't remember taking. The bone chamber from angles impossible for his position. The metal chair empty, then occupied by a blurred figure in quarry worker clothes. Worst was a close-up of the pool in the first chamber. Reflection showing dozens of faces staring up, none belonging to his group. Leah quit exploring forever. Mark moved to Lion, refusing to enter any basement. Sophie suffered nightmares of drowning in dark water. Julian tried to forget, focusing on university. But every time he entered the Paris metro, he heard faint echoes, splashes, whispers. His name called softly from empty platforms. Months later, researching for his thesis, Julian found old police reports from the 1980s. A group of cataphiles vanished in the southern quarries. Searchers found only their gear and a broken Polaroid camera with undeveloped film. When processed years later, photos showed the missing explorers posed with figures in old mining clothes, smiling as if at a joke only they understood. The Gallery of Echoes remains unmarked on modern maps. Experienced cataphiles avoid that branch. Some say the tunnels remember every voice that ever entered, replaying them forever. Others claim the quarry workers never left, trapped by collapses centuries ago, waiting for company in the dark. Julian never returned underground. He graduated, now teaches photography above ground. But on quiet nights, editing images at his desk, he sometimes hears a faint splash from his computer speakers. Or sees, in the black reflection of his monitor, extra faces watching from behind his shoulder. Paris is a city of light. But beneath it, the darkness keeps perfect echoes of footsteps, whispers, and the last breaths of those who went too deep and stayed. If this extended true urban exploration horror from France made your skin crawl, hit like, subscribe for more long terrifying stories, and comment your country below. Never follow voices in the dark. Some echoes answer back. The Night Shift Shadow, a true hospital horror and paranormal encounter story, Germany. In the bustling city of Berlin, Germany, the historic Charité Hospital, one of Europe's oldest and largest university hospitals, sprawls across multiple buildings, some dating back to the 18th century. Its sprawling campus includes modern towers alongside preserved red brick structures from the Prussian era, underground corridors connecting departments, and a reputation not just for medical excellence but for whispers of hauntings stretching back centuries. In the late autumn of 2024, a 31-year-old nurse named Anna began her first permanent night shift rotation in the old neurology ward, located in one of the original 1910 buildings, a place staff affectionately called Altbau, or the old building. Anna had trained at Charité and worked days for years, but night shifts paid better and suited her quiet personality. She was practical, skeptical of ghost stories, and focused on her patients, mostly stroke victims, dementia cases, and post-surgical neuro patients. The ward on the 3rd floor of Altbau had 20 beds, dim fluorescent lighting, creaking linoleum floors, and tall arched windows overlooking a courtyard long overgrown with ivy. The night team was small. Anna, another nurse named Tomas, and one nursing assistant, Lucas. Doctors were on call but rarely on the floor after midnight. Her first few nights were routine. Monitoring vitals, administering meds, comforting confused patients who woke disoriented. The building made noises, pipes groaning, elevators rumbling in distant shafts, wind rattling old window frames. Anna dismissed the stories older nurses told over coffee, footsteps in empty corridors, call bells ringing from unused rooms, shadows seen in peripheral vision. Old buildings creak, she said. Confused patients hallucinate. That's all. But on her 5th night, everything shifted. It was a quiet November evening, rain lashing the windows. Around 2:15 a.m., Anna was charting at the nurse's station when the call bell for room 312 rang 3 short bursts, the pattern patients use when urgent. Room 312 had been empty for weeks, awaiting renovation. No bed, no patient, just stripped walls and stacked furniture. She checked the panel anyway. Light glowing steadily, Tomas was in the medication room. Lucas on break. Anna grabbed her torch and walked the long corridor alone. The hallway lights flickered slightly as she passed. Room 312's door was ajar, though housekeeping always closed them. She pushed it open. Empty. Dust sheets over old cabinets, moonlight striping the bare floor. The call bell cord hung against the wall untouched. Yet as she stood there, she heard faint breathing, not hers, coming from the far corner. She swung the torch. Nothing. The air felt heavier, colder. Then the door behind her swung shut with a soft click. She spun, yanked the handle. Locked. From the outside. Panic rising, she banged on the door, calling for Thomas. No answer. Her radio crackled static. Minutes dragged. She shone the light around again. In the corner, beneath the dust sheet, something shifted. The sheet lifted slightly, as if someone crouched beneath, breathing slowly. Anna backed against the door, heart hammering. "Who's there?" she demanded in German. Silence. Then a whisper, female, fragile. "Hilf mir." "Help me." Thomas arrived minutes later. Key in hand. The door opened easily. He swore it hadn't been locked. The room was empty, sheet undisturbed. Anna laughed it off as exhaustion, but her hands shook the rest of the shift. The incidents escalated. Call bells from empty rooms became nightly. Always room 312, or 308, another vacant one. Footsteps followed Anna down corridors when no one else was near. Monitors in occupied rooms would flatline briefly, then resume normal rhythm with no medical cause. Patients reported a woman in old-fashioned nurse uniform standing at their bedsides, checking charts that weren't theirs, or adjusting blankets with ice-cold hands. Anna researched the building's history during slow moments. Altbau had been a military hospital during both world wars. In the 1940s, under the Nazi regime, it housed a secret neurology research unit, experiments on brain injuries, euthanasia of incurable patients. One name surfaced repeatedly in archived staff lists. Schwester Margaret Keller, a head nurse in the 1940s known for strict efficiency. In 1945, as Soviet forces approached Berlin, Marguerite vanished. Some records claimed she stayed behind to care for abandoned patients. Others whispered she was executed for refusing orders to evacuate or for mercy killing those too ill to move. Her body was never found. One December night, storm raging outside. Power flickered across the ward. Backup generators hummed, but lights dimmed. Anna was alone at the station when every call bell lit up simultaneously, all 20 rooms, occupied and empty. Alarms shrieked. She silenced them one by one, but they reactivated. Thomas radioed from the 4th floor. He saw the same on his panel. They met in the corridor. Shadows stretched unnaturally long under emergency lighting. They checked room 312 together. Door open this time. Inside, the dust sheets were pulled into the shape of a body lying on the floor where a bed once stood. At the head, a faded nurse's cap, white with red cross, 1940s style, sat perfectly placed. Neither had brought it. Temperature plummeted. Frost formed on the window inside. Then the whispers, dozens of voices overlapping. Patients pleading in German, some in Polish, Yiddish. Schwester. Hilf mir. Ist tut weh. Tomas, usually stoic, backed out pale. Anna stayed, compelled. She stepped forward, torch beam trembling. The sheet moved, rose slightly as if chest rising with breath. A pale hand emerged, thin, veined, reaching toward her. Anna froze. The hand beckoned. Then the overhead light exploded in a shower of sparks. Darkness. When backup lights kicked in, the room was empty again. Cap gone, sheets flat. But on the wall, written in fresh condensation, "Noch nicht fertig," not finished yet. They reported it. Management dismissed it as prank or electrical fault. Anna requested transfer to a modern wing, denied staffing shortage. She continued nights, but now carried a small cross her grandmother gave her. The final night came just before Christmas. Snow-blanketed Berlin. The ward was nearly empty, most patients discharged for holidays. Only 3 remained, sedated. Anna worked alone. Thomas called in sick. Around 3 a.m. she heard singing soft, lullaby-like, in an old Berlin dialect. Coming from room 312, she approached slowly, door wide open. Inside, under full moonlight, stood a woman in antique nurse uniform, starched apron, cap, sleeves rolled. Face pale, eyes dark hollows. She was straightening non-existent blankets on the bare floor, humming. As Anna watched from the doorway, the figure turned. Features sharpened high cheekbones, stern mouth. Marguerite. She looked directly at Anna, eyes pleading now, not commanding. Sie lassen mich nicht gehen, the figure whispered. They won't let me go. Anna stepped inside, voice steady despite terror. Who won't? The nurse pointed downward toward the basement. Then her form flickered. Behind her, shadows coalesced into shapes. Patients in old hospital gowns, some with bandaged heads, others emaciated. Dozens. Watching silently. Waiting. Anna backed out. The figure followed to the threshold, reaching. Cold gripped Anna's arm, actual fingers. Freezing. She yanked free, ran to the station, called security. Guards arrived to an empty room. But in the days after, renovations finally began on the third floor. Workers tearing up old linoleum found something beneath room 312's floorboards. A small bundle wrapped in 1940s linen. Inside, a nurse's logbook and a silver name badge. Keller. The log ended mid-sentence. Ich kann sie nicht allein lassen. I cannot leave them alone. The badge and book were turned over to archives. Activity ceased. No more bells, footsteps, shadows. The ward reopened months later, modernized. Anna transferred to days in a new building. She never worked nights again. But every Christmas Eve, walking past Altbau on her way home, she pauses. Sometimes in the third-floor windows, she swears she sees a faint light moving room to room. Checking on patients long gone, still on duty. Some nurses never clock out. Some promises outlast death. And in old hospitals like Karite, the night shift never truly ends. If this extended true hospital horror story from Germany left you afraid of empty corridors, hit like, subscribe for more chilling long-form tales, and comment your country below. Some echoes in old buildings aren't just the past, they're still working. The Passenger Who Never Boarded, a true road trip and truck. Driver horror story, United States. Along the endless stretches of Interstate 80 in Wyoming, USA, one of the most remote and desolate highways in America, truck drivers know the rules. Keep moving through the high plains, watch for sudden blizzards, and never pick up hitchhikers, no matter how desperate they look. In the bitter winter of 2024, a 45-year-old long-haul trucker named Ray was running a load of frozen goods from Chicago to Sacramento. He'd been on the road for 18 years, seen every kind of weather and weirdo, and prided himself on never breaking his personal no-hitchhiker rule. Ray left Rock Springs just after midnight on a December night, temperatures already plunging below zero. Snow flurries danced in his headlights, the road slick but plowed. His Peterbilt purred steadily, CB radio crackling with occasional chatter from other drivers, warning about black ice near Rollins. He planned to push through to Little America for fuel and coffee, then keep rolling. Around 2:30 a.m., about 40 miles west of Rollins, his high beams caught a figure on the shoulder. A woman mid-30s, wearing a thin red coat, jeans, and sneakers, completely inappropriate for Wyoming winter. She stood perfectly still beside a small, dark sedan pulled halfway into a snowbank, emergency flashers blinking weakly, one arm raised slowly, thumb out. Her face was pale, breath visible in the cold, long, dark hair whipping in the wind. Ray's first instinct was to keep going, rule number 1. But something tugged at him. She looked frozen already, lips blue, no gloves, no hat. The sedan had Illinois plates far from home. He checked his mirrors. No other traffic for miles. Against every ounce of better judgment, he eased onto the rumble strip, air brakes hissing as he slowed. He rolled the passenger window down a crack. "You okay, ma'am?" She didn't approach immediately. Just stared, eyes wide. Then she nodded and walked toward the cab, boots crunching snow. Up close, she was pretty but exhausted, dark circles, trembling. "My car died," she said, voice soft Midwestern accent. "Phone has no signal. I've been here hours." Ray hesitated. "I'm not supposed to pick up riders. Company policy." "Please," she said. "I'm freezing, just to the next truck stop. I'll pay for coffee." He sighed, glanced at the empty passenger seat. "Climb in, but only to Little America. Then you call a tow." She smiled faintly, relief flooding her face, and hurried around to the passenger side. Ray watched her climb the steps, red coat dusted with snow. She settled in, buckling up, rubbing her hands in front of the heater vents. Thank you. I'm Emily. Ray. He pulled back onto the highway, accelerating smoothly. What brings an Illinois girl to Wyoming in December? Visiting family in Utah, she said. Bad timing with the storm. They drove in silence at first. Heat blasted defrosters clearing the windshield. Emily warmed slowly, color returning to her cheeks. She stared out at the passing snowfields, occasionally glancing at Ray. Conversation started weather, trucking life, her job as a librarian back in Peoria. She seemed normal, grateful, harmless. About 20 miles in, Ray's CB crackled. Another driver, handled Big Bear, broke in. Westbounders, heads up. State trooper just called in a stranded vehicle west of Rollins. Illinois plates. Driver reported missing by family. Watch for anything suspicious. Ray frowned. Glanced at Emily. She was staring straight ahead, hands now still in her lap. You hear that? He asked casually. She didn't respond immediately. Then quietly, maybe it's my car. Ray's grip tightened on the wheel. You said you'd been there hours. Why didn't you flag anyone earlier? She turned to him. Eyes darker now, almost black in the dashboard glow. No one else stopped. Unease crawled up Ray's spine. He kept his voice steady. We'll get you to Little America. Troopers consorted. Silence again. Miles ticked by. Snow thickened, visibility dropping. Ray sipped cold coffee from his thermos, trying to stay calm. Emily began humming softly, an old lullaby his mother used to sing. He didn't like that. Then she spoke, voice different, lower, colder. You shouldn't have stopped, Ray. He glanced over sharply. She was smiling, but it didn't reach her eyes. What did you say? You heard me. The cab grew colder, heater still blasting hot air. Frost began forming on the inside of the passenger window. Ray checked the thermostat set to 75, yet his breath fogged. Emily's side of the windshield stayed clear. Turn the heat up, she said. It's already maxed. She reached for the dial anyway. Her hand passed through the knob without touching it. Ray's heart stuttered. He looked at her fully now. She was still buckled in, solid, but her reflection in the side mirror was gone. What the hell? Keep driving, she said calmly. We're not there yet. Ray floored it, pushing 80 miles per hour despite snow. Little America's lights should appear soon. But the mile markers weren't changing right. He passed the same rest area 12 miles sign 3 times. GPS on his phone spun. No signal. CB filled with static. Then a faint voice repeating, Do not pick up the woman in red. Do not. Emily turned to him. They always say that, after. After what? After I'm gone. She told him then flat, emotionless. Emily Harper, 34, from Peoria. Driving to Utah for Christmas with her sister. December 2019, same stretch of I-80, same storm. Car slid on ice, rolled into the median. She died on impact. Hypothermia set in before help arrived. Since then, every few years in bad weather, she appears beside her wrecked sedan visible only to certain drivers. The ones who stop. Most regret it. Ray begged her to let him go. Promised to pray for her, light a candle, anything. She just watched the road. The truck stop never appeared. Instead, the highway looped same snowbank, same dark sedan with Illinois plates, flashers blinking weakly. Emily standing beside it again, arm raised. Ray slammed the brakes. Truck fishtailed, jackknifed, came to rest sideways across lanes. Engine died. Silence except wind howling. The passenger door opened on its own. Cold rushed in. Emily unbuckled, stood on the step. Thank you for the ride, Ray. You can go now. She stepped down into snow and walked toward her car. As she reached it, she turned once, smiled sadly, and vanished. The sedan's flasher stopped. Snow began covering it as if it had been there years. Ray sat frozen until dawn. A snowplow driver found him, truck blocking the road. Troopers arrived. They knew the story-old legend among Wyoming drivers. The woman in red. Emily Harper, died 2019. Car removed long ago. Yet every big storm, someone reports seeing her. Ray's dashcam footage showed the entire thing. Empty passenger seat the whole time. No one climbing in. Just his side of the conversation with thin air. Thermostat readings dropped to -20 inside the cab for 20 minutes, then normalized. He quit trucking that week, sold the rig. Moved to Arizona, far from interstates and snow. Works as a mechanic now. But every winter, when news reports Wyoming blizzards, he checks missing persons reports. Waits for the next driver who stops. Because Emily's still out there. Waiting for the next ride that never quite ends. If this extended true truck driver horror story from the United States made you rethink picking up strangers, hit like, subscribe for more long chilling tales, and comment your country below. Some passengers never really leave the cab. Drive safe out there. The Forgotten Cabin in the Pines. A true camping and wilderness horror story. Canada. Deep in the ancient boreal forests of Algonquin Provincial Park, Ontario, Canada, one of the largest and oldest provincial parks in the country, lies a vast wilderness of lakes, rivers, and dense pine forests where cell signals vanish and trails can disappear under fresh snow. In the early fall of 2024, 4 university friends from Toronto, Ethan, Mia, Jordan, and Sarah planned a 4-day backcountry canoe trip to celebrate finishing their degrees. They were experienced campers, had filed a detailed route plan with park rangers, and chose a lesser-known loop through the park's northern section, portaging between remote lakes and camping on unmaintained sites. The first 2 days were perfect. Golden tamarack needles drifted onto mirror-still lakes, loons called at dusk, and the air smelled of pine resin and wood smoke. On the third afternoon after a long portage, they paddled across a narrow lake the map labeled Mirror Lake, and spotted something unexpected on the eastern shore. A small log cabin, half hidden by overhanging spruce boughs. No trail led to it, no marker on their map. The structure looked old hand-hewn logs darkened by decades. Moss-covered roof, single chimney sagging slightly. A faded "No Trespassing" sign hung crooked on the door, but curiosity outweighed caution. They beached the canoes and approached. The door was unlocked, creaking open to reveal a single room. Rough plank floor, stone fireplace filled with ancient ash. A wooden table with 2 chairs and narrow built-in bunks along one wall. Dust lay thick on everything. Old canned goods labels faded beyond reading line to shelf. A handwritten journal lay open on the table, dated 1978. Ethan flipped through it while the others explored. The last entry, in shaky handwriting, read, "They come closer every night. I can't leave. The trees won't let me." They laughed it off as some hermit's melodrama. The cabin was dry, sheltered, and after a wet portage, tempting. Against park rules about using only designated sites, they decided to spend one night inside. "It's abandoned," Jordan argued. "No one will know." They built a small fire in the hearth, cooked dinner, and spread sleeping bags on the bunks. Around midnight, the wind rose. Branches scraped the roof like fingernails. Ethan woke first to a new sound-off knocking on the door. 3 measured taps. He sat up. The others stirred. "Probably a branch," Mia whispered. The knocking repeated, 3 taps. Pause, 3 taps. Sarah grabbed a flashlight, shone it through the small window beside the door. Nothing but darkness and swaying pines. They barred the door with the table and tried to sleep. Hours later, Jordan woke to whispering low voices outside, circling the cabin. Words indistinct but urgent, in English and something older, guttural. He nudged Ethan. They listened together. The voices seemed to come from the trees themselves, rising and falling with the wind. At dawn, everything was quiet. Fresh frost coated the ground, their canoes were untouched. But around the cabin, the pine needles were disturbed in perfect circles, no footprints leading in or out. They packed quickly, eager to leave. As they pushed off in the canoes, Sarah noticed carving on the inside of the cabin door they hadn't seen in the dim firelight. Names and dates scratched deep into the wood. Dozens. The earliest 1923, the latest 2018. Beside each name, a single word. Stayed. They paddled hard, reaching their next portage by midday. But the route felt wrong. Trails they'd marked with flagging tape were gone. Lakes appeared where maps showed forest. Their compass spun lazily. GPS showed no signal, even in open areas where it had worked days before. By evening, exhausted, they camped on a small island, only to wake at 2 a.m. to the same soft knocking, this time on the canoe hulls beneath their tents. 3 taps. Pause. 3 taps. The next day brought fog. Thick, unnatural, swallowing sound. They paddled in circles for hours, returning repeatedly to the same rocky point. When the fog lifted briefly, they spotted the cabin again on the same eastern shore, though they'd traveled miles west. Smoke rose faintly from the chimney. Panic set in. They rationed food, tried different routes. Nights worsened. The whispering grew clearer. Their own names called from the tree line, voices mimicking friends left behind in Toronto. Footsteps circled their tents. Once, Mia woke to find her sleeping bag dragged halfway out of the tent, pine needles stuck to the fabric as if pulled through forest. On what they calculated as the sixth day, though watches disagreed, they found a narrow trail they didn't to remember. It led uphill to a clearing. In the center stood the cabin again, door ajar, firelight flickering inside. Fresh footprints, 4 sets, matching their boot treads, led from the forest straight to the threshold. They ran, crashed through underbrush, ignoring blistered feet and torn clothes. Hours later, stumbling downhill, they burst onto a maintained trail near a ranger station. A park warden found them dehydrated, babbling about the cabin that moved. Rangers searched the area for days. No trace of any structure. No record of a cabin ever existing on Mirror Lake. The journal dates didn't match any known missing persons cases. But weeks later, cleaning gear back in Toronto, Ethan found something tucked inside his pack pocket. A small piece of pine bark carved with fresh letters, EMJNAS 2024. Beneath it, the word, stayed. All 4 quit camping. They avoid forests now. Drive only major highways. But every autumn, when tamaracks turn gold, they receive anonymous postcards blank except for a single pressed pine needle and the faint smell of wood smoke. Algonquin is beautiful, vast, protective of its secrets. Rangers still get occasional reports. Campers hearing knocking in the night, whispers calling names from empty shores, or glimpsing a small log cabin where maps show only trees. Most dismiss it as exhaustion or imagination. But the Rangers know better. They keep an unofficial list, names and dates of those who stayed too long near Mirror Lake. The list grows slowly. Every few years, new entries appear. Some places in the Canadian wilderness don't want you to leave. Some cabins wait patiently for the next group who decides one night inside won't hurt. If this extended true wilderness horror story from Canada made you rethink backcountry camping, hit like, subscribe for more long terrifying tales, and comment your country below. In deep forests, some trails only go one way. Stay on the marked ones. The Silent Caller, a true 911 dispatcher and paranormal horror story, United States. In the quiet suburbs of Columbus, Ohio, USA, the Franklin County Emergency Communications Center handles thousands of calls every month: domestic disputes, medical emergencies, car accidents, the occasional prank. In the fall of 2024, a 28-year-old dispatcher named Kayla was working the overnight shift in the dimly lit call center, one of 6 operators on duty monitoring banks of screens and headsets. The room was always cool, humming with the low buzz of servers and the soft click of keyboards. Kayla had been there 2 years, long enough to handle the worst without flinching, but nothing prepared her for the calls that started on a rainy October night. The first one came at 2:47 a.m. Line 3 lit up non-emergency overflow, but routed to her anyway. Kayla answered professionally. Franklin County 911, what is your emergency? Silence. Then faint breathing, shallow, labored, like someone struggling through pain. No words. Hello? This is 911. Do you need help? More breathing. Then a whisper, male, barely audible. Help, trapped. Kayla's screen populated automatically. Address 1427 Oakwood Lane, a residential street in a quiet neighborhood. Registered to a Harold Jenkins, age 78. No priors. Sir, are you at 1427 Oakwood Lane? Can you tell me what's wrong? The breathing grew ragged. A faint thud, like something falling. Then the line went dead. Protocol kicked in. Kayla dispatched police and EMS to the address while staying on the line for reconnect. Units arrived in 8 minutes. Officer Ramirez radioed back. House is dark. No answer at door. Checking windows, no signs of forced entry. Neighbor says owner passed away last year. House has been vacant. Kayla's skin prickled. She pulled records. Harold Jenkins died October 2023, heart attack, found by a welfare check. House and probate, empty ever since. She logged it as possible pocket dial from a squatter or kids messing around. But the call trace was clean, originated from the landline inside the house. 2 nights later, same shift, same line, 2:47 a.m. Exactly, same breathing. Same whisper, help, trapped. This time a different address popped, 819 Maple Crest Drive. Elderly woman, Ruth Caldwell, deceased 6 months prior, cancer. House vacant. Units responded, empty. Dust on furniture. Phone off the hook in the kitchen, receiver dangling, but no footprints, no disturbance. Kayla told her supervisor, Mark. He shrugged. Glitch in the system. Old lines sometimes cross. But Kayla noticed the pattern. All deceased owners, all died alone, all calls at 2:47 a.m. The calls continued twice a week. Always vacant houses of people who'd passed in the last 2 years. Always the same labored breathing, same plea. Kayla started recording them. The voice was always male, but accents shifted, sometimes Midwestern, sometimes faint Southern drawl. Background sounds varied. Faint dripping water, creaking floorboards, once what sounded like distant sirens from decades ago. By November, other dispatchers noticed. Thomas took one. Address of a young man killed in a car wreck. Caller whispered, "Can't move." Units found the house condemned, windows boarded. Phone lines supposedly disconnected years ago. The center brought in texts. They traced lines, checked switches. Everything clean. No spoofing, no VoIP. Calls originated from inside the houses. Kayla became obsessed. She drove past addresses on days off. Quiet suburban streets, for sale signs faded, lawns overgrown. One house 1427 Oakwood again, she parked across the street. At 2:47 a.m. her personal phone rang. Unknown number. She answered, breathing. Then her name, Kayla. She hung up, heart racing, blocked the number. But the next shift, a call came in addressed to her directly. Dispatcher Kayla, help. Trapped. She dispatched silently, hands shaking. Police found nothing. But this time, the officer's body cam captured something, in the living room of the empty house. Dust on the floor disturbed in the shape of a body, as if someone had lain there recently. No footprints leading in or out. The calls escalated. Multiple lines at once. Different voices, women now, children. All pleading, all from vacant homes of the deceased. Screens glitched, showing addresses that burned down years ago. Once, an entire bank of lines lit with the same call. Breathing synchronized, whispers overlapping, "We're still here." Management considered shutting non-emergency lines overnight. But calls started coming through emergency channels. One December night, blizzard outside, power flickering in the center. Kayla alone on her pod. 2:47 a.m., every screen blacked out except one. Address, Franklin County Emergency Communications Center, current location. Caller ID, multiple, she answered. Breathing, dozens of voices layered. Then clear, close, "You hear us now." The room temperature dropped. Frost formed on inside windows. Headsets on empty stations lifted slightly, as if warned by invisible operators. Monitors flickered with old call logs, dates from the 1980s, 1990s. Cases Kayla recognized from training. Unsolved murders, overdoses, suicides where no one called for help in time. A child's voice. "Mommy didn't wake up." An elderly man. Fell. "Can't reach phone." Then Harold Jenkins' voice, recognizable now. "You didn't come fast enough." Kayla backed away. Lights dimmed. Emergency backup kicked in red. The voices spoke through her headset, though no call was active. "Join us." Answer. She ripped off the headset, ran to the break room. Mark found her 20 minutes later, curled on the floor. Calls had stopped. Screens normal. They gave her paid leave, investigated, found nothing technical. Calls ceased entirely after that night. Kayla never returned to dispatching. Moved to Dayton, works days in an office. But every phone she owns landline, cell rings once a year at 2:47 a.m. on the anniversary. Unknown number. She never answers anymore. The center updated protocols. Vacant house calls now auto-rerouted to a silent log. Staff whisper about the silent callers. Those who died alone, reaching out one last time through lines that should be dead. Some say the system remembers every emergency that came too late. Some pleas never stop trying. If this extended true 911 dispatcher horror story from the United States made you afraid of unknown calls, hit like, subscribe for more long terrifying tales, and comment your country below. Not every emergency gets answered in time. Some keep calling forever. ## The Watcher in the Walls, a true stalker and home intrusion horror story, United Kingdom. In a quiet Victorian terraced house on a leafy street in Bath, Somerset, United Kingdom, a 34-year-old freelance illustrator named Claire moved in during the summer of 2024. The 3-story red brick property, built in 1887, had been recently renovated but retained original features. High ceilings, sash windows, ornate cornices, and thick internal walls that muffled sound perfectly. Claire had bought it at auction after a divorce, craving solitude and a fresh start far from London. The house was on a gentle hill overlooking the city, with a small walled garden at the back, and a basement converted into a studio. Neighbors were friendly but kept to themselves. It felt safe, private. Claire settled in quickly. She painted the master bedroom soft gray, set up her drawing table in the basement, and adopted a rescue tabby cat named Oliver for company. The first few weeks were peaceful. Long days working on children's book commissions, evenings walking Bathurst Georgian streets, weekends exploring nearby countryside. But in late August, small things began to feel off. One morning she came downstairs to find her kitchen cupboard doors all open. She lived alone. Oliver couldn't reach them. She closed them, blaming forgetfulness. The next day, her studio chair was pulled out and angled toward the small basement window that looked onto the side alley. She always pushed it in flush against the desk. Again, she dismissed it. Then the notes started. Tiny slips of paper torn from her own sketchbook left in unexpected places. The first on her bathroom mirror. "You look tired. Rest." Neat handwriting, not hers. She searched the house top to bottom. Doors locked, windows secure, no sign of entry. She installed a Ring camera at the front door and a motion sensor in the hallway. Footage showed nothing unusual. But the notes continued. "Beautiful dress today. Love your laugh. Don't work too late. Always complimentary, almost affectionate." Claire stopped wearing certain clothes, started varying her routine. She told no one at first, didn't want to seem paranoid. By September, the presence escalated. She would wake in the night sensing someone in the room. Oliver would stare fixedly at corners, back arched, hissing at empty air. One night, Claire woke to the mattress dipping at the foot of her bed, as if someone sat down heavily. She flicked on the light. Empty. But the duvet was creased exactly where weight had pressed. She confided in her sister over the phone. "Change the locks," her sister urged. Claire did high-security deadbolts, window locks reinforced. The notes stopped for a week. Relief was short-lived. In October, while working late in the basement, Claire heard faint footsteps overhead, slow, deliberate pacing across the ground floor. She froze. Oliver bolted upstairs. Claire grabbed a heavy metal ruler as a makeshift weapon and crept up the stairs. Every light was off, exactly as she'd left them. No one, but the fridge door stood open. Inside, her food rearranged items grouped by color, labels facing outward perfectly. She called police. Officers searched thoroughly attic, under stairs, garden shed. Nothing. No fingerprints but hers. They suggested a hidden camera or ex-husband prank. Claire had no ex with keys. CCTV showed no one entering or leaving. The intrusions became intimate. Her underwear drawer rifled, certain items folded differently. Perfume bottles turned so labels faced the same direction. One morning her toothbrush was wet used. Claire installed more cameras. Living room, kitchen, bedroom, basement, all wired to her phone. For days, only her movements. Then, one night at 3:12 a.m., the bedroom camera notification pinged. Footage showed her sleeping peacefully. Then slowly, the wardrobe door opposite the bed eased open 2 inches. No one visible pushed it. It stayed open. Oliver, on the windowsill, stared at it unblinking. 30 seconds later, the door closed silently again. Claire fled to a hotel. From there, she hired a private security firm to sweep the house. Thermal imaging, fiber optics in walls, listening devices. They found something in the attic, a narrow void between the original Victorian ceiling and the modern suspended one below the top floor, accessible only through a concealed panel behind water tanks. Inside the void, a thin camping mattress, empty water bottles, protein bar wrappers, a small LED lamp, and a notebook filled with hundreds of dated entries. The handwriting matched the notes. Entries described Claire's daily routine in meticulous detail: what she wore, what she ate, how long she showered, quotes of phone conversations overheard. The earliest entry was dated 3 weeks before she moved in, observations of the empty house, then of removal men, then of Claire viewing with the estate agent. The final entry, the night she left. "She's scared now. Good, she need me soon." The void had a perfect vantage. Tiny peepholes drilled through the plaster roses in her bedroom ceiling, cornice invisible from below, giving a full view of the bed. Similar holes in the living room and bathroom. The intruder had been living above her the entire time, moving silently when she was out or asleep. Police staked out the house. 2 nights later, they caught him emerging from the attic panel. A 41-year-old man named Daniel Rees, unemployed, no prior convictions. He'd been a contractor on the pre-sale renovation, had keys briefly, copied one, learned the house's hidden spaces. Became obsessed watching Claire view it, decided it was their house. He'd lived in the void for months, exiting only when she was away for hours. In interview, he spoke calmly, almost lovingly. Said he never meant harm, just wanted to be close, protect her, share the space without disturbing her life. He'd watched her sleep every night, listened to her cry after bad days, rearranged things to help her be more organized. She never knew I was there, he said. We were happy. Claire sold the house immediately. Moved to a modern 4th-floor flat with concierge and no attic. She still checks ceilings for drill holes. Still varies routines. Oliver sleeps on her pillow now, always facing the door. Bath police confirmed similar cases rare, but real. People living secretly in lofts, wall cavities, basements of strangers' homes for months, years. Watching, waiting, never touching until they do. Some houses have more than one occupant. Some walls hide more than pipes and wires. And sometimes, the person who knows your habits best isn't a friend. If this extended true stalker horror story from the United Kingdom left you checking your attic, hit like, subscribe for more long disturbing tales, and comment your country below. You're never as alone in your home as you think. Lock everything, always. The Endless Corridor, a true haunted school and dorm room horror story, United States. In the rolling hills of upstate New York, USA, stands Eldridge College, a small, private liberal arts school founded in 1892 on land once occupied by a 19th century sanitarium for tuberculosis patients. The campus is picturesque, Gothic stone buildings covered in ivy, tree-lined paths, a central quad with an old chapel. But the oldest dormitory, Hawthorne Hall, built in 1901, has always carried a heavier atmosphere. Its long, narrow corridors, high ceilings, and thick oak doors seem to absorb sound. Students over the generations have whispered about Hawthorne doors opening on their own, footsteps echoing when no one walks, cold spots that linger in certain rooms. In the fall semester of 2024, a 19-year-old sophomore named Sophia moved into room 312 on the 3rd floor, unaware that she was about to experience the building's darkest secret. Sophia was a psychology major from Albany, quiet and studious, excited to have a single room after a chaotic freshman year with roommates. Room 312 was at the far end of the East Wing corridor, a long, straight hallway with 15 rooms on each side, lit by antique brass sconces that cast warm but flickering light. The room itself was small, a twin bed under a tall arched window overlooking the quad, a wooden desk, built-in wardrobe, and radiator that clanked rhythmically. The floorboards creaked under carpet, and the door had an old-fashioned skeleton key lock. Resident assistants joked that Hawthorne was quirky but charming. Sophia decorated with string lights, posters, and plants, making it feel like home. The first week was normal. Classes, dining hall meals, late-night study sessions. But on the 8th night, around 2:30 a.m., Sophia woke suddenly to the sound of footsteps in the corridor. Slow, deliberate someone walking the length of the hall, pausing outside each door as if listening. She sat up, heart racing. The footsteps stopped directly outside 312. Silence. Then the handle turned slowly once, twice before stopping. The door stayed locked. Sophia checked her phone. No notifications from the dorm security app. She texted the group chat with friends on the floor. Everyone asleep, no one walking. She told herself it was a dream and went back to sleep. The next morning, the Rhea Megan laughed it off. Hawthorne special. Happens to everyone at first. Old pipes, drafty windows. But the footsteps returned every few nights, always around 2:30 a.m., always the same pattern. Starting at the stairwell, walking the full corridor, pausing longest at 312. Sophia began leaving her desk lamp on. One night, she recorded audio on her phone. The footsteps were clear measured, heavy boots on wood. But when she opened the door mid-pause, the corridor was empty. Motion sensor lights at both ends stayed off. By October, other things started. Her door would be found unlocked in the morning, though she always double-checked. Items moved. Books rearranged on her shelf in alphabetical order she never used. Her laptop closed when left open. Clothes in the wardrobe folded with military precision. Once, she returned from class to find her bed made perfectly hospital corners. Pillows fluffed, though housekeeping only came weekly and never on Tuesdays. Sophia asked neighbors. Most shrugged, but a senior on the second floor, Leon, pulled her aside. Third floor east wing is the worst. My freshman year, my roommate swore someone watched her sleep. We moved out mid-semester. He mentioned old campus lore. In the 1920s, Hawthorne housed recovering sanitarium patients while the college expanded. One patient, a young woman named Eleanor Graves, admitted for nervous exhaustion, wandered the halls at night, checking doors, convinced her child was hidden in one of the rooms. She died in 1927 during a harsh winter, found frozen in the corridor after a fire door malfunctioned. Since then, residents reported a woman in a white nightgown walking the halls, trying doors. Sophia researched in the college archives. Eleanor Graves, age 24, admitted 1924 after losing a baby. Medical notes describe hallucinations believing the child was alive, hidden by staff. She escaped her room repeatedly, searching dorms. On February 14, 1927, she was found in the East Wing corridor, door to the stairwell jammed by ice. Cause of death: hypothermia. Activity intensified. Sophia began seeing glimpses in her peripheral vision, a pale figure at the corridor's end, vanishing when she turned. Her room grew colder than others. The radiator worked, but frost sometimes formed inside the window. One night she woke to find her breath visible. The wardrobe door was open. Inside, hanging among her clothes, was a faded white cotton nightgown, 1920s style, yellowed with age. She'd never seen it before. She took photos, showed Megan. The Rayo went pale. That's not ours. Housekeeping doesn't store stuff like that. They bagged it for campus security. But the next day, it was gone from the evidence locker. Sophia requested a room change. Denied. Hawthorne was full. She started sleeping with friends on other floors. But even there, she heard faint footsteps overhead, following the exact layout of the third floor corridor. Thanksgiving break emptied the dorm. Sophia stayed to catch up on papers, enjoying the silence. The first night alone, she worked late in the study lounge at the corridor's end. At 2:30 a.m., the footsteps began louder, closer. She froze. They walked the full length, paused outside the lounge door. The handle turned. Sophia backed against the wall. The door stayed locked, but cold seeped under it. Then a soft voice, female, pleading, "Let me in. She's crying." Sophia ran to her room, barricaded the door with her desk. She called campus security. Officer arrived 20 minutes later. Corridor empty, temperature normal. But frost coated the lounge door handle, only the handle. Finals week brought exhaustion. Sophia pulled all-nighters, fueled by coffee. One dawn, returning from the bathroom, she noticed something wrong. The corridor seemed longer. She counted doors, normally 15 on each side, now 17. 2 extra at the far end, where the wall should be solid. The new doors were identical oak, brass numbers 314A and 314B. Her room was 312. She blinked, rubbed eyes. Door still there. Heart pounding, she approached. 314A's handle was ice cold. She pushed, unlocked. Inside, a perfect replica of her room, but frozen in time. 1920s furniture. Iron bed, no electricity, only a kerosene lamp flickering though unlit. On the bed lay the white nightgown, neatly folded. At the foot, a small bundle wrapped in blanket. As Sophia stared, the bundle moved slightly, a faint cry like a newborn. She slammed the door, ran to the stairwell. But the stairs led only up to a bricked-off wall, down to another identical corridor. She was trapped in a loop. Every level the same endless hallway, extra doors appearing. Sophia pounded on friends' doors, empty rooms, dust thick. She called 911 from her dying phone. Operator heard her panic, dispatched campus security and local police. But when they arrived, Hawthorne was normal. Sophia found in the third-floor lounge, asleep on a couch, phone dead. No extra doors. Corridor standard length. Security reviewed cameras. Sophia walking the hall normally, entering the lounge, sitting down. No loop, no extra doors. But her phone photos taken minutes before battery died showed the extended corridor clearly. Time-stamped, undoctored per forensics. Sophia withdrew for the semester, moved off campus. Therapy helped, but she avoids long hallways. Still hears faint footsteps in her new apartment, always pausing outside her bedroom door. Hawthorne's East Wing was closed for renovations, spring 2025. Workers reported tools moving, cold spots, doors unlocking. One found a 1920s nurse's log in the walls. Eleanor Graves. Final entry. I hear her crying behind the door. I must find her. The college relocated residence. Room 312 remains empty. But late at night, security patrols report the third-floor corridor lights flickering in sequence, as if someone walks the full length, pausing at each door, listening. Some buildings remember their grief. Some corridors stretch farther than architecture allows. And some mothers never stop searching for a child only they can hear. If this extended true haunted dorm horror story from the United States left you afraid of empty hallways, hit like, subscribe for more long chilling tales, and comment your country below. Not every door in old buildings leads where you expect. Some open onto grief that never ends. The Buried Signal, a true glitch in the Matrix and reality distortion horror story. France. In the picturesque coastal town of Etretat, Normandy, France famous for its towering white chalk cliffs, natural arches, and pebble beaches, a 27-year-old software developer named Lucas rented a small stone cottage for a 2-week solo retreat in November 2024. The cottage, built in the 1800s, sat on a narrow lane just above the beach, with a direct view of the iconic Aiguille Needle Rock. Lucas had come to unplug, finish debugging a complex app, and enjoy long walks along the shore. The house had thick stone walls, exposed beams, a wood-burning stove, and spotty Wi-Fi perfect for focus. The landlord warned him the cellar was damp and best avoided, but otherwise it was charming. Lucas arrived on a foggy afternoon. Rain pattered on the slate roof as he unpacked. The cottage had 2 floors, kitchen and living room below, bedroom and bathroom above, with a steep wooden staircase connecting them. A locked door under the stairs led to the cellar. He settled in quickly, laptop on the heavy oak dining table, groceries stocked, stove crackling. That first evening, he walked the beach at dusk, watching waves crash against the cliffs. Everything felt peaceful. The first oddity happened on the 3rd night. Lucas woke around 3 a.m. to a low humming, steady, mechanical, coming from below the floorboards. He got up, pressed his ear to the wood. The sun vibrated faintly, like distant machinery. He checked the kitchen, no appliances running. The humming stopped when he stood. Shrugging it off as old pipes or the sea, he went back to bed. Over the next days, the humming returned nightly, always around 3 a.m., always stopping when he investigated. His phone began acting strange, time jumping forward minutes at a time, then correcting itself. Photos he took of the cliffs showed faint grid-like overlays, as if reality had pixels. He blamed the damp air affecting electronics. On the 7th day, exploring the beach at low tide, Lucas discovered a rusted metal hatch half buried in the pebbles directly below his cottage. Waves had exposed it. Curious, he pried it open with a rock. Inside, a concrete shaft descending into darkness, ladder rungs bolted to the wall. Cold air rose, carrying a faint metallic smell. At the bottom, 20 feet down, his phone torch revealed a narrow tunnel running parallel to the beach World War II era, likely part of the Atlantic Wall defenses. Graffiti in faded German rusted cables along the walls. He climbed down briefly, took photos, then sealed the hatch and returned home. That night, the humming was louder. It pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. Lucas descended the cottage stairs to check the cellar door still locked, chain intact. But the humming came from behind it. He fetched bolt cutters from his car, snapped the chain. The door groaned open to stone steps leading down. Damp air rushed up. He descended with torch and phone. The cellar was larger than expected, a long chamber with brick arches, old wine racks empty and rotting. At the far end, a modern steel door completely out of place, keypad lock glowing faintly red. The humming emanated from behind it. Lucas tried random codes, nothing. He took photos, noted the door's serial number, and retreated, chaining the outer door again. Researching online the next morning, Lucas found scattered references. During the Cold War, NATO installed secret communication bunkers along the Normandy coast for emergency broadcasting. Most declassified, some rumored sealed forever. One forum post mentioned an Etretat relay station, buried under civilian properties, abandoned after a 1987 malfunction. No official records. The glitches worsened. Lucas would walk the same beach path and end up at a different arch. Time on his watch lagged behind his phone by minutes, then sensed suddenly. Mirrors in the cottage showed him a second behind, movements delayed. Once, filming the cliffs, playback showed a figure standing beside him in the frame tall, in a gray uniform that hadn't been there. On the 10th night, storm raging, power flickered. The humming became a voice distorted, repeating numbers in French. Coordinates, frequencies, Lucas recorded it. Translated, the coordinates pointed exactly to his cottage's cellar. He descended again. The steel door's keypad glowed green unlocked. It swung open silently. Beyond, a narrow corridor lit by emergency strips, leading to a small control room. Consoles covered in dust, screens cracked, reel-to-reel tapes scattered. In the center, a large transmitter still humming faintly, red standby light blinking. On a desk, a logbook open to November 1987. Last entry. Signal loop initiated. Containment protocol failed. Reality bleed detected. Evacuate surface. Lucas felt dizzy. The room's clock showed 3 o'clock a.m. Exactly frozen. His phone, no signal, battery draining fast. He touched the transmitter, static shock. Screens flickered to life, briefly displaying live feed of the cottage upstairs, from angles impossible. Inside walls, under floorboards. One feed showed him standing in the bunker current moment, but from behind, as if another camera watched him now. He ran. Up the cellar stairs, slammed the door. But the cottage felt wrong. Furniture slightly shifted. Days blurred. Lucas tried leaving. Drove toward the camp, road looped back to Etretat. Train station tickets sold out indefinitely. Phone calls dropped. People in town greeted him like a local, asking about his years here. A shopkeeper mentioned his wife who left in '89. He returned to the bunker. The transmitter's light now green active. Tapes labeled with dates. His arrival date among them. Playing 1. His own voice, distorted, narrating his experiences past tense. Lucas arrived in November 2024. Discovered bunker. Cycle continues. The logbook had new entries in his handwriting, but he hadn't written them. Detailing future days. Attempts to destroy equipment. Failed escapes. Gradual acceptance. Final entry, dated tomorrow. Understands now. Becomes caretaker. Waits for next arrival. Lucas tried smashing consoles. Tools bounced off. Power cables indestructible. He climbed the beach hatching merge to the same storm, same night. Time fractured. He lived days repeatedly. Waking, discovering hatch, entering bunker, reading log. Each loop, memories layered. He aged slightly gray hairs, wrinkles while the world outside stayed. November 2024. In one loop, he found a note in his pocket. Break the signal. Burn the tapes. He tried. Flames wouldn't catch. Another loop, a photo of himself older, standing beside the transmitter, uniform gray. The entity or effect spoke through speakers. Not malevolent, but trapped. The 1987 malfunction created a temporal pocket. The bunker broadcast a containment signal that folded local reality inward. Anyone entering reset the loop. Previous caretakers, dozens since 1987, tried escaping, failed, eventually maintained the system to prevent wider bleed. Lucas became the latest. Memories of outside life faded. He learned routines, monitor consoles, update log, greet the new arrival himself. But in the final recorded loop, his 147th, he found a difference. The transmitter's standby switch slightly loose. He pried it. Cut a hidden wire with glass from a broken screen. Sparks. Screens went dark. Humming stopped. Reality snapped. He climbed cellar stairs to morning light, real morning, birds singing. Outside, cliffs normal. Phone signal full. Date. Day after his planned departure. He drove away immediately, never returned. Sold the rental car in Paris, flew home to Lyon, but glitches linger. Clocks occasionally freeze at 3 a.m. Photos show faint grid overlays. And every November, his phone receives a single text from unknown number, coordinates to a Tretat cellar. Message. Cycle broken? Confirm. Lucas never replies. Changes numbers. Avoids Normandy. Works remotely. But sometimes, staring at code on his screen, lines repeat unnaturally. He hears faint humming through headphones. The bunker waits beneath the cottage transmitter, dark, but not destroyed. Loop paused, not ended. Waiting for the next curious tenant who hears the hum. Some signals were never meant to be answered. Some places full time to protect or imprison the world outside. If this extended true glitch in the Matrix horror story from France left you questioning reality, hit like, subscribe for more long disturbing tales, and comment your country below. Check your basements carefully. Some doors open onto more than storage. The shadows beneath the bridge, a true supernatural creature and cryptid encounter. Horror story, United Kingdom. In the ancient city of York, North Yorkshire, United Kingdom, surrounded by medieval walls and crisscrossed by the rivers Ouse and Foss, stands the historic Lendal Bridge, a cast-iron structure built in 1863 that connects the city center to the railway station. Beneath its arches, the river flows dark and swift, carrying centuries of secrets. Locals have long whispered about something living under the bridges of York, not ghosts, but something flesh and blood, or close to it. Sightings date back to Roman times. Tall, thin figures seen wading in the shallows at night, eyes reflecting light like animals. In the autumn of 2024, a 25-year-old history graduate student named Thomas became the latest to encounter what some call the York River Walker. Thomas had moved to York to research his dissertation on medieval water folklore for the university. He rented a small flat overlooking the Ouse, just a short walk from Lendal Bridge. Nights were spent in archives or pubs, days walking the riverbanks photographing old mill sites and bridges. He was rational, dismissive of ghost tours, focused on facts. But York's rivers have a way of changing people. The first sighting was in late September. Thomas was returning from a late library session around 1 a.m., cutting across Lendal Bridge to save time. Fog rolled thick off the water, muffling traffic. Halfway across, he heard splashing below, not the usual lap of current, but deliberate, like long limbs moving through water. He leaned over the railing, phone torch cutting the mist. In the shadows under the arch, something tall stood waist-deep in the river. At least 7 feet thin, skin pale and slick like a seal's. Limbs too long, joints bending wrong. Head hairless, elongated, turned toward him. Eyes caught the light yellow, glowing faintly. Thomas froze. The figure tilted its head, as if listening. Then it sank slowly beneath the surface without ripple. He backed away, heart pounding, telling himself it was a drunk swimmer or trick of fog. But the image burned behind his eyes. Over the following weeks, the sightings multiplied. Always at night, always under bridges Lendal, Skeldergate, Ouse Bridge. Thomas began walking the river path deliberately after dark, notebook in hand, trying to debunk it. He saw it 3 more times, once climbing the stone embankment on all 4's, movements fluid but unnatural. Once standing motionless in shallows, staring up at traffic. Once dragging something long and dark from the water, looked like debris or worse. He researched. York's archives held scattered reports. 12th century chronicle mentioning watermen stealing fishermen's catches. 19th century newspaper clippings of ghastly figures seen under bridges during floods. 1970s police logs of tall nude male reports, always vanishing before arrival. Modern forums called it the York River Troll or Foss creature. Some linked it to Celtic water spirits, others to escaped experiments. No photos, phones always glitched, screens blacking out. By October, it noticed him back. Thomas would feel watched on walks. Splashing followed his steps along the bank. Once, crossing Lendal Bridge, his phone buzzed with a text from unknown number, a single emoji of eyes. He changed numbers. The texts continued on the new one. The creature began leaving signs. Fish heads arranged in circles on the river path where he walked. Long, thin footprints in mud, 5 toes, but webbed, leading from water to grass, then vanishing. Once, a smooth river stone on his doorstep, carved with a crude eye symbol. Thomas confided in a local folklorist, Dr. Elaine Harrow, over coffee. She'd collected stories for decades. "It's older than the city," she said quietly. Roman soldiers wrote of long-limbed guardians in the Ouse. Viking sagas mention river drogran-dead things that walk water. It doesn't harm unless provoked. Feeds on fish, drowned animals, but it chooses people sometimes. Marks them, follows. She warned him to stop seeking it. It wants acknowledgement. Give it that, and it may claim more. Thomas couldn't stop. Obsession grew. He bought a waterproof camera, night vision goggles. Camped on the riverbank under Lendal Bridge one November night, hidden in bush. At 2:14 a.m., it emerged. Slowly rising from the water directly below, dripping, skin glistening gray-green under streetlights. Closer now, details clear. No clothes, body emaciated but muscled. Fingers and toes elongated with webbing, face almost human but mouth too wide, eyes large and yellow. It sniffed the air, head turning toward his hiding spot. Thomas held his breath. The creature climbed to the embankment silently, joints clicking softly. It stopped 10 feet away, staring into darkness where he crouched. Then it spoke not words but a low clicking trill, like dolphins mixed with human throat sounds. It reached out one long arm, palm up, as if offering. He ran, crashed through bushes, back to his flat. Locked doors drew curtains. But at 3 a.m., scratching began slow, deliberate on his ground floor window. He peeked. The creature stood outside, head level with the glass despite the drop to street. It pressed a webbed hand to the pane, leaving a slimy print, eyes locked on his. Then it sank below the window frame, vanishing. The marking escalated. Thomas found wet footprints in his hallway leading from door to bedroom, though locked. River smell lingered. His reflection in mirrors lagged slightly. Dreams of deep water, pressure, the creature's face inches from his. In December, floods hit York. Ooze rose high, spilling over banks. Thomas, against sense, went to Lendal Bridge during storm. Water raged below. The creature stood in the flood, unmoving, watching him from the torrent. It raised both arms, beckoning. He felt pulled, step by step, toward the railing. Wind howled, rain lashed. At the edge, a hand gripped his shoulder. Dr. Harrow, out searching for him. She yanked him back. Don't look at it. They fled to her house. She burned sage, drew salt lines, told him the truth from oldest records. The creature was bound to the rivers, guardian or remnant of something pre-human. It chose speakers, people to carry its story or its bloodline. Once chosen, escape rare. Thomas tried leaving York. Train to London derailed by flood. Car engine failed on motorway. Bus broke down outside city limits. Always pulled back. On Christmas Eve, river at peak, he woke to water seeping under his door. Flat flooding from inside. He ran upstairs to roof access. City lights below, river swollen. The creature climbed the building fingers, finding holds in brickwork. Reached the roof, dripping, standing 10 feet away. It spoke clearly, this time voice wet, echoing. Join, see, remember. Thomas backed to the edge. Below, floodwaters lapped building base. The creature stepped closer, arms open. He jumped not into water, but onto neighboring roof. Scrambled down fire escape, ran to cathedral. Sanctuary bells rang midnight. The creature stopped at the boundary, unable to cross consecrated ground. Thomas stayed in the cathedral until dawn. River receded by morning. No more sightings. He left York permanently. Lives in Edinburgh now, far from major rivers. Works as archivist. But every flood season he receives packages, smooth river stones carved with eyes. Wet footprints appear in his hallway after rain. And sometimes in large bodies of water, he sees tall shapes moving just below the surface. York's rivers still flow dark, bridges stand watch. And beneath Lendal, something ancient waits for the next person who looks too long over the railing. The river walker remembers those who see it. Some stories aren't meant to be carried alone. If this extended true cryptid horror story from the United Kingdom left you afraid of bridges at night, hit like, subscribe for more long, terrifying tales. And comment your country below. Some things in the water have been watching us longer than we've watched them. Stay on dry ground. The Last Train from Platform 9, a true road trip and ghost train horror story, Germany. In the sprawling rail network of Berlin, Germany, the city's S-Bahn and U-Bahn systems weave through modern stations and forgotten relics of the past, some lines abandoned after the wall fell, others quietly decommissioned. One such relic is the old Siemensbahn, a short stretch in the western suburbs, once connecting industrial areas, closed in 1980 and left to rust. But rumors persist among rail workers and urban explorers about a phantom train that still runs on disused tracks, appearing only on foggy winter nights. In December 2024, a 32-year-old train enthusiast and part-time vlogger named Felix decided to investigate the legend for his channel, leading to an experience that blurred the line between past and present. Felix lived in Charlottenburg, fascinated by Berlin's transport history. He collected old timetables, rode every active line, and filmed abandoned stations. The Siemensbahn legend caught his attention. A ghost train silver 1920s stock scene on the overgrown tracks near Jungfernheide, always heading east toward the city center. Lights on but no passengers visible. Reports dated back decades. Drivers spotting it from parallel lines, security cams glitching, faint horn sounds at midnight. Felix planned a careful exploration. He studied maps, noted access points through fenced industrial zones. On a cold December evening, fog thick as smoke, he parked near the old Wernerworks station platform crumbling, tracks reclaimed by weeds. Dressed in dark clothes, backpack with camera, drone, and recorder, he slipped through a gap in the fence. The air smelled of rust and damp earth. Fog muffled distant traffic. He walked the tracks eastward, headlamp dimmed red to preserve night vision. Rails still gleamed faintly, as if occasionally used. After 20 minutes, he reached a signal post, lights dark but fresh oil on the mechanism. Odd. The line had no power. At 11:47 p.m. fog swirled. A low rumble grew vibration through rails. Felix froze. Headlights pierced the mist ahead. Two round beams, old-fashioned, approaching slowly. The train emerged silver carriages, 1920s Berlin's Bern design, windows glowing warm yellow. No graffiti, pristine as new. It rolled past at walking pace, silent except for wheel clatter. Faces at windows. Men in fedoras, women in cloche hats, children pressed to glass, all staring straight ahead, expressions blank. Felix filmed, heart racing. The train didn't stop. No driver visible in the cab. It continued east, lights fading into fog. He followed on foot along the embankment, drone launched for overhead shots. The train vanished around a curved tracks there ended at a barricade. He reached the barricade. No train, no lights, only empty rails stretching into darkness. Drone footage. The train visible one frame, gone the next. Excited, Felix uploaded teaser clips. Views exploded overnight. Comments flooded. Warnings from old rail workers. Don't follow it next time. It takes riders. He returned 3 nights later, same fog. This time the train stopped at the old platform ruins. Doors opened with pneumatic hiss. Interior lights flickered invitingly. Empty carriages, seats worn velvet. A faint smell of coal smoke and ozone. Felix hesitated, then boarded the rear car for footage. Doors closed behind him. Train lurched forward gently. No announcement, no conductor. He filmed empty compartments, Art Deco fixtures perfect. Stations passed ghost platforms with 1930s signs. Wernerwerk. Siemensstadt overgrown but lit as if operational. The train accelerated. Berlin suburbs blurred yet wrong. Buildings older, no modern towers. Signs in Gothic script. Passengers appeared gradually. 1920s attire, silent, staring forward. A man in Weimaraner suit nodded politely. A woman with bobbed hair clutched a newspaper date 1928. Felix tried doors between cars locked. Windows wouldn't open. His phone, no signal. Battery draining fast. The train entered a tunnel non-existent on maps. Lights dimmed. Passengers turned heads slowly, eyes on him. A conductor appeared, uniform crisp, face pale. Punched a ticket Felix didn't have. End of line, he said in old Berlin dialect. All change, train slowed. Platform lights. Anhalter Bahnhof. Bombed in World War II, demolished 1960. Yet here intact, bustling with 1920s travelers. Doors opened. Passengers disembarked, melting into crowds. Felix stayed aboard, filming. Train pulled away empty except him. Lights failed. Darkness total. Then emergency bulbs glowed red. Carriages changed war damage. Shattered windows. Bullet holes. Soot stains. Signs in Nazi script. Empty except shadows of soldiers. Next stop. Same platform, now ruined, moonlight through collapsed roof. Year shifted 1945. Rubble fires distant. Passengers now. Refugees bandaged carrying bundles. Felix pounded doors. Locked. Train moved again. Through tunnel to East Berlin era wall visible. Guards with rifles. Passengers gray. Fearful. He realized the train looped Berlin's history. Each circuit a different era. Trapped riders relived the city's pain. Final loop, modern day. Train emerged onto active S-Bahn tracks near Jungfernheide. Doors opened at a real platform. Felix stumbled out as commuters stared. Train vanished behind him, no rails connecting. He reached home shaking. Footage corrupted except one clip, him boarding, doors closing, his face terrified. The legend grew. Felix quit vlogging, works in IT now, avoids trains. But every foggy night, his phone receives timetable alerts for Siemensbahn Express, Platform 9, at midnight. Departure, non-existent station. Destination. End of line. Berlin's rails remember every era. Some trains never stop running. Some passengers never get off. If this extended true ghost train horror story from Germany chilled you to the core, hit like, subscribe for more long, terrifying tales, and comment your country below. Check platforms carefully. Some trains run on time that no longer exists. The Whispering Fields, a true supernatural creature and rural horror story. Italy. In the rolling hills of Tuscany, Italy near the medieval village of San Corico d'Orcia, stretches a vast expanse of golden wheat fields and olive groves, interrupted only by ancient cypress rows and crumbling stone farmhouses. The Val d'Orcia is UNESCO protected for its beauty postcard perfect, timeless. But locals know certain fields carry older names in dialect. I Campi Sussurranti, the Whispering Fields. In the harvest season of 2024, a 29-year-old American travel photographer named Isabella rented a restored farmhouse on the edge of those fields for a month-long project documenting rural Italian life. What began as a dream assignment became a slow descent into something that had waited centuries beneath the soil. Isabella arrived in late August. The farmhouse Castello dei Cipressi was 17th century stone, thick walls keeping it cool, terracotta floors, a large kitchen with open hearth, and 3 bedrooms upstairs. The property included 10 hectares of abandoned fields that sloped gently toward a dry riverbed lined with poplars. The landlord, an elderly contadino named Gino, warned her gently, "Don't walk the back fields after dark. The wind carries voices." Old superstition. He smiled, but his eyes didn't. Isabella laughed it off. She was from Chicago, pragmatic, loved solitude. Days were spent driving winding roads, photographing hill towns, vineyards, sharecroppers at work. Evenings, she edited on the terrace, glass of Brunello in hand, watching sunsets paint the fields amber. The whispers started on the 4th night. A soft rustle-like wind through wheat, but rhythmic, almost words. She stepped outside, the air still, stars bright. The sound came from the back fields, faint but persistent. Italian words, old dialect she didn't know, repeated in chorus. She recorded on her phone playback only wind. Shrugging, she blamed acoustics. Over days, the whispers grew clearer when she walked the field edges. Always at twilight or later. Words like resta, stay, torna, return, terra, earth. She asked Gino during a visit. He crossed himself. The fields remember the old ones. Before Etruscans, before Romans. Things that lived under the ground. They speak when someone listens too close, Isabella researched. Local archives mentioned pre-Etruscan settlements, underground chambers, fertility cults tied to the soil. Medieval records spoke of Susciuri dal grano, whispers from grain-driving farmers mad. 19th century folklore, tall thin figures seen at harvest moon, bodies wrapped in roots, pulling solitary walkers into earth. She dismissed it as colorful myth, but the fields drew her. She began daily walks, camera ready for golden hour shots. The wheat left wild grew taller than her, heads heavy. Paths appeared where none had been, leading deeper. One evening, golden light fading, she followed a new path. Wheat parted unnaturally. In a clearing, a perfect circle of bare soil, 10 meters wide. Center, a low mound like an ancient tumulus. No stones, just earth. The whispers loud here, dozens of voices, welcoming. She felt calm, almost euphoric. Knelt, touched soil. Warm, pulsing faintly. That night dreams. Being pulled gently underground, roots wrapping limbs, earth cool and safe. Woke with dirt under fingernails though she'd washed. Activity escalated. Footprints appeared around the farmhouse bare, elongated, 5 toes but splayed wide leading from fields to her door, then back. Soil on terrace, though no mud tracked in. Plants in her window boxes withered overnight, replaced by wild wheat sprouting impossibly. She found offerings. Braided wheat stalks on doorstep. Small clay figurines, crude fertility idols half buried in garden. Camera memory cards corrupted except one photo, the clearing circle, but in it stood tall figures thin, gray-green, limbs root-like, faces featureless yet watching. Isabella tried leaving. Car wouldn't start, battery drained, though new. Phone signal vanished beyond the property. Roads seemed to curve back to the farmhouse. Harvest moon rose full in September. Whispers became song beautiful, layered, calling her name clearly. She walked to the circle at midnight, barefoot, drawn. Soil soft, warm. Voices from below, come home. Join us. Feed the earth. She lay in the circle, ground soft like breath. Roots brushed ankles gentle, curious. Visions. Ancient people merging willingly with soil, becoming guardians, living forever in root and stem. Hunger for new blood to renew the land. A hand broke, surface-long fingers, bark-like skin caressed her cheek. Cold but comforting, more hands pulling tenderly downward. Gino found her at dawn, half buried to waist, asleep, smiling, wheat sprouting from soil around her. He dragged her out, burned sage, called the village priest. She woke screaming, covered in rich black earth that smelled of life. They took her to Siena Hospital. Doctors found nothing physical, only soil and lungs. Traces of ancient pollen extinct for millennia. Isabella recovered physically. Left Tuscany. Lives in Milan now, city center, no plants. But every spring her skin itches under surface, veins appear greener in light. She craves soil, dreams of roots. The farmhouse stands empty. Fields reclaimed fully. Travelers report. Walking Val d'Orcia at dusk, hearing beautiful singing from wheat. Seeing tall figures swaying among stalks. Paths appearing, leading to circles where earth breathes. Locals avoid the backfields after dark. Harvest left to machines, but the land remembers its old bargain. And sometimes, when soil is rich and moon full, it calls someone new to feed it. Some places want more than admiration. Some fields keep what they take. If this extended true rural horror story from Italy left you wary of open fields, hit like, subscribe for more long terrifying tales, and comment your country below. Stay on paved paths. The earth listens. The Lightkeepers return, a true haunted lighthouse and isolation horror story, Canada. On the rugged Atlantic coast of Nova Scotia, Canada, stands the isolated Sambro Island Lighthouse, Canada's oldest surviving lighthouse. Built in 1758 on a rocky outcrop battered by relentless storms. The island is small, barely 200 meters across, reachable only by boat in calm weather, with the tower rising 25 meters above crashing waves. Keepers lived there full-time until automation in 1988, enduring months of isolation, fog, and gales that drove some mad. In the summer of 2024, a 36-year-old marine biologist named Daniel volunteered for a government restoration project. Live on the island alone for 3 months to monitor seabird colonies and repair erosion damage around the historic structures. What he thought would be peaceful solitude became a slow confrontation with something that never left the light. Daniel arrived by fisheries boat on a clear June morning. The keeper's house, 2-story wooden, painted white, attached to the tower base, was stocked with supplies, generator fuel, satellite internet, and a radio. The tower itself, spiral iron stairs, lantern room with original Fresnel lens now dormant, replaced by a modern LED beacon. The island had no trees, only grass, rocks, and nesting gulls. Foghorn automated. No visitors expected. First weeks were idyllic. Days tagging puffins, repairing stone walls, evenings reading in the keeper's parlor with panoramic ocean views. Nights. The beacon swept automatically every 20 seconds. Light flashing through his bedroom window like a slow heartbeat. The first anomaly came on the 10th night. Daniel woke at 3:07 a.m. to the sound of footsteps on the iron stairs, measured, heavy boots climbing toward the lantern room. He sat up. The beacon continued flashing, but footsteps paused at the watchroom level, then resumed to the top. He grabbed a flashlight, climbed the tower, empty. Dust undisturbed on the floor except his own prints from earlier. The lantern door locked from inside. He had the only key. He logged it as dream or wind echo. But the footsteps returned every few nights, always 3:07 a.m., always climbing, pausing, descending slowly. Radio static increased, voices faint beneath weather reports. Old maritime English, coordinates, please for light the lamp. Daniel researched the lighthouse history via satellite link. Sambro had a dark past. 1800s keepers lost to storms. One murdered by his assistant in 1889, suicides from isolation. Most infamous. Joseph Walters, head keeper 1912 to 1937. Devoted, never missed a night. In the Great Gale of 1936, he kept the light burning manually for 72 hours straight as automation failed. Died of exhaustion days later, body found slumped at the lens. Legend said he refused to leave, believed the light was his duty forever. Activity escalated. The modern beacon began failing, shutting off for minutes. then restarting. Generator fine, batteries full. Daniel climbed to check. Lens rotating normally, but light dim as if veiled. One night, it stopped entirely. He activated emergency manual mode, cranking the old mechanism to rotate the lens with a flashlight inside. As he worked, cold hands guided his strong, calloused, not his. The light blazed brighter than possible with his small torch. Footsteps now accompanied him daily. Doors opened before he reached them. Tools moved to where he needed them next. The Keeper-S Logbook original 1930s volume stored in the house had new entries in faded ink. Storm coming. Keep light burning. New man good worker. Dates matched current. Fog rolled in thick for days in July. Visibility 0. Radio lost. Internet down. Daniel alone with the sea roaring. The footsteps became constant, pacing the tower, the house, the rocks outside. At night, a second shadow joined his on the walls, taller, in old keeper uniform. He began seeing Joseph, glimpses in the lantern glass reflection gaunt face, oilskin coat, eyes fixed on the horizon. Once, full apparition at the lens. Turning the mechanism though automated, mouthing, "Keep her lit." Daniel tried leaving. Boat scheduled for supply drop never arrived, storms too fierce. Radio calls unanswered. He was trapped. Isolation wore him. Sleep fractured. Dreams of endless storms, ships wrecking on rocks because light failed. Woke with saltburns on skin though no spray reached the house. August brought the worst gale in decades. Winds 140 kilometers per hour, waves crashing over the island. Modern beacon failed completely. Generator sputtered. Daniel climbed the tower in darkness, rain lashing to manual light the lamp with the emergency oil system, unused since 1936. As he primed the wick, Joseph appeared solid beside him, translucent but real. Hands over Daniel's, guiding. Together they lit the great lens. Light blazed across the storm, visible for miles. Daniel felt strength, not his own arms cranking the rotation hour after hour. Through the gale, he saw them. Ghost ships on the horizon, old schooners. Steamers veering away from rocks, saved by the light. Crews waving thanks from decks. Storm passed at dawn. Supply boat arrived. Crew found Daniel asleep at the lens base, exhausted but alive. Beacon working perfectly. Logbook new entry, not his handwriting. Duty shared. Light kept. He may go now. Daniel left the island that day. Project ended early. Lives in Halifax now, works on shore, refuses boats. But every major storm, his phone receives marine alerts for Sambro, though he's removed from lists. And sometimes, driving the coast at night, he sees the old light burning brighter than modern LED allows, sweeping the sea, guiding ships that only he can sense. Sambro light still stands automated, no keeper needed. But during great gales, fishermen report the beam stronger, steadier, as if hand-cranked by someone who never truly left. Some duties outlast death. Some lights need more than electricity. If this extended true lighthouse horror story from Canada left you listening for footsteps in the dark, hit like, subscribe for more long, terrifying tales, and comment your country below. Keep the light burning. Some watchers never rest. In the archive of unsent letters, a true workplace and psychological horror story. Spain. In the heart of Madrid, Spain, beneath the Gran Palacio de Correos now, the city hall lies a vast underground archive maintained by Correos Espaga, housing millions of undelivered letters, parcels, and postcards dating back to the 18th century. Known as the Archivo de Cartas Muertas, it occupies forgotten vaults where temperature is kept constant and light dimmed to preserve paper. In January 2025, a 31-year-old archivist named Carmen began a 6-month contract to digitize a newly discovered section. Correspondence from the Spanish Civil War era, sealed since 1939. What started as routine cataloging became an intimate, unrelenting haunting by voices that never reached their recipients. Carmen was meticulous, solitary by nature, with a master's in history from Salamanca. The archive job suited her, no public interaction, just dust, ink, and silence. She worked alone in Vault 7, a long brick chamber lined with steel shelves reaching the ceiling, accessible only by freight elevator and a biometric door. Lighting, low amber bulbs to prevent fading. Air, dry, faintly scented with old paper and wax seals. Her station, a wooden table with scanner, gloves, and laptop, connected to the secure server. The first letters were heartbreaking, but ordinary soldiers' notes to families, lovers separated by front lines, children's drawings for fathers who never returned. Carmen scanned, tagged, transcribed when handwriting faded. She wore headphones for white noise to block the distant hum of ventilation. On the 9th day, she opened a bundle tied with faded red ribbon. Inside, dozens of letters in the same elegant hand, addressed to me, Querida Elena, but never stamped, never sent. Sender, Captain Alvaro de la Viga, Nationalist Officer, dated 1937 to 1939. Contents: increasingly desperate declarations of love, plans to desert, pleas for Elena to wait. The final letter, undated. If you read this, know I tried to reach you. They come for me tonight. Forgive the silence. Carmen felt a chill unrelated to temperature. She logged the bundle, but the words lingered. That night, back in her small Chamartin flat, she dreamed of writing a letter she couldn't finish. Woke with ink smudges on fingers, though she owned no fountain pen. The incidents accumulated slowly. Letters she had scanned reappeared on her table unsorted, as if unread. Envelopes resealed themselves. One morning, a new letter lay atop a pile, same handwriting, addressed to Carmen Ruiz in modern ballpoint. Contents: you found us. Thank you for listening. Elena never knew. She reported it to Supervisor Prank by another staff. Vault 7 was single access. Logs showed only her entry. Cameras. No footage of anyone else. The unsent letters began arriving daily. Always Alvaro's hand, describing his growing obsession with Carmen's work. How she handled each page gently, read aloud difficult passages, paused at painful lines. He knew her routines, her coffee breaks, the scar on her left hand from childhood. Carmen stopped wearing headphones. The archive was never silent, now faint scratching of nib on paper, soft sighs, distant voices dictating words. She found fresh ink blots on pages centuries old. Research revealed Alvaro de la Viga, executed for suspected Republican sympathies in 1939. Body never claimed. Elena Martinez, his fiancée, waited years, died unmarried in 1982. Their letters intercepted by censors ended in dead letter office. Buried in vault during post-war chaos, the vault grew colder. Carmen's breath visible, though thermostats read 18 degrees Celsius. Letters multiplied overnight hundreds. All Alvaro to her. Content shifted. Pleased to answer. Descriptions of her life outside work. Route home, local cafe. Book on her knitstand. He watched through the letters, he wrote. They were his eyes now. She tried quitting. Contract penalty too high. Supervisor dismissed concern stress. Suggest therapy. In February, the letters became collaborative. Other hands joined. Elena's looping script. Soldiers under Alvaro's command. Civilians caught in crossfire. All addressing Carmen directly. Asking her to deliver messages, finish stories, grant closure they never had. She began replying, writing on archive paper, placing responses in bundles. Next day, answers appeared. Gratitude, more details, requests for specific actions. Burn a letter, read another aloud. The vault changed subtly. Shelves seemed deeper, aisles longer. She walked to end for a box, turned back to find table farther away. Once, lost for hours, though vault only 50 meters long. Found by security at shift end, dehydrated, clutching a letter dated tomorrow. Physical effects. Ink stains under skin like bruises, paper cuts that wouldn't heal, voice hoarse from reading aloud unconsciously. March brought the breaking point. A thick envelope addressed to the last reader. Inside, Alvaro's full confession, names of informers, location of hidden documents proving his innocence, coordinates to a mass grave near Guadalajara. Final page. Free us. Burn the vault. Let silence end. Carmen considered it. But arson, impossible fire suppression system, censors. Instead, she uploaded everything anonymously to a historical forum, scans, transcriptions, coordinates. Backlash swift. Authorities sealed vault pending investigation. Carmen suspended. That night, her flat filled with letters sliding under door, falling from ceiling, spilling from drawers. Thousands. All blank except one. Thank you. We go now. But one remains. She found it weeks later, tucked in her coat pocket. Elena's handwriting, dated 1982. He waited for someone like you. Now we are together. Keep the light on for others. The vault reopened after inquiry. Letters from that section gone, shelves empty, as if never filled. Investigation concluded misplacement during digitization. Carmen left Madrid. Works in a small village library in Galicia. No archives. But every January, on Alvaro's execution anniversary, a single letter arrives in her mailbox. No stamp, no return address. Always the same. Delivered. Thank you. Some messages take decades, centuries, to find the right reader. Some stories refuse silence until heard. The Room That Remembered, a true haunted apartment and memory horror story, United States. In the historic district of Savannah, Georgia, U.S., where Spanish moss drapes live oaks and antebellum mansions hide centuries of secrets, stands a narrow 3-story brick townhouse on Oglethorpe Square, built in 1856. Divided into apartments in the 1950s, the building retains original heart pine floors, 12-foot ceilings, and fireplaces in every room. In the spring of 2025, a 28-year-old writer named Harper leased the second-floor unit 2 bedrooms, parlor, kitchen overlooking the square for a quiet year to finish her debut novel. The landlord mentioned only that previous tenants moved on quickly. Harper, seeking inspiration in Savannah's haunted reputation, signed without hesitation. The apartment was beautiful. Sunlight through tall sash windows, crown molding, a clawfoot tub. She furnished minimally desk by the front window, bookshelves, plants. The back bedroom she used for storage. Door usually closed. First weeks were productive. Mornings writing in the parlor, afternoons walking Forsyth Park, evenings on the small balcony watching tourists on ghost tours below. The memories began subtly. Harper would enter the kitchen and smell fresh coffee brewing, though she hadn't made any. Or hear faint jazz 1940s big band from the parlor radio that wasn't plugged in. She defined her writing notebook open to pages she didn't remember filling, elegant cursive, describing Savannah scenes from decades past, descriptions too detailed, too lived in to be imagination. One night, working late, she dozed at her desk. Woke to find herself in the back bedroom, standing at the window, staring at the square though she'd never entered the room awake. The bed was made perfectly, though she'd piled boxes there. On the dresser, a silver hairbrush and comb set, antique, not hers. She moved the boxes out, slept in the front bedroom. But the apartment remembered routines not her own. Lights turned on in rooms she'd left dark. Water ran in the tub at 10 p.m. sharp though, no timer. Her clothes hung in the wardrobe, arranged by color and organization she'd never used. Harper researched the building. City archives revealed the townhouse belonged to Dr. Elias Hawthorne, prominent physician, 1880 to 1928. He lived on the second floor with wife Lillian and daughter Beatrice. Lillian died in 1918 flu pandemic. Beatrice, age 19, vanished in 1925 rumored elopement, though no trace. Elias died alone in 1928, found in the back bedroom. The apartment remained vacant years. Tenants reporting feeling watched, hearing a young woman crying, smelling lilac perfume. The intrusions deepened. Harper began losing time. Sitting to write at 8 p.m., next to where at midnight, 2 hours gone. Pages filled with Beatrice's diary-like entries. Longing for a forbidden lover, arguments with father, plans to leave Savannah, handwriting matched samples from archives. She woke in the back bedroom, repeatedly standing at the mirror, brushing hair with the silver set, wearing a white nightgown that appeared in the wardrobe. The mirror showed her, but eyes older, sadder. Once, reflection smiled when she didn't. Objects materialized. Sheet music for 1920s songs on the untouched piano. Love letters in feminine hand hidden in drawers. A locket with photo of a young man Beatrice's missing lover, according to old newspapers. Harper tried leaving. Booked a hotel, forgot why, returned home. Friends visited, felt uneasy, left early claiming headaches. Her novel progressed without effort, but plot mirrored Beatrice's life. Trapped daughter, controlling father, tragic end. In May, humidity rose. The apartment grew oppressive. Walls seemed to pulse faintly. Harper found herself speaking aloud in 1920s slang. Dreams merged with waking, living as Beatrice dances at Forbidden's clubs, stolen kisses in Forsyth Park, father's rage upon discovery. One storm night, power failed. Candles lit themselves. Harper Beatrice stood at the back window watching rain. Father's voice echoed through rooms. Elias, angry, forbidding her leaving, doors slammed. Footsteps heavy on stairs. She researched deeper. Beatrice hadn't eloped. Elias, possessive after wife's death, locked her in the apartment during episodes of hysteria. She died by suicide hanging in the back bedroom closet, ruled accidental by coroner friend. Body found by Elias, who burned her letters, hid the truth. The apartment didn't haunt with ghosts. It remembered and reenacted. Harper fought. Burned sage, called priests, played modern music loud. Temporary relief, but the room pulled harder. She'd wake with rope marks on neck, faint bruises on arms. Final week of lease, she packed to leave permanently. That night, the back bedroom door locked from inside, though no key. Windows painted shut. Phone dead. Power out again. She sat in parlor writing last entry in Beatrice's hand. He won, let me go. Now you understand. Stay with me. Morning. Landlord found door unlocked. Apartment empty. Boxes packed but Harper gone. No note. Car in space. Phone on desk, last photo. Back bedroom mirror showing two women, Harper and Beatrice, smiling together. Police searched. No trace. Case open but cold. The apartment rents quickly now, tenants always creative types. Always women in late 20s. They stay months, produce brilliant work, leave suddenly. Some return to visit, drawn inexplicably. The back bedroom remains furnished as 1925 silver brush set, gleaming white nightgown on bed. Landlords don't touch it. Savannah has many ghosts. But some places don't want spirits to leave. They want company forever. The echo beneath the floorboards. A true home intrusion and hidden resident horror story. Sweden. In the quiet suburb of Bromma, just outside Stockholm, Sweden, stands a row of identical 1950s red wooden villas with white trim, steep roofs, and small basements typical of post-war Swedish housing. In the early winter of 2025, a 30-year-old graphic designer named Linnea bought one of these villas after inheriting money from her grandmother. The house was well maintained. 2 bedrooms upstairs, open-plan living and kitchen on ground level, a finished basement with laundry and storage. The previous owner, an elderly man, had died peacefully in hospital. The place was empty 6 months. Linnea loved the light, the garden, the silence. She moved in February, snow still thick on the ground. The first oddity was small. Linnea would come home from her studio to find cupboard doors in the kitchen slightly open. She lived alone, no pets, no visitors yet. She blamed wind through old seals. Then food disappeared slowly. Half a loaf of bread gone, cheese wrapper in bin, though she hadn't eaten it. She installed a simple indoor camera covering kitchen and hallway. Footage showed nothing, just empty rooms. The basement felt colder than it should. Thermostat read normal, but breath fogged down there. Linnea used it rarely, washer, dryer, holiday boxes. One night doing laundry, she heard faint movement below the floor, soft shuffling, like someone shifting weight on the concrete. She froze. Sound stopped. She checked. Empty, dust undisturbed except her footprints. Sounds escalated. At night, from her upstairs bedroom, muffled thuds from the ground floor drawers opening. Footsteps slow and deliberate. She creeped downstairs with phone torch. Nothing moved, everything in place. But the fridge door sometimes stood ajar. Light on. Milk carton lighter. Linnea confided in her neighbor Astrid, elderly like the previous owner. Astrid went quiet. The old man, Herr Larsen, he was very private. Never married, no children. Kept to himself. Some said he had a brother. But no one saw him. Research revealed Herr Larsen had a twin brother, Victor, institutionalized in the 1970s for schizophrenia. Released in the 1990s, address unknown. No death record. Linnea added more cameras, living room, basement stairs, hallway. One March night, the basement camera notification pinged at 3:14 a.m. Footage. The storage room door, always kept closed, eased open slowly. A thin, pale hand emerged, fingers long, nails yellowed. Then nothing. Door stayed open, no figure visible. She called police. Officers searched thoroughly. Attic hatch, under stairs, behind furnace. Nothing. No signs of entry. Basement window painted shut from inside decades ago. They suggested rats or settling. But Linnea found evidence. In the basement cold pantry, a small space behind shelves, she discovered a narrow gap in the concrete wall, hidden by stacked crates. Prying them away revealed a low crawl space running under the entire ground floor, accessible only from basement. Inside, a thin mattress, empty food tins, candle stubs, stacks of old newspapers dated up to last year. A small notebook filled with meticulous handwriting, daily observations of the house above. When lights went on off, what Linnea cooked, how long she showered, what she watched on TV. The handwriting matched samples from Herr Larsen's estate papers. But entries continued after his death describing Linnea's arrival, her habits, her tears after a bad client call. Someone had lived beneath her the whole time. Police set traps. Motion sensors, silent alarms. 2 nights later, at 3:14 a.m., again, the crawlspace entrance creaked. Officers flooded the basement. They pulled out a man gaunt, mid-70s, hair white and wild, wearing layered clothes, stiff with dirt. Victor Larsen. He'd lived hidden since his brother's death, perhaps longer. Accessed via a forgotten coal chute from the garden. Sealed outside but loose inside. He spoke little. Said the house was his too. Brother let him stay below. He watched over it. Watched her. Never meant harm, just company from afar. Forensic search found peepholes drilled through floorboards, tiny, camouflaged under rugs, giving views into kitchen, living room, even upstairs bedroom. He'd watched everything. Linnea moved out immediately. Sold the house at loss. Lives in a 5th-floor apartment in Sector Mom, now concrete building, no basement, no crawl spaces. The villa sold quickly to a young family. They report small things. Food missing, doors open, faint shuffling below at night. They laugh it off as old house quirks. But in Brahma, neighbors whisper. Some houses have more residents than titles show. Some secrets stay buried under floorboards until someone new moves in above. If this extended true hidden resident horror story from Sweden left you checking your basement, hit like, subscribe for more long terrifying tales, and comment your country below. You never truly know who or what shares your home. Listen carefully to the quiet spaces below. The Silent Passenger, a true road trip and phantom hitchhiker horror story, United States. Along the lonely stretches of Route 66 through the Mojave Desert in California. Where abandoned motels and rusted signs mark a faded. American dream truck drivers and road trippers share stories of a phantom hitchhiker who appears only on moonless nights. In the sweltering summer of 2025, a 40-year-old long-haul driver named Carla was running empty from Barstow to Kingman, Arizona, pulling a dry van trailer. She'd driven the route hundreds of times, preferred nights for lighter traffic, and always kept her sleeper cab stocked coffee thermos, CB radio, dashcam rolling. Around 2:45 a.m., east of Amboy, headlights caught a figure on the shoulder. A young woman, early 20s, in a faded sundress, barefoot, arm raised. Long blonde hair tangled by wind, face pale under passing high beams. No car visible, no breakdown. Just her, standing beside a mile marker half buried in sand. Carla slowed. Company policy for bad riders, but the desert was merciless. 110 degrees day, freezing night. No cell signal for miles. The woman looked dehydrated, lips cracked. Carla pulled over, air brakes hissing. She cracked the passenger window. You okay? The woman nodded weakly, voice soft. Car broke down miles back. Need a ride to the next town. Carla hesitated, scanned the empty road. Hop in, but only to Ludlow. Gas station there. The woman smiled faintly relief and climbed the steps gracefully despite bare feet. She buckled in, hands folded in lap. Up close, she was pretty but ethereal, skin flawless. Eyes pale blue, dress 1950s style. Name tag on chest, Lucy. Carla, the driver said, pulling back onto the highway. What's a girl like you doing out here alone? Visiting family, Lucy replied quietly. Took a wrong turn. Conversation flowed easily. Lucy asked about trucking life, seemed fascinated by the CB chatter. She knew old Route 66 lore mentions Roy's Motel, Baghdad Calf, like she'd traveled it recently. Carla relaxed, shared stories. Miles passed. Temperature dropped in the cab, though AC off. Carla's breath fogged briefly. Lucy stared out at passing Joshua trees, humming a 1950s tune. CB crackled. Another driver warning. Eastbounders, watch for the girl in the sundress. Don't stop. She ain't real. Carla glanced at Lucy. Passenger seat empty. Seatbelt unbuckled. No one there. She slammed brakes. Truck fishtail to shoulder. Heart pounding. Carla checked mirrors, road empty. Sleeper curtain closed. Dashcam. Showed her talking alone the whole time. Shaken, she drove on. At Ludlow truck stop, dawn breaking, she pulled in for coffee. Asked the cashier about the hitchhiker legend. Old man nodded. Lucy Harlan. 1958. Newlywed, driving to Vegas with husband. Car overheated near Amboy. He walked for help. She waited. Heat stroke got her. Body found days later. Husband never recovered. Every few years, drivers pick her up, always asks for ride to next town. Vanishes mid-trip. Carla checked her dashcam again. Footage clear. Empty seat, her side of conversation. But audio captured faint second voice Lucy's responses, soft but audible. She quit long haul that week. Drives local now, daylight only. But every desert run, even short, she checks the passenger seat compulsively. Route 66 still stretches lonely. On moonless nights, drivers report a young woman in sundress. Thumb out. Most speed past, some stop. And for those who do, the seat stays warm long after she's gone. The Forgotten Platform, a true abandoned subway and urban exploration horror story, United Kingdom. Beneath the bustling streets of London, United Kingdom, the Tube network hides dozens of ghost stations, disused platforms sealed since World War II air raids, line reroutes, or low passenger numbers. One of the most infamous is the abandoned British Museum station on the Central Line. Closed in 1933, platforms bricked up, tracks still live but trains roaring through without stopping. Rumors among tube drivers and urban explorers speak of strange sightings on the platforms. Figures in Edwardian clothing waiting for trains that never come, whispers echoing in tunnels, lights flickering though power long cut. In the damp autumn of 2025, a 24-year-old urban explorer and TikTok creator named Ollie decided to document an illegal entry into British Museum station for his channel, leading to an encounter that blurred the line between past and present. Ollie was experienced, had explored drained canals, derelict asylums, rooftop cranes. He studied maps, driver forums, maintenance schedules. Entry point: a service door in Holborn Station's disused siding, accessible during off-peak hours when staff were minimal. He went alone at 1:30 a.m. on a Tuesday, dressed dark, head torque red mode. GoPro rolling, backpack with bolt cutters, chalk, and spare batteries. He slipped through the door unseen, down a maintenance corridor smelling of ozone and damp brick. Stairs led to the old platform level. A bricked wall blocked the main tunnel, but a narrow gap at the bottom, just wide enough to squeeze through, left by workers decades ago. Ollie wriggled under, emerging onto the abandoned northbound platform. The station was frozen in 1933, tiled walls with original crimson and cream pattern, faded posters advertising Empire Exhibition 1924, wooden benches warped by time, gas lamps converted to electric, but bulbs long dead, dust thick, air still and heavy. His torch cut the darkness, revealing the trackbed below live rails gleaming faintly from passing trains' induction. Ollie filmed everything, whispering commentary. Atmosphere perfect eerie silence broken only by distant rumbles of current trains on parallel tracks. He walked the platform length, chalk marking his path. At the far end, a door to the old ticket hall locked, but rusted hinge gave way with shoulder pressure. Inside, ticket booths cobwebbed, turnstiles frozen, a kiosk with yellowed newspapers dated September 1933. On the counter, a leather-bound ticket ledger open to the last entry passenger names, destinations. The final line, Miss E. Harrow, Aldwych, single. He photographed it. Then heard it. Faint footsteps on the platform behind him. Slow, heeled shoes on tile. He spun, empty. GoPro captured only darkness. Back on the platform, the air grew colder. Breath visible. A low hum not electrical rose from the tracks. Then whispers. Overlapping voices, Edwardian accents, discussing delays, weather, weekend plans. Ollie followed the sound. Midway along the platform, a woman stood back to him, in long coat and hat, 1930s fashion. Motionless, waiting. He approached slowly. Hello? She turned. Face pale, beautiful, eyes dark hollows. Smile sad. The train is late, she said clearly. Voice echoed strangely. Ollie's heart raced. He filmed. What train? The last one to Aldwych, she pointed down the tunnel. Aldwych branch closed 1994. No train since. More figures appeared, gradually gentlemen in pinstripe suit reading newspaper, elderly couple on bench, child with hoop and stick. All period dress, all waiting patiently. They ignored Ollie except the woman Elizabeth Harrow, name tag on coat confirmed. She spoke again. You're not from here. You came through the wall. Ollie backed away. Figures turned heads slowly, watching him now. Whispers grew. He sees us. Don't let him leave. Stay for the train. A distant rumble. Headlights approached, not modern tube silver, but old red stock, 1930s design. Train slowed. Stopped at the platform, though no scheduled service. Doors opened with pneumatic sigh. Carriages empty, lights warm yellow. Elizabeth stepped forward. It's time. Come with us. Ollie ran. Back to the ticket hall, through the gap, up the corridor. But the service door locked from inside now. He pounded, shouted. No response. Behind him, footsteps multiplied, heeled shoes, leather soles following calmly. Whispers closer. The train waits. Don't be late. He hid in a maintenance alcove, torch off. Figures passed dozens now, boarding the ghost train. Doors closed. Train pulled away silently into the tunnel toward Holborn direction. No live service ran. Silence returned. Door unlocked suddenly. Ollie fled to street level, emerging near Holborn station as staff arrived for early shift. His GoPro footage, platform clear until the end, then static, audio only capturing whispers and train arrival. Final frames. His panicked face, then black. Ollie quit exploring. Deleted channel. Works office job now, avoids tube after dark. But British Museum station remains. Drivers on Central Line report. Occasional slowdowns through Holborn, as if stopping at an unseen platform. Glimpses in windows of waiting figures in old dress. And sometimes, late-night maintenance crews find fresh chalk marks on the abandoned platform, arrows pointing deeper into sealed tunnels. The last train still runs. Passengers still wait. And sometimes the door is open for someone new. The Mirror in the Attic. A true haunted house and family secret horror story. France. In the misty countryside of Brittany, France, near the ancient town of Dinam, stands a crumbling 18th century manor house known locally as Manoir des Brumes, Manor of Mists. Surrounded by overgrown gardens and dense forest, the stone building with its slate roof and ivy-covered walls had been in the Legal family for generations. In the autumn of 2025, a 35-year-old architect named Elise inherited the manor from a distant aunt she barely knew. The property had stood empty for 15 years, windows boarded, gates chained. Elise, seeking escape from a painful divorce in Paris, decided to restore it as her new home. She arrived with contractors in September, planning to live on-site during renovations. The manor was vast, 3 stories, 12 bedrooms, a grand entrance hall with marble floors, a library, and a locked attic accessible only by a narrow staircase behind a concealed door on the top floor. The aunts will specify the attic remained sealed until Lisa personally opened it. Curious but busy, she focused on ground floor repairs first. The workers reported unease from day one. Tools misplaced, footsteps on upper floors when no one up there, cold drafts in sealed rooms. One mason refused to continue after finding a child's handprint in fresh plaster too high for any child to reach. Elise dismissed it as old house quirks. Nights alone in the furnished east wing, she heard faint music harpsichord notes drifting from above. She explored the top floor, bedrooms empty, dust thick. The concealed door to the attic stairs was locked, key missing. In October, rain constant, she found the key in a drawer she'd emptied weeks before. Heavy iron tagged Greenier. She climbed alone at dusk. The stairs creaked underfoot, air growing colder, smelling of lavender and decay. The attic door opened easily. The space was huge, one long room under the roof, dormer windows filmed with grime. Furniture shrouded in sheets, trunks, portraits stacked against walls. In the center, a full-length gilded mirror standing alone, glass spotless amid dust. Elise approached. The reflection showed the attic clearly, but behind her, a woman in 18th century gown stood watching. Pale, dark hair piled high, eyes fixed on Elise. She spun. Empty room. The mirror showed only her now. But as she stared, the reflection lagged movements, delayed seconds. Then the woman reappeared beside her reflection, hand reaching toward the glass. Elise fled, locked the door. That night, dreams. The woman Marie Legal, 1778, trapped in the mirror by a curse from her husband after discovering his affair. Forced to watch the family forever, never touching, never leaving. Waking, Elise found lavender scent in her bedroom. The attic key warm in her pocket, though left downstairs. Renovations continued. Workers saw the woman in windows watching them work. One found a portrait in the library. Marie Legal, identical to the mirror figure. Note on back, she sees all. Do not look too long. Elise researched family archives and Rennes. Marie accused of witchcraft after husband's mistress vanished. He walled her in the attic with the mirror said to be a scrying glass from a Breton sorcerer. Marie starved, cursing the family. Every female heir would join her in the glass, watching but never living. The curse activated slowly. Elise began seeing family scenes in the mirror past Legal women at the glass, faces pressed close, mouths moving silently. Her own reflection aged slightly, each viewing wrinkles appearing, hair graying. She tried covering the mirror. Sheets fell off, moving it too heavy, stuck fast. Smashing it, hammer bounced, glass unmarred. November brought storms, power failed often. Lisa woke to find herself in the attic, standing before the mirror in nightgown, hours lost. Dozens of women now inside the glass ancestors, faces pleading or resigned. Marie closest, hand extended. Elisa's appearance changed rapidly, pale, thin, eyes hollow. Friends' called voice echoed strangely. She spoke of watching the world go by. On All Saints' Day, wind howling, she climbed to the attic one last time. Mirror showed the manor burning, future or past unclear. Marie spoke through the glass, voice finally audible. Join us. End the watching. Lisa pressed her hand to the glass. Cold, then warm. The surface rippled like water. Her reflection smiled without her. Contractors arrived next morning. House empty, tools untouched. Attic door open. Mirror clean, reflecting the empty room perfectly. But in the glass depths, faint figures, all the Legal women. Lisa among them now, standing silently, watching. The manor sold quickly to developers. They demolished it for apartments. But the mirror removed carefully ended in a Paris antique shop. Buyers report. Reflections lagging, extra figures appearing behind them. Some family curses don't end with death. Some mirrors collect more than images. The whispering shadows of Blackwood Manor in the misty hills of rural New England, where the autumn leaves turn blood red before falling silently to the ground, stands Blackwood Manor. It's one of those old Victorian houses that people drive past and whisper about abandoned for decades. Windows boarded up like blind eyes, vines choking the stone walls as if the earth itself is trying to pull it back into the soil. Locals in the nearby town of Eldridge say it's cursed, that anyone who spends a night there never quite comes back the same. But for Emily Harper, a 28-year-old investigative journalist from Boston, curses were just stories people told to scare tourists away from prime real estate. Emily had always chased the truth. Growing up in a strict household where emotions were buried deeper than secrets, she learned early that facts were safer than feelings. Her career thrived on exposing frauds, fake mediums, haunted house hoaxes, urban legends debunked with cold logic. Perfect for a takedown article titled Ghosts or Gullibility. She arrived on a foggy October evening in 2025, her rental car crunching over the gravel driveway that hadn't been maintained since the 1950s. The manor loomed larger than the photos suggested. 3 stories of weathered brick, turrets piercing the gray sky like accusing fingers. Emily parked, grabbed her backpack filled with EMF readers, infrared cameras, voice recorders, and a sleeping bag. She wasn't planning to stay the night initially, but the challenge gnawed at her. Prove it's nothing, she muttered to herself, slamming the car door. The front door was unlocked, as rumored. Locals dared each other to enter, but never lingered. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the faint scent of mildew like breathing in forgotten memories. Sunlight filtered weakly through cracks in the boarded windows, casting long shadows across the grand foyer. A chandelier hung crookily overhead, crystals dulled by time. Emily set up her equipment in the main parlor, a room with faded wallpaper peeling like skin and furniture draped in white sheets that billowed slightly in the draft. As night fell, the house seemed to settle around her. She started her recordings, speaking into the voice recorder. Day 1 at Blackwood Manor. Temperature normal, no unusual readings. Just an old house with poor insulation, but then the whispers began. At first, Emily thought it was the wind whistling through cracks. Soft murmurs, like distant conversations in another room. She checked her EVP device, nothing. She laughed it off, made a sandwich from her cooler, and scrolled through her phone for signal. There was none, of course. By midnight, she was tired but determined. She unrolled her sleeping bag on the parlor floor, flashlight nearby. That's when the whispers grew clearer. Emily, she bolted upright. Her name. Clear as day, from the hallway. Heart pounding, she grabbed the flashlight and swept the beam across the room. Empty. Hello? She called. voice steadier than she felt. No answer, just the house groaning. She lay back down, rationalizing. Audio pareidolia, the brain making patterns from random noise. But sleep evaded her. The whispers returned, multiplying. Voices overlapping, men, women, children. Some pleading, some angry. Why did you come? Stay with us. He's watching. Emily sat up again, sweat beading on her forehead despite the chill. She checked her cameras, one had malfunctioned, lens fogged from the inside. Impossible in this dry air. She moved to the grand staircase, ascending slowly, floorboards protesting under her weight. The second floor was a maze of bedrooms, doors ajar like open mouths. In the master bedroom, a massive four-poster bed dominated, canopy torn and sagging. Here, the whispers were loudest, swirling around her like smoke. Join us forever. Panic crept in. Emily backed out, but the door slammed shut behind her. She yanked the handle stock. The room plunged into darkness as her flashlight flickered and died. In the pitch black, hands brushed her arms cold, insubstantial, yet real enough to raise goosebumps. She screamed, pounding on the door until it finally gave way. Stumbling down the stairs, she grabbed her keys and ran for the front door. But it wouldn't budge. Locked from the inside, though there was no lock she could see. Trapped. Hours blurred. Emily barricaded herself in the parlor, equipment scattered. The whispers evolved into visions, shadowy figures at the edges of her vision. Tall and elongated, faces obscured by darkness. They didn't attack, they watched, waiting. She learned the history piecemeal, from fragments the voices fed her. Blackwood Manor belonged to Elias Blackwood, a wealthy industrialist in the late 1800s. Obsessed with the occult, he conducted rituals in the basement, sacrificing servants to summon entities from the void between shadows. The house absorbed their souls, trapping them in eternal limbo. Elias vanished one night, but his creations remained the whispering shadows, hungry for new company. Emily's phone battery died. No signal anyway. She rationed her food, but hunger gnawed less than fear. Days passed, or was it nights? Time lost meaning in the perpetual gloom. On what she guessed was the third night, the shadows closed in. They spoke as one now, a chorus echoing in her skull. You came to disprove us. Now believe. She saw them fully then. Humanoid silhouettes, limbs too long, mouths stretching impossibly wide without faces. They didn't touch her physically, but their presence drained her memories, fading, will eroding. Emily's last recording, found months later by searchers. They're real, the shadows. They're whispering my secrets. Things I never told anyone. They're inside my head now. If you're listening, don't come here. Don't try to prove anything. Some truths are better left buried. The search party found her equipment intact, but Emily gone. No body, no signs of exit. Just fresh scratches on the parlor walls. Names of the lost souls, and at the bottom, freshly carved. Emily Harper. Blackwood Manor still stands. Locals avoid it more than ever. But sometimes on foggy nights, passers-by hear whispers from within, calling names, waiting for the next skeptic. If you hear your name on the wind near an old house, run. The shadows are always listening. The endless fields of evergreen. Deep in the American Midwest, where cornfields stretch like golden oceans under endless blue skies, lies the town of Evergreen. Population, 312. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone. Secrets fester like weeds, and strangers are met with polite smiles hiding suspicion. But beyond the town limits, the fields go on forever, or so it seems. Alex Thompson, a 32-year-old photographer from Chicago, was driving through in late summer 2025, chasing the perfect shot of rural America for his portfolio. Burnt out from city life, divorce fresh, job stagnant, he needed escape. His GPS glitched near Evergreen, rerouting him onto back roads flanked by towering cornstalks. The car sputtered to a stop in the middle of nowhere. Out of gas, though the tank was full hours ago. Phone, no service. Alex grabbed his camera bag and started walking, figuring the town couldn't be far. The fields were unnaturally quiet. No birds, no insects buzzing. Just the rustle of leaves in a wind he couldn't feel. Hours passed, sun dipping low, but the road never curved toward civilization. Corn on both sides rose perfect as soldiers. Thirst set in. Alex veered into the field for shade, pushing through stalks that scratched like fingers. Deeper in, he found a clearing. An old scarecrow, ragged clothes flapping, had a burlap sack with painted eyes that seemed to follow him. He laughed nervously. Getting paranoid, man. But then he heard it. Footsteps behind him, mirroring his own. He turned nothing. Continued walking, footsteps again, closer. Alex ran. Stalks whipped his face, drawing blood. He burst into another clearing, panting. The same scarecrow. Impossible. He was going in a straight line. The sun set, but darkness didn't come fully. A perpetual twilight hung, moon full and unnaturally bright. More clearings appeared, each with the scarecrow, closer each time. Whispers joined the footsteps. Lost. Stay lost. Join the harvest. Alex's camera captured glitches. Photos of himself from behind, standing in fields he hadn't reached yet. He realized the truth in fragments. Evergreen's fields weren't natural. In the 1920s, a drought nearly wiped the town. Desperate farmers performed a ritual, offering blood to ancient entities for endless crops. The fields grew, but so did their hunger-trapping wanderers, feeding on fear and life force, turning them into eternal guardians, scarecrows. Alex ran until exhaustion. Collapsed in a clearing, the scarecrow looming. It moved, burlap head tilting, arms reaching. Welcome home. When searchers found his car weeks later, tank full, phone dead. No sign of Alex. But in Evergreen's fields, a new scarecrow appeared, clothes matching his, camera hanging from a straw neck. Drive carefully through Midwest back roads. If the fields seem too endless, turn back before the harvest claims you. The mirror in room 413, in the heart of downtown Seattle, the Grand Meridian Hotel stands tall, a relic from the 1920s with Art Deco elegance masking darker tailies. Tourists love it for the views, business travelers for the location. But staff avoid room 413. Sarah Klein, a 25-year-old travel vlogger, booked it in November 2025 for content. Staying in Seattle is most haunted hotel room, real or fake. Room 413 was ordinary at first. King bed, antique furniture, full-length mirror opposite the bed. Sarah set up cameras for a live stream. Guys, legend says a bride hanged herself here in 1932 after her groom vanished. Mirror shows apparitions. Viewers poured in thousands watching. Night 1. Nothing. Sarah slept fine. Night 2. Woke to cold spots. Mirror fogged, words appearing. Watch me. She live-streamed it, chat exploding. Night 3. Reflections lagged. Sarah waved mirror. Sarah delayed, then smiled when she didn't. Chat. Fake. Creepy AF. Sarah stayed for views. The mirror showed flashes. A woman in white wedding dress, rope around neck, eyes black voids. Sarah touched the glass, cold burned. The bride appeared behind her in reflections, closer each time. Sarah tried leaving, door locked. Phone no signal. The mirror pulled. Sarah's reflection grabbed her hand from inside, pulling. She fought, smashing the mirror. Shards showed pieces of the bride and Sarah's face on her. Staff found the room empty next morning. Mirror intact, but footage uploaded somehow. Sarah stepping into the glass, vanishing. Book room 413 if you dare. But remember, some reflections don't let go. In the quiet suburbs of a small coastal town in Northern California, where the fog rolls in thick from the Pacific Ocean every evening like a living shroud, stands Harlow House. It's one of those grand old Victorian mansions built in the late 1800s with towering gables, intricate woodwork that's now peeling and warped from years of salt air, and windows that stare out like empty sockets. The locals call it cursed. They say no one who moves in stays longer than a year. Families vanish, or worse, change beyond recognition. But for Mia Reynolds, a 29-year-old freelance writer from San Francisco, escaping a messy breakup and a dead-end job, it was the perfect fresh start. Cheap rent, ocean views, and enough isolation to finish her novel. She found the listing online in early 2025, a steal at half the market rate for such a place. The realtor warned her vaguely about old house quirks, but Mia laughed it off. She wasn't superstitious. She believed in facts, deadlines, and strong coffee. Mia arrived on a drizzly March afternoon, her SUV packed with boxes of books, clothes, and her laptop. The house was even more beautiful than the photo's 3 stories of faded elegance. A wraparound porch creaking under her weight, and a garden overgrown with wild roses that scratched at the windows like fingernails. Inside, the air was cool and musty. carrying the faint scent of lavender mixed with something metallic, like old pennies. The furniture came with the rental. Heavy oak pieces draped in dust sheets, a massive fireplace in the living room, and upstairs, 4 bedrooms with antique beds that looked like they hadn't been slept in for decades. Mia chose the master suite on the second floor, with its bay window overlooking the crashing waves. She unpacked that first day, set up her writing desk facing the ocean, and by nightfall, felt a strange sense of peace. This was her sanctuary. The first few days were idyllic. Mia wrote furiously, words flowing like they hadn't in years. The fog muffled the world outside, creating a cocoon of silence broken only by the distant roar of the sea. She explored the house thoroughly. The basement with its stone walls and ancient furnace, the attic filled with forgotten trunks of yellowed letters and photographs of stern-faced people in Victorian dressed the kitchen with its massive cast-iron stove that still worked perfectly. At night she slept deeply, the kind of exhaustion that comes from productivity. But on the 4th night, things shifted subtly. Mia woke around 3 a.m. to the sound of tapping. Soft, rhythmic, coming from the walls, like fingers drumming impatiently. She sat up, heart racing, and listened. It stopped as soon as she moved. Probably pipes, she thought. Old houses settle. She went back to sleep. The next morning she noticed something odd. Her laptop, left open on the desk, had a new document open. Just one line typed in. "Welcome home, Mia." She stared at it, confused. She hadn't written that. Maybe sleep typing? She deleted it and forgot about it. Over the following week, the anomalies built slowly. The way true terror does not with bangs, but with whispers. Doors she swore she closed would be ajar. Footsteps echoed overhead when she was downstairs alone. In the mirrors, there were so many antique mirrors in Harlow House, she caught glimpses of movement behind her reflection, shadows darting just out of sight. Mia rationalized it all. Drafts, creaky floors, tricks of the light. She was alone too much, her mind playing games. To ground herself, she invited her best friend Lena over for a weekend. Lena, a practical nurse from the city, arrived skeptical but excited for a girls' getaway. They cooked dinner that Friday night, laughing over wine in the cavernous kitchen. As the fog pressed against the windows, Lena teased Mia about ghosts. "This place is straight out of a horror flick. You sure you're not hearing things because you're lonely?" Mia rolled her eyes but admitted the tapping had returned. That night, they stayed up late watching old movies in the living room, the fire crackling. Around midnight, the power flickered. Then the tapping started again louder, from inside the walls, like something scratching to get out. Lena froze. "That's not pipes." They grabbed flashlights and searched the house, but found nothing. Exhausted, they went to bed, Lena in the guest room across from Mia's. Mia woke to screaming. It was Lena, bursting into her room at dawn, pale and shaking. "There's something in the walls!" I heard voices whispering my name, telling me secrets. Things about my past no one knows. Lena was hysterical, packing her bags immediately. "I'm sorry, Mia, but this house, it's wrong. Get out." She left before noon, refusing to stay another minute. Mia stood on the porch watching her drive away, the fog swallowing the car. For the first time, doubt crept in, but she couldn't leave not yet. Her novel was pouring out, better than ever. The house inspired her. As spring turned to summer, Mia delved deeper into Harlow House's history. Late nights researching online, she uncovered fragments. Built in 1892 by Elias Harlow, a shipping magnate who lost his family in a tragic fire. Or was it a fire? Some old newspaper clippings hinted at something darker, whispers of madness. Of Elias hearing voices in the walls, claiming the house was alive, feeding on grief. He vanished one night, leaving behind journals filled with ramblings about echoes, trapped within the plaster, souls absorbed into the very structure. The house had passed through many owners since, all reporting similar phenomena. Whispers revealing hidden truths, driving occupants to paranoia or disappearance. Mia dismissed it as folklore at first, but the whispers started for her too. At night, soft voices murmuring from the vents, the floorboards. They knew things, her ex's infidelity details she never shared, her childhood fears of abandonment. "We see you, Mia," they coo. "Stay with us. We're family now." She installed cameras, motion sensors, nothing captured. The footage showed empty rooms, but audio picked up faint murmurs. Her writing changed too. The novel, once a light romance, twisted into something dark. A woman trapped in a sentient house that devoured loneliness. By midsummer, isolation gnawed at Mia. She hadn't left the property in weeks. Groceries delivered, friends' calls ignored. Her reflection in the mirrors looked off, paler, eyes hollow, smiling when she wasn't. One stormy night in July, the power went out completely. Candles flickering, Mia sat in the living room, journal in hand, when the walls began to weep. Dark liquid seeped from cracks, smelling of rust and lavender. The whispers swelled into a chorus, names of past residents, pleading, accusing. Join us, feed us your sorrow. Panic surged. Mia ran upstairs, barricading in her room. But the door wouldn't hold something pushed from the other side, invisible, but forceful. In the full-length mirror, she saw them. Shadowy figures crowding behind her reflection, hands reaching. Her own image grinned maniacally, mouthing words she didn't say. You're home now, forever. Mia smashed the mirror, shards flying. But the pieces reflected more dozens of faces, trapped souls staring out, blood from cuts mixed with the weeping walls. She fled downstairs, grabbing her keys, but the front door was sealed, wood swollen as if the house breathed and held tight. Windows wouldn't budge. Trapped. Days blurred into a haze of terror. Food ran low, but hunger faded against the constant assault. The house revealed its truth in visions. Elias hadn't gone mad alone. The land was tainted, an ancient echo chamber amplifying despair, absorbing the heartbroken who sought solace there. Harlow House wasn't haunted, it was the haunt, a parasitic entity growing fat on emotional pain. Mia's last stand came in the attic, surrounded by trunks of relics from previous victims. Diaries detailing descent into madness, photos of smiling families that faded to hollow eyes. She burned them in the fireplace downstairs, hoping to purge. Flames roared unnaturally high, shadows dancing like celebrants. The whispers laughed. We are the walls, the floors, the fog outside. You fed us well, Mia. Your grief is delicious. In desperation, she typed her story on her dying laptop, uploading fragments to a blog before battery failed. A warning: if you find Harlow House, run. It calls to the broken. It promises peace but delivers eternity in echo. Searchers found the house empty months later. In fall 2025, Mia's car still in the drive, belongings untouched. But the walls, fresh plaster in places as if repaired. And in the master bedroom, mirror intact despite reports of shattering. A faint new reflection lingered for those who stared too long. A woman writing at a desk, waving silently. Harlow House waits on the cliff, fog eternal. For the lonely, the grieving, the seekers of quiet. If you're hurting and see a listing too good to be true, beware the welcome. The walls are always listening. Always hungry. True scary story fans know. Some houses don't let you leave. They make you part of the foundation. If you've ever felt a home watching you, share below, but carefully. The echoes travel far. This terrifying real paranormal encounter in an isolated Victorian mansion will chill you to the core. Creepy Haunted House Horror Story 2025. True ghost tales that happened. Midnight scares perfect for late night listening. Don't watch alone. In the dense pine forests of upstate New York, where the winters bite hard and the snow piles high enough to bury secrets for months, there's an old abandoned summer camp called Whisper Lake. It closed abruptly in 1987 after a string of unexplained disappearances, and since then, the property has sat untouched, cabins rotting, the lake choked with weeds, and the main lodge slowly surrendering to vines and mold. The locals in the nearby town of Pine Ridge avoid it entirely. They say the woods remember what happened, and that if you go in after dark, something follows you out. In early January 2025, 4 friends from Albany decided to break the monotony of winter with an urban exploration trip. Ryan Carter, 31, a videographer who ran a small YouTube channel focused on abandoned places, had heard rumors about Whisper Lake for years. He convinced his girlfriend Jess, his best friend Marcus, and Marcus's sister Kayla to come along. They wanted footage for a new series, real overnight stays in supposedly haunted locations. No scripts, no jump scares, just raw reactions. Ryan promised it would be their big break, hundreds of thousands of views if they pulled it off. They arrived on a Friday afternoon, the sky already heavy with the threat of snow. The access road was barely plowed, and their Jeep struggled through drifts until they reached the chained gate. Ryan cut the lock with bolt cutters he'd brought just in case, and they parked near the main lodge. The camp looked exactly like the old photographs. A dozen log cabins in a semicircle, a mess hall, an arts building, and the lodge overlooking the frozen lake. Everything was silent except for the wind moving through the pines like a slow exhale. Inside the lodge, the air was bitter cold and smelled of damp wood and something faintly sweet like rotting fruit. Dust covered every surface. Old camp banners hung limp from the rafters, faded letters spelling Whisper Lake Camp, where friendships last forever. Ryan set up his main camera on a tripod in the great room, facing the massive stone fireplace. Jess and Kayla unpacked sleeping bags while Marcus explored the side rooms, calling out discoveries. Rusted bunk beds, board games swollen with moisture, a nurse's station with ancient medical supplies still in drawers. They spent the first few hours documenting everything. Ryan narrated in his calm, engaging voice. We're here at Whisper Lake Camp, closed since 1987 after 5 campers and 1 counselor vanished without a trace during a winter retreat. No bodies were ever found. Locals say they still hear voices on the wind at night, kids laughing, calling for help. The others rolled their eyes playfully, but there was an edge to it. The isolation was real. No cell service, no lights except their flashlights and lanterns, and miles of forest in every direction. As dusk fell, the temperature plummeted. They built a fire in the fireplace using wood they found stacked in the back, surprisingly dry after all these years. The flames threw long shadows across the log walls. They cooked freeze-dried meals, told stories, and tried to keep the mood light. But around 9 p.m., the first strange thing happened. While Ryan was checking his camera battery, the audio picked up a faint sound in the background of his test recording. Children giggling. Distant, but clear. He played it back for the group. Everyone went quiet. It wasn't any of them. The giggles sounded playful, almost inviting. Kyla laughed nervously. Wind through the chimney, probably. But she moved her sleeping bag closer to the fire. By midnight, they were all tired but too wired to sleep. Marcus suggested a walk to the lake to film some nighttime shots. Ryan jumped at the idea. Moody footage of the frozen water under moonlight would be gold. They bundled up and trekked down the snowy path, flashlights cutting through the dark. The lake was a vast white expanse, the far shore lost in blackness. Pines crowded the edges, their branches heavy with snow. Ryan set up a shot, panning slowly. That's when Jess noticed the footprints. They were small, child-sized, leading from the tree line straight across the ice toward the center of the lake. Fresh. No sign of anyone else's tracks around them. The 4 friends stared. Marcus knelt to examine them. These weren't here when we scouted earlier. The prints stopped abruptly about 50 yards out, as if whoever made them had simply vanished. A chill unrelated to the cold ran through the group. They hurried back to the lodge, joking uneasily about kids from town sneaking around to scare explorers. But once inside, doors locked, fire stoked high, the unease settled deeper, sleep came in fits. Ryan woke around 3 a.m. to the sound of knocking, soft, rhythmic, coming from the front door of the lodge. 3 knocks, pause, 3 knocks again. He sat up, heart pounding. The others were still asleep. He grabbed his flashlight and crept to the door, peering through the frosted window. Nothing. Just snow starting to fall in thick flakes. He opened the door, a crack-empty porch. Footprints leading up the steps and stopping right at the threshold. Small prints again. He woke the others. They watched the footage from the static camera he'd left running. At 2:57 a.m. The door handle jiggled slightly, as if tested from outside. No one visible. Morning brought heavy snow. At least 6 inches overnight, erasing all tracks. They explored the cabins during the day, finding more unsettling details. Children's drawings pinned to walls, stick figures holding hands around a lake. A counselor's logbook from 1987 with the last entry reading, "They won't stop whispering my name." I can see them at the edge of the trees. Personal items left behind as if everyone had simply walked away mid-activity, half-eaten meals, games in progress. That second night, the activity escalated. While they sat around the fire, the giggling returned, this time not on recording, but in the room with them. Soft, childlike laughter echoing from the upper loft. Marcus shone his light up there, empty. Then the lights on their lanterns began to flicker in unison. Jess whispered that she felt cold fingers brush the back of her neck. Ryan's camera battery, fully charged hours earlier, drained to 0 in minutes. They decided to stick together in the great room, no one sleeping alone. But around 2 a.m., Kayla started talking in her sleep. except her eyes were open, staring at the ceiling. Her voice was higher, younger. "Come play with us. The lake is waiting." Ryan shook her awake. She had no memory of speaking, but tears streamed down her face. "I dreamed I was underwater, looking up at the ice. There were kids down there with me, holding my hand so I couldn't leave. By dawn on the third day, the snow had turned into a full blizzard. The Jeep was buried. No way out until it stopped. Tension frayed nerves. Marcus accused Ryan of staging things for views. Jess wanted to leave no matter what. Kyla barely spoke, staring out the windows at the whiteout. That afternoon, while the storm raged, they heard singing multiple voices, children's voices, a camp song from decades ago. Whisper Lake, friends will make, friends will take. It came from outside, circling the lodge. They watched through windows as small figures moved between the cabins, pale shapes in old-fashioned camp uniforms, too far away to see faces, disappearing whenever a flashlight beam hit them. Panic set in. They barricaded the doors with furniture. Ryan kept filming, his voice shaking now. "Whatever's here. It's not residual. It's aware of us." Night 3 was the worst. The temperature inside the lodge dropped dramatically, frost forming on the inside of windows. Breath visible. The fire refused to stay lit no matter how much wood they fed it. Then the whispering began, dozens of voices, overlapping, calling each of them by name. Telling them secrets. Ryan's guilt over a past betrayal, Jess's hidden fears about their relationship, Marcus's childhood trauma, Kyla's private shamus. Things they had never shared with anyone. Kayla broke first. She stood suddenly, eyes vacant, and walked toward the front door. Marcus tackled her before she could open it. She fought him with unnatural strength, screaming, "They want to play. Let me go to them." It took all three to restrain her, tying her gently with rope from their gear until she calmed. At 4 a.m., the power on every device died simultaneously. Total darkness. Then the scratching started under the floorboards, inside the walls, on the roof. Like dozens of small hands trying to get in. The door rattled in its frame. Windows bowed inward slightly under invisible pressure. Ryan's last recording captured on an old handheld camcorder with a spare battery. The four of them huddled together, flashlights shaking. Shadows moved in the corners tall, thin silhouettes with childlike proportions. Faces briefly visible in the fire's dying embers. Pale, eyeless, smiling too wide. When the storm finally cleared 2 days later, a search team sent by worried families found the lodge empty. The Jeep still buried under snow. All equipment intact, final footage ending abruptly mid-screen. Sleeping bags arranged neatly, as if the group had simply lain down and vanished. But out on the frozen lake, searchers discovered something new. 4 sets of adult footprints leading from the lodge to the center of the ice. Beside them, dozens of small child-sized prints joining them, overlapping, guiding. All tracks stopped in a perfect circle, as if everyone had simply sunk straight down. Whisper Lake Camp remains abandoned. The footage Ryan captured was recovered and uploaded anonymously months later. It ends with a single frame that investigators can't explain. The great room empty, but reflected in the window behind the camera dozens of figures standing silently, watching. Some say, if you visit in winter and stand at the lake's edge on a quiet night, you can still hear them, children singing, calling new friends to come play, forever. This true terrifying paranormal encounter at an abandoned summer camp will leave you checking the shadows. Real ghost story caught on camera. Creepy overnight challenge gone wrong. Haunted location horror 2025 that actually happened. Listen with headphones in the dark if you dare, but maybe keep the lights on. The woods remember, and they're always looking for new campers. In the rolling hills of rural Pennsylvania, where forgotten coal mines scar the earth like open wounds and small towns cling to fading memories of better days, there's an old underground attraction called Shadow Vein Tours. It used to be a working anthracite mine back in the early 1900s, one of the deepest in the state, until a catastrophic collapse in 1923 buried 47 miners alive. The company sealed the lower levels, turned the upper shafts into a tourist trap in the 1980s, and marketed it as the most authentic mine experience in America. Visitors wore hard hats, rode a rattling cart down a sloping tunnel, and listened to guides tell sanitized stories of hard work and resilience. But everyone who worked there knew the truth. The deeper you went, the colder it got, and not just from lack of sunlight. By 2025, the tour company had fallen on hard times. Ticket sales dwindled, maintenance lagged, and rumors spread online that the place was haunted. The owners decided to lean into it, offering special overnight lock-ins for paranormal investigators and thrill-seekers willing to pay premium prices. That is how 5 strangers ended up booking the last weekend of October, a sold-out, extreme overnight experience, promising total darkness, no guides after midnight, and exclusive access to sections of the mine that hadn't been open to the public in decades. Ethan Brooks, 34, was a structural engineer from Pittsburgh who didn't believe in ghosts but loved testing limits. He came for the engineering marvel of the old timber supports and to prove the hauntings were just methane gas hallucinations. Beside him sat Lily Park, 27, a true crime podcaster with over 1 million downloads per episode, recording everything for a special Halloween series. Then there was Devin and Riley Hayes, 22-year-old twins from Philadelphia, who ran a TikTok channel dedicated to urban exploration. They needed viral content to hit monetization thresholds. Finally, there was Nora Valdez, 41, a grief counselor from Scranton who had lost her teenage son to an overdose 2 years earlier. She didn't talk much on the ride down, but her eyes carried a quiet desperation, as if she hoped the dark might give her answers. The guide, an older man named Mr. Kowalski, who had worked the mine since the tourist days began, took them 800 feet underground in the creaking cart. He pointed out features with practiced boredom. Rusted tools frozen in time, graffiti from decades of visitors, side tunnels braced with rotting beams. His voice echoed strangely off the damp rock walls. At the main staging area, a widened chamber with benches, emergency lights, and a locked equipment cage, he went over the rules. Stay within the marked zones, no venturing into collapsed sections, emergency phone at the cage, though signal was spotty, and the cart would return for pickup at 8 a.m. sharp. Then he handed each of them a headlamp, a walkie-talkie, and a paper map before riding back up alone, leaving them in near silence broken only by distant dripping water. At first, it was exciting. They set up in the main chamber, sleeping bags on foam mats, a portable heater that barely dented the chill, cameras rolling. Lily interviewed everyone on camera, asking why they came. Ethan talked about engineering. The twins joked about clout. Nora said softly, "I just wanted to feel close to something lost." The air was heavy, thick with coal dust that clung to their throats no matter how much water they drank. Around 9 p.m., they did their first walkthrough of the allowed tunnels. Headlamps cut narrow beams through absolute blackness, revealing glittering anthracite veins in the walls like frozen lightning. Every footstep echoed forever. They found old lunch pails, a child-sized boot print preserved in dried mud, and faint scratch marks on support beams that looked deliberate tallies. Maybe, or something else. Riley filmed everything vertically for TikTok, narrating in an exaggerated whisper that made Devin laugh. By midnight, the group gathered back in the main chamber for snacks and stories. The emergency lights automatically dimmed to conserve battery, leaving only their headlamps and a few lanterns. That's when the temperature began to drop noticeably, breath visible in the beams. Ethan checked the thermometer on his watch. 42 degrees and falling. The heater was still running full blast. Then they heard the first sound that didn't belong. A low, rhythmic tapping far down one of the side tunnels. Tap, 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 pause. Tap, dash, tap, dash, tap, like metal on rock. Morse code, maybe? Lily grabbed her recorder and crept closer with Ethan. The tapping stopped the moment their lights hit the tunnel mouth. Nothing there but darkness swallowing the beam. Back at camp, Nora was staring at the wall, pale. "I heard my son's voice," she whispered. "Calling Mom," from that direction. The others exchanged uneasy glances but chalked it up to grief and echo. Sleep was impossible. They decided to explore again at 2 a.m., splitting into 2 groups to cover more ground, Ethan and Lily one way, the twins and Nora the other. Walkies set to Channel 7. The plan was to rendezvous in 30 minutes. Ethan and Lily took the eastern branch, a narrower tunnel with lower ceilings that forced them to duck. The air grew colder, almost biting. Their headlamps caught wisps of mist that shouldn't exist this deep. Lily's recorder picked up faint whispers, indistinct at first, then clearer. Men's voices, overlapping, speaking in old Pennsylvania Dutch accents. Words like, "still here" and "can't leave." Ethan's rational mind fought for explanations. Air currents carrying sound from the surface. Recordings from previous tours bleeding through. But the voices responded to them. When Lily asked aloud, "Who are you?" a single voice answered clearly on the recording later, "The buried." Meanwhile, Devin, Riley, and Nora headed west toward the oldest section marked on the map as Timber Collapse. Do not enter. The twins wanted dramatic footage. Nora followed quietly, as if pulled. The tunnel narrowed until they had to sidestep. Riley's light caught something ahead. A child's red mitten lying on the ground. Perfectly preserved, no dust on it. Devin picked it up for the camera. The moment he touched it, every light in their group flickered violently. Nora gasped. In the strobing beams, they saw figures standing farther down the tunnel, silhouettes of men in old-fashioned mining gear, helmets with candles long extinguished. Dozens of them, motionless, watching. They ran back toward the main chamber, walkies crackling with static. Devin screamed into his, "Guys, we saw them, actual shadows." But no response from Ethan and Lily. When the three burst into the main chamber, it was empty. Sleeping bags disturbed, lanterns overturned. One camera still recording pointed at the equipment cage where the emergency phone hung off the hook, cord chewed through like by teeth. Panic set in. They tried the walkies again. Finally, a faint reply. Ethan's voice distorted, saying, "We're deeper, follow the tracks." Static swallowed the rest. Against every instinct, they followed the eastern tunnel. The ground here had cart tracks embedded in the floor, rusted but visible. Fresh scuffs marred the dust boot prints heading deeper. The air was now painfully cold, frost forming on metal surfaces. Their headlamps dimmed without reason, batteries supposedly fresh. Half a mile in, they found Ethan's hard hat lying in the middle of the tracks. No sign of him or Lily, but the whispers were louder now, surrounding them. Nora stopped walking, tears freezing on her cheeks. "He's here," she said. "My son. He says it's peaceful down there." Riley grabbed her arm to keep moving, but Nora pulled away gently. "I have to go to him." Devin and Riley begged her to stay together, but she walked deeper into the dark, headlamp bobbing until it vanished around a bend. They called after her. No answer. Only the whispers growing fainter, almost welcoming. The twins turned back, running now, hearts hammering. They reached the main chamber again, planning to wait for morning rescue topside. But the cart tracks that should have led upward were gone, bricked over sometime in the night, fresh mortar still damp. No way out. Their last livestream clip, uploaded automatically via a brief signal burst hours later, shows them huddled together as lights fail one by one. Riley whispering, "Something's touching my leg." Devin aiming the camera down the tunnel where dozens of pale lights appear, miners. Candles that haven to burn in a century moving closer. The final frame freezes on faces in the darkness. Not angry, not threatening, just patient, waiting to guide the new shift home. Rescue teams arrived at dawn after the cart failed to return on schedule. They found the upper levels exactly as left, equipment cage intact, phone cord undamaged. But the tour group's gear was neatly stacked, sleeping bags rolled, cameras wiped clean. No dust disturbed beyond the main chamber. Deeper levels? The maps no longer matched reality. Tunnels ended in solid rock where openings had been documented for decades. 47 miners went missing in 1923. Now the official count of the lost stands at 52. Shadow vein tours closed permanently. The entrance was sealed with concrete and warning signs. But on quiet nights, locals say if you stand near the fence gate, you can hear the faint rumble of a cart far below, carrying new passengers deeper. And sometimes, a soft voice on the wind, a young boy calling Mom, or friends laughing together, forever on break. This real, terrifying underground paranormal encounter will make you think twice about what lies beneath. True scary story from an abandoned coal mine. Overnight challenge gone horribly wrong. Haunted location 2025 that actually happened to a group of explorers. Creepy voices caught on tape, shadows in the dark, lost forever in the depths. Listen alone if you dare, but never go looking for the buried. They're still on shift, and they hate working alone. In the shadowed valleys of the Appalachian Mountains in West Virginia, where the hollers run deep and cell service dies long before the pavement ends, there's an old stretch of railroad track known locally as Devil's Cut. It was built in the 1930s to haul coal from remote mines, carving straight through solid rock with dynamite and sweat. A tunnel nearly a mile long pierces Black Hollow Mountain, and on the far side, the tracks emerge into a forgotten switching yard overgrown with kudzu and rust. In 1947, a freight train carrying 32 workers and a load of explosives vanished inside that tunnel during a routine run. No wreckage was ever found. The entrance was dynamited shut, the line abandoned, and the official report blamed a methane explosion. But the people in the nearby town of Hollow's End know better. They say the mountain took them, and every few decades it hungers again. In November 2025, a crew of 6 railroad enthusiasts and amateur historians decided to reopen the legend for a documentary. They called themselves the Iron Echo Project. Leading them was Caleb Morrow, 36, a former Amtrak conductor turned independent filmmaker with a modest following online for his videos on lost rail lines. His team included Sarah Klein, 29, a sound engineer who specialized in capturing EVP. Twins Jonah and Levy Grant, 24, drone operators and metal detectors hobbyists. Maria Ortiz, 32, a photographer with an eye for eerie composition. And finally, Elias Ward, 52, the oldest member, a retired miner whose grandfather had worked the original Black Hollow line and vanished with it. They got permission from the state to access the site for historical documentation, promising to stay on the surface and not attempt entry, but everyone knew that was never the plan. They arrived on a cold Friday evening, trucks loaded with gear, generators, floodlights, ground-penetrating radar, thermal cameras, and enough climbing equipment to breach the decades-old rubble sealing the tunnel mouth. The blocked entrance was exactly as old photos showed, a jagged pile of boulders and twisted rails half swallowed by the mountain. Vines thick as pythons draped over everything. The air smelled of wet stone and decay. They set up base camp in the old switching yard on the eastern side, a flat gravel area ringed by silent boxcars frozen in time. Rust had eaten through the metal, turning them into lacework skeletons. Maria took photos as the sun bled out behind the ridge, casting long shadows that seemed to reach toward the tunnel. That first night, they ran drones over the collapse, mapping cracks and voids. Thermal imaging showed cold spots inside the rubble unnaturally uniform, like corridors still open beyond the blockage. Around midnight, Sarah's parabolic mic picked up the first anomaly, a low, rhythmic thumping echoing from deep inside the mountain. Not rockfalls, too regular, like the slow heartbeat of something massive, or the distant clang of a train wheel on rail. They played it back around the campfire. Elias listened longest, face tightening. "That's the coupling sound," he said quietly. "When cars link up." My granddad described it exactly. No one slept much after that. Saturday was labor. They used hydraulic jacks and come-alongs to shift smaller boulders, working in shifts under floodlights. Dust choked the air, and every rock removed revealed more darkness beyond. By late afternoon, they'd opened a crawl space large enough for a person to squeeze through. Caleb went first, headlamp piercing the black. Inside, the tunnel was pristine, rails intact, ties solid, no collapsed debris at all. As if the 1947 explosion had never happened. The air was colder, still, carrying a faint metallic tan. His radio crackled back to the team. "It's open. Completely open." One by one, they entered. The tunnel swallowed sound strangely, footsteps dulled, voices flattened. They walked single file along the tracks, lights cutting narrow cones into infinity. Half a mile in, they found the first sign, an old brass lantern hanging from a spike in the wall, glass cracked but wick still black with old oil. Fresh fingerprints smudged the dust on the handle. Jonah's drone lost signal almost immediately, dropping to the ground like a dead bird. Deeper still, the temperature plummeted. Breath hung in clouds. Sarah's recorder captured overlapping whispers, male voices, clipped and urgent, speaking in 1940s slang. "Hold the brake. She's running hot, can't stop her." Levi's metal detector screamed nonstop, needles pegging even when held away from the rails. They reached what should have been the center of the tunnel according to GPS. They were directly under the heart of Black Hollow Mountain. Here the tracks split into a Y junction that didn't exist on any map. One branch continued straight. The other curved sharply left into a sidebore barely wide enough for a single car. On the ground lay scattered personal items. A pocket watch stopped at 317. A union pin, a child's marble swirling with red veins. Maria photographed everything, flash strobing white against black stone. That's when the lights began to fail. Not batteries, dying beams dimming as if the darkness itself was drinking them. Elias froze, staring down the left branch. "He's here," he whispered. "My granddad. I can feel him pulling." Caleb tried to keep the group calm, suggesting they turn back, regroup outside. But Elias walked forward into the sidebore alone, headlamp fading with each step until he vanished around the curve. They called after him. No answer. Only the thumping returned louder now, vibrating through the rails into their boots. Like a train approaching from impossible distance. Panic edged in. They hurried back the way they came, but the tunnel stretched, wrong landmarks missing, distance doubling. Sarah's recorder filled with new voices. Their own, recorded minutes earlier, pleading for help. Jonah tripped over something, a human femur, bleached white, still wearing a shredded work boot. Thermal cameras showed heat signatures behind them. Tall, humanoid shapes trailing at the edge of visibility, temperature colder than the surrounding air. Caleb ordered a full retreat. They ran, rails hummed beneath their feet. The thumping became a roar, and oncoming freight bearing down from the main tunnel ahead. Headlamp glaring white in the dark. Impossible. No train had run here in 78 years. But the light grew brighter, wind rushing past them carrying coal dust and screams. Maria was last. She turned for one final photo. The flash captured it perfectly. 32 men in 1940s overalls standing between the rails behind them, faces pale and expressionless, arms outstretched. In the foreground, Elias stood among them, smiling gently, eyes solid black. The group burst out the crawlspace into moonlight, collapsing in the switching yard. All except Maria. They sealed the opening with everything they had, chains, boulders, even the generator, before driving away at dawn, never looking back. Search teams went in a week later. The entrance was collapsed again, solid as if never disturbed, no crawl space, no gear left behind. But on the rusted side of one abandoned boxcar, fresh graffiti appeared, overnight etched, deep into the metal with what looked like a coupling pin. Iron Echo Project. 6 souls delivered. Shift complete. The documentary footage was recovered from a memory card mailed anonymously to Caleb's home address months later. It ends with the group running toward the exit, the train's headlamp flooding the frame white. In the final seconds, audio captures a calm voice, not one of theirs, announcing over an old PA system, "All aboard for Black Hollow. Next stop, forever." Devil's Cut remains sealed. Trains don't run there anymore. But on foggy nights in Hollow's End, people swear they hear it far below the mountain, the slow chug of a coal drag picking up speed, whistle blowing mournful and low, carrying new passengers deeper into the dark. If you ever find an abandoned tunnel that calls to you, rails gleaming like they were laid yesterday, keep walking. Some lines were never meant to be reopened. This true terrifying railroad ghost encounter deep in an Appalachian mountain tunnel will haunt your nightmares. Real paranormal activity caught on camera. Overnight investigation gone wrong. Haunted abandoned tracks 2025 that claimed another crew. Creepy voices from the past. Shadows on the rails, lost forever underground. Listen in the dark with headphones if you dare, but never follow the light at the end of a forgotten tunnel. The mountain is always hiring, and it never lets anyone clock out. In the forgotten mill towns of northern Massachusetts, where the Merrimack River runs black with old dye and the brick factories stand empty like hollow teeth, there's a place the locals simply call the Clock Tower Mill. Built in 1889, it was once the largest textile mill in New England, 6 stories of red brick. Massive windows now shattered, and at the very top a 4-faced clock tower that hasn't moved since the night of the fire in 1953. Officially, the blaze started in the weaving room and claimed 12 night shift workers. The mill closed forever, the machinery sold for scrap, the building condemned. But the people who grew up in Lawrence know the real number was higher. Bodies were carried out in shifts for days, and the clock stopped at exactly 2:47 a.m., hence frozen as if the building itself died mid-breath. By December 2025, the mill had become a magnet for a certain kind of person, those chasing adrenaline, answers, or escape. A group of 7 online friends who had never met in person decided to change that with an in-real-life meet, a 48-hour lockdown inside the Clock Tower Mill. They met through a private Discord server dedicated to extreme urban exploration. The organizer was Ava Chun, 26, a night shift e-nurse from Boston who filmed everything for her growing true crime YouTube channel. With her came Diego Morales, 30, a sound designer obsessed with capturing authentic ambient terror. Twins Harper and Hudson Lee, 23, college dropouts who live-streamed on Twitch for donations. Ronan Flim, 28, a history major writing his thesis on industrial accidents. Sienna Brooks, 25, a makeup artist who specialized in special effects and wanted real fear for reference. And finally Malcolm Tate, 45, the quiet one, a former mill worker himself, who had been laid off from the last operating factory in the area, and claimed he just wanted to see the old girl one last time. They arrived after dark on December 23rd, parking in the chain-link lot riddled with potholes and broken glass. Snow flurries swirled under the streetlights. The main entrance was boarded, but Diego had researched a side door by the loading dock that only needed a crowbar. They slipped inside single file, headlamps cutting through decades of dust. The air hit them immediately cold, thick with lint that still floated like ghosts, and carrying a faint chemical sweetness from ancient dyes. Their footsteps echoed across the vast weaving floor, where rows of rusted looms stood like skeletal soldiers. Broken threads hung from warped beams, swaying slightly, though there was no draft. They set up base camp on the third floor, a wide-open space with tall windows overlooking the frozen river. Sleeping bags in a circle, portable heaters humming, cameras on tripods, drones charging. Ava started her main recording with a whisper. Night 1 in the Clock Tower Mill, the most deadly textile factory fire in Massachusetts history. We're here for 48 hours. No leaving until Christmas morning. Chat donations rolled in immediately, viewers loving the holiday twist. The first few hours were pure exploration. They split into pairs, mapping floors with handheld radios. The basement was flooded ankle-deep with black water that reflected their lights like oil. The fifth floor still smelled faintly of smoke, charred beams sagging overhead. Ronan found payroll ledgers and office names of workers crossed out in red ink dated the week of the fire. Sienna posed dramatically among the looms for photos, her breath pluming white. Malcolm stayed mostly silent, running his hand along old machinery as if greeting old friends. Around 1 a.m., the group gathered back at base for food and stories. That's when the first real anomaly happened. Diego's high-sensitivity microphone, left running in the corner, captured a sound that wasn't theirs, the rhythmic clack-clack-clack of a single loom operating somewhere far below. Clear, steady, mechanical. They played it back 3 times. No one had gone to the lower floors. The twins checked their drone footage, nothing moving. Malcolm's face went pale. That's a Northrop loom, he said quietly. Model from the 1940s. Sounds unmistakable. Sleep came uneasily. They took shifts watching the cameras. At 2:47 a.m., exactly the same time the clock froze, all 7 headlamps and lanterns dimmed simultaneously for 5 full seconds, then flared back to full brightness. Ava's main camera glitched, timestamp jumping from 2:46 to 2:48. In the missing minute, audio later revealed faint singing women's voices, soft and overlapping, an old Union song about long hours and low pay. Christmas Eve morning brought heavy snow outside, muffling the world. Inside, the mill felt watchful. Footsteps echoed on upper floors when everyone was accounted for on the third. Harper found child-sized handprints in the dust on a 6th-floor window too high for kids to reach without ladders. Ronan discovered a hidden door behind a collapsed wall leading to a narrow stairwell that spiraled up into the clock tower itself. The mechanism room was intact, massive iron gears frozen in place, chains thick with rust, the 4 clock faces visible through grimy glass. Snowflakes drifted through broken panes. The hands on every face pointed to 2:47. They climbed higher that afternoon, drawn by curiosity and content needs. The very top platform ringed the bell chamber. The bell itself was gone, removed after the fire, but the striker hung motionless. Diego set up microphones around the gears. Within minutes, they captured new sounds, metal groaning as if the mechanism strained to move. Then whispering, dozens of voices threaded together, naming names from the old payroll ledgers Ronan had found. By nightfall, tension frayed. Sienna started crying quietly, saying she kept seeing a woman in a burned apron standing at the edge of her vision. Hudson's Twitch chat spammed warnings, viewers noticing shadow figures in the background of his stream that the group couldn't see live. Malcolm finally spoke more than a few words. He told them his mother had worked the night shift in 1953. She was supposed to be there the night of the fire but called out sick. Survived because of it. She always said the mill was angry, he muttered. Said it wanted its workers back. At 11 p.m. the power banks began draining impossibly fast. Heaters shut off one by one. Temperature plummeted until frost feathered the inside of windows. Then the looms started, all of them, not just one. A chorus of mechanical clacking rising through the floors like a heartbeat accelerating. The building vibrated with it. They ran downstairs to the weaving floor and found nothing moving, yet the sound was deafening, threads dancing on their own. Panic set in. Ava tried to keep filming, voice shaking. Diego's recorder filled with screams, not theirs, high-pitched, agonized, repeating in loops. The twins attempted to leave via the loading dock door, but the crowbar wouldn't budge the reinforced board from the inside now. As if nails had grown back. They retreated to the clock tower stairs, the only place the loom sounds didn't reach. 7 people crammed onto narrow steps, lights flickering. At 2:47 a.m., again, everything stopped. Silence so complete their ears rang. Then the bell striker moved slowly, deliberately striking once, twice, up to 12 times. Midnight on Christmas. In the silence that followed, Malcolm stood. "It's time," he said calmly, and began climbing higher toward the mechanism room. Ronan tried to stop him, but Malcolm turned with strength number 45-year-old should have, pushing him down the stairs. One by one, the others felt the pull, gentle but irresistible. Ava's camera captured it, each person rising as if sleepwalking, ascending the spiral. She fought hardest, screaming into the lens for help, but her feet carried her upward against her will. The last footage, recovered later from a memory card that somehow survived, shows the group standing in a perfect circle around the frozen gears. Snow swirling through broken clock faces. Their breath no longer visible, bodies already matching the mill's temperature. Faces calm, almost peaceful. Then the gears groaned and turned one single tick forward. The clock hands on all 4 faces jerked to 2:48 for the first time in 72 years. Search teams entered on December 27th after worried families reported no contact. The mill was empty. Gear undisturbed, doors unboarded from outside. No footprints in the fresh snow leading in or out. All equipment neatly packed as if they'd never intended to stay. But up in the clock tower, etched freshly into the iron face of the largest gear, 7 new names appeared alongside dozens of older ones. Ava Chen, Diego Morales, Harper Lee, Hudson Lee. Ronan Flynn, Sienna Brooks, Malcolm Tate. The clock tower mill still stands. The clock now keeps perfect time, ticking audibly from blocks away. On quiet nights, if you walk past the chained gates, you can hear the looms running again, steady, patient, waiting for the next shift that never clocks out. This real terrifying paranormal lockdown in America's deadliest textile mill will keep you awake all night. True scary story from an abandoned factory, 48-hour challenge gone fatally wrong, haunted location Christmas horror, 2025 that claimed 7 lives. Creepy machinery moving on its own, voices from the fire, trapped forever in the gears. Listen with lights on and headphones in, but never answer if you hear a loom calling your name. The mill always needs more hands, and it never closes for holidays. In the barren badlands of southeastern Utah, where red rock spires rise like the bones of ancient giants and the wind carves eternal silence into the canyons, there lies a remote slot canyon known to rangers as Echo Rift. It's not on any public map. Access requires special permits, and even seasoned guides avoid it after rumors spread through the National Park Service forums in the early 2000s. Hikers who enter alone sometimes don't come out. Search parties find their gear neatly stacked at dead ends, footprints ending mid-stride, voices echoing long after the person is gone. The native tribes called it the throat of the earth, a place where the ground listens and occasionally speaks back. In late October 2025, 5 experienced canyoneers decided to challenge the rumors for a private film project. They were a tight-knit group who had tackled slots all over the Southwest. Leading them was Zara Ellison, 33, a professional adventure photographer with sponsorships and a large Instagram following. Her boyfriend, Theo Ramirez, 35, was a geologist who mapped underground formations for a living. Then there were the siblings, Lila and Knox Carter, 28 and 30, both wilderness EMTs who thrived on high-risk descents. Finally, there was Julian Halle, 41, a quiet audio recordist who had worked on major nature documentaries and claimed he wanted to capture the pure acoustics of Echo Rift. They entered at dawn on October 28th. Permits approved under the guise of geological surveying. The approach was a 3-hour hike across slick rock under a cloudless sky. The canyon mouth was narrow, barely shoulder width, at points forcing them to sidestep with packs held overhead. Sunlight penetrated only the upper third. Below that, perpetual twilight reigned. The walls were sculpted smooth by flash floods, striped in layers of crimson, ochre, and black. Every sound bounced, unpredictably, footsteps returning as whispers, breaths amplified into sighs. They rappelled the first major drop, a 120-foot free hang into a chamber wide enough for all 5 to stand together. Here the echoes were already strange. When Zara called out, "Hello!" to test acoustics, the canyon answered back in a chorus, her voice layered dozens of times, some delayed, some pitched lower, almost mocking. Julian smiled, setting up parabolic mics. This place is an acoustic cathedral. They pressed deeper. The slot twisted like intestines, forcing single-file progress. Water seeped from cracks, keeping the sandstone slick. By noon, they reached the section rangers called the Narrows walls, so close their helmets scraped both sides simultaneously. Light vanished entirely. Only headlamps guided them. The air grew cooler, carrying a faint mineral scent like wet iron. That's when the first wrong thing happened. Lila, in the middle of the line, stopped suddenly. "Did you hear that?" she asked. They all paused. Silence, then a clear voice from ahead, around the next bend. Theo's voice calling, "Keep moving. It opens up soon." But Theo was at the rear. He hadn't spoken. They shone lights forward, empty canyon curving out of sight. Julian's recorder had captured it perfectly. Playback revealed something chilling. The voice was Theo's timbre, but the words arrived before he actually said them minutes later. They laughed it off as classic echo trickery and continued. But the canyon began to play more games. Footsteps sounded behind them when no one lagged. Whispers threaded through the stone, indistinct at first, then forming words in English and Navajo mixed. Names of past hikers who had vanished here, dates of their entries read from missing persons, reports they all knew by heart. By late afternoon, they reached the heart chamber, a rare widening where the canyon opened into a circular room 30 feet across. Floor covered in fine red sand, ceiling lost in darkness. A single shaft of sunlight pierced from an unseen crack high above, illuminating dust motes like floating embers. They decided to camp here for the night. Tents weren't possible. They unrolled bivvies in a circle, cooked on a tiny stove, and shared stories to keep nerves steady. Julian's mics ran continuously, capturing the natural reverb. At dusk, the light shaft faded. Darkness in Echo Rift was absolute blackness, so dense it pressed against their eyes. They kept headlamps on low. Around 9 p.m., the whispers returned, clearer now. Multiple voices, male and female, overlapping. Telling stories of flash floods, of people trapped by rising water, of bones ground smooth by sand. Then personal details. Zara's fear of enclosed spaces she'd hidden from the group. Theo's recent proposal rejection he hadn't shared. Lila's guilt over a patient she lost. Knox's secret painkiller use after an old injury. Julian's terminal diagnosis he'd kept from everyone. One by one, they heard their own voices speaking secrets aloud from the walls. Things said in private phone calls weeks earlier. The canyon was listening. Always had been. Sleep was fractured. Around 2 a.m., Knox woke to find Lila gone from her bivvy. He called softly, her voice answered from deeper in the canyon. Calm and inviting, "Come see this chamber, it's beautiful." The group roused. Following the sound down a side passage none of them remembered passing earlier. The slough narrowed again, forcing crawling on bellies through sand. Lights revealed fresh drag marks, their own boot treads, but deeper, as if made by heavier bodies. They found Lila standing motionless in a dead-end alcove, staring at the wall. When they reached her, she turned with a serene smile. "They showed me the way out," she said. Her eyes reflected their headlamps' wrong pupils too wide, almost absent. Theo grabbed her arm to lead her back, but she pulled away gently and walked deeper into the solid rock. Not through a hidden passage into the stone itself, vanishing like mist. Panic erupted. They searched frantically, calling until voices hoarse. Julian's recorder later revealed what live ears missed. As Lila disappeared, dozens of other voices sighed in relief, welcoming her. They retreated to the heart chamber, barricading the entrances with packs, though there was nothing physical to block. The whispers never stopped, now constant, conversational, as if the canyon discussed them openly. Sunrise never came. The light shaft remained dark. Watches showed morning, but no sun penetrated. Time stretched. On what should have been the second day, Knox volunteered to scout the exit route alone. He never returned. His voice echoed back periodically, always from the wrong direction, always calm. "I found the top. Follow my light." But no light appeared. Zara, Theo, and Julian stayed together after that. They rationed food, tried to climb toward any hint of surface, but every rappel anchor they placed earlier was gone, bolts missing from solid rock as if never drilled. The canyon reshaped itself around them. Julian's equipment began capturing footage on its own thermal, showing heat signatures of human shapes standing just outside light beams, always facing them. Audio layered with laughter, crying, singing in languages none of them knew. On the final recording Zara's GoPro left running as battery died, they sat in a tight circle, holding hands. Theo whispered apologies for things unsaid. Julian admitted his illness, saying the canyon already knew and didn't judge. Zara spoke directly to the camera. If you find this, don't come looking. Echo Rift doesn't take you by force. It offers understanding, total honesty, and once you accept, you don't want to leave. The last visual. Sand on the chamber floor shifting on its own, forming perfect outlines of 5 bodies lying side by side. Then the lens fogged from inside as if breathed on from the other side. Search parties entered Echo Rift in November 2025 after the group missed their exit window. They found all gear stacked neatly in the heart chamber packs emptied, contents arranged by category, cameras wiped clean. No footprints leading in or out except the rescuer's own. But high on the chamber wall, freshly carved into stone too hard for any tool they carried, 5 new names appeared alongside dozens of older etchings dating back centuries. Zara Ellison, Theo Ramirez, Lila Carter, Knox Carter, Julian Hale. Echo Rift remains closed indefinitely. Rangers report that on windless days, if you stand at the canyon mouth and listen carefully, you can hear conversation far below multiple voices, relaxed and content, sharing stories that never end. Sometimes a new voice joins, clear and surprised at first, then calming into the chorus. This true terrifying slot canyon disappearance will make you rethink every echo you hear. Real paranormal encounter in Utah's most forbidden canyon. Canyoneering expedition gone wrong, haunted Echo Rift horror 2025 that claimed 5 lives. Creepy voices from the stone, whispers knowing your secrets. Trapped forever in the earth's throat. Listen with headphones in complete darkness if you dare, but never speak your truths aloud in a silent canyon. The ground is always listening. And it loves an honest soul. In the windswept dunes of the Outer Banks in North Carolina, where the Atlantic Ocean gnaws relentlessly at the shore, and old shipwrecks lie buried just beneath the sand, there stands a solitary lighthouse known as Graveyard Light. Built in 1872 after a string of maritime disasters, it once guided vessels through the treacherous Diamond Shoals. The tower is 210 feet of weathered brick, its lantern room dark since 1939 when automation failed and the keepers vanished during a nor'easter. The Coast Guard decommissioned it, boarded the door and left it to the elements. Locals on Hatteras Island avoid the beach around it at night. They say the light still sweeps the sea on stormy evenings, searching for ships that never come home and sometimes calling new ones to join the graveyard below. In September 2025, 6 marine archaeology students from Duke University secured rare permission for a week-long field study at Graveyard Light. Their professor had pulled strings for access to scan the structure for historical preservation. The team was young, ambitious, and bonded by years of dives together. Leading them was Naomi Reyes, 27, a PhD candidate specializing in submerged cultural resources. Her best friend, Connor Hale, 26, handled underwater drones and sonar. Then there were the couple, Elise and Mateo Alvarez, both 25, experts in photogrammetry and 3D modeling. Rowan Kim, 24, was the quiet historian obsessed with lighthouse lore. Finally, there was Vance Doyle, 29, the oldest a former Navy diver who joined late, claiming he knew the shoals from military service and wanted to document erosion patterns. They arrived by ferry on September 14th, renting a beach house a mile north and driving a TVs down the sand each day. The lighthouse rose from a dune like a skeletal finger, spiral stairs exposed where the keeper's quarters had collapsed decades ago. Gulls nested in the cracks, and salt crust glittered on the bricks. The door was chained, but their permit key worked. Inside smelled of guano and rust, the iron stairs groaning under weight. They set up base on the service room halfway up wide enough for gear and sleeping bags, with windows offering 360-degree views of endless ocean. The first days were productive. They flew drones around the tower, scanned the lantern room, mapped erosion at the base where waves undercut the foundation. At night, they cooked on a camp stove and shared beer, watching bioluminescence in the surf. Naomi recorded daily video logs for her dissertation. Day 3 at Graveyard Light. No anomalies beyond expected structural decay. The isolation is profound nearest road, 5 miles north. No cell service, just the sound of waves. But on the 4th night, everything shifted. A storm brewed offshore, the kind that turns the sea angry. They secured gear and stayed inside, playing cards by lantern light. Around 11 p.m., the power on their LED lamps flickered though batteries were fresh. Then the beam swept across the windows, a powerful white light circling slowly. Exactly like the old Fresnel lens once did. They rushed to the lantern room. The mechanism was gone removed in 1939, yet the light revolved steadily, illuminating the storm-tossed waves. Connor's drone outside captured it clearly before signal loss. The tower lit from within, beam cutting through rain. When the sweep hit the ocean, they saw ships' ghostly silhouettes on the horizon. Old wooden schooners, iron steamers, sails tattered, running without lights straight toward the shoals. The team watched in stunned silence as the apparitions crashed one by one onto invisible bars, breaking apart in silence. No sound reached the tower. Then the beam extinguished as suddenly as it appeared. Sleep was impossible after that. They debated hallucinations from infrasound or bioluminescent algae, but footage proved otherwise. Rowan dug into his offline notes. The 1939 keeper's last log mentioned the light calling them out before radio silence. The nor'easter that night sank 3 ships. Day 5 brought clear skies but heavier atmosphere. The team explored the base at low tide, finding fresh drag marks in the sand wide, as if something heavy had been pulled into the surf. Vance identified them as consistent with ship keels. Elise's underwater drone picked up anomalies. Massive shadows on the seafloor just beyond the breakers. Shapes too regular for natural reefs. That night, the light returned earlier, at dusk. With it came voices carried on the wind feint at first, then clearer through the open windows. Sailors shouting orders in archaic English, pleas in foreign tongues, cries for help cut short. Naomi's recorder captured hundreds layered together. When the beam swept the beach, footprints appeared in wet sand bare feet. Old-fashioned boots leading from the water straight to the tower door, then vanishing. The group barricaded inside the service room. Doors chained from within, but the voices penetrated brick. They spoke directly to them now. Naomi's deceased father calling her name in Spanish, Connor hearing his drowned brother from childhood, Elise and Mateo's future child crying, Rowan's grandmother reciting family history he'd never shared, Vance hearing classified mission details from his Navy days. One by one, the pull began. Rowan stood first, eyes vacant, walking toward the stairs leading up. Mateo restrained him, but Rowan whispered, "They need a historian to record the wrecks." It took 3 of them to tie him gently with climbing rope. Elise broke next, sobbing about seeing their unborn daughter waving from the lantern room. Vance volunteered to scout the beach for help, claiming he could swim to the nearest house if needed. They begged him to stay, but he smiled sadly. "The sea always calls me back." He unchained the door and walked into the night. Footprints showed him heading straight into the surf. No struggle, just acceptance. By dawn, only Naomi and Connor remained. The light had swept all night, ships crashing endlessly. The tower vibrated with each spectral impact. They climbed to the lantern room at sunrise, hoping daylight would end it. The ocean lay calm, no sign of storm. But the sand below was covered in fresh wreckage, timbers, canvas, rusted chains that hadn't been there yesterday. And in the center, 5 sets of their own footprints leading from the door to the water. Connor's drone, recovered later floating on shore, captured the final descent. Naomi and Connor emerging at dawn hand in hand, walking calmly into the waves. The camera followed until battery died, showing them wading deeper, water to chests, then necks, until the lens submerged. In the last frames, dozens of translucent figures stood in the shallow's old keepers in uniforms, sailors from centuries past, welcoming them with open arms. Search teams arrived September 21st after the university lost contact. The lighthouse was empty. All gear catalogued and stacked neatly on the service room floor, labeled by category. Sleeping bags rolled, data drives wiped clean, except for one file. Naomi's final log, time-stamped the moment they walked into the sea. Her voice calm. "Graveyard light isn't haunted. It's still working, guiding the lost home." "We understand, Mal. If you see the beam, don't fight the call." The tower was permanently sealed after that. But on stormy nights along the Outer Banks, fishermen report the light sweeping again stronger than ever, reaching farther out to sea. And sometimes, modern vessels alter course inexplicably toward the shoals. Radio silent, crews later found missing with peaceful expressions. Graveyard light keeps its vigil. The sea always claims its own. And now it has new keepers young, dedicated, eternal. This true terrifying lighthouse paranormal encounter off North Carolina's coast will make you fear the guiding light. Real ghost story from America's deadliest shoals. Marine archaeology team vanishes. Haunted graveyard light horror 2025 that claimed 6 souls. Creepy beam in the storm. Voices from shipwrecks. Walking into the waves forever. Listen on a dark night with ocean sounds if you dare. But never trust a light that calls your name across the water. Some shores aren't meant to be reached. And some calls aren't meant to be answered. In the frozen tundra of northern Alaska, beyond the Dalton Highway, where the road ends and only bush pilots dare to fly in winter, there lies a remote research station called Iceful Outpost. Built in the 1970s for polar studies, it was abandoned in 1998 after a brutal season claimed the entire 6-person crew, no bodies recovered, just an open door and frost-covered equipment. The university sealed it, but the legend grew among Arctic researchers, something in the ice watches. It waits for those who disturb the silence. In February 2025, a private expedition funded by a tech billionaire reopened Iceville for a climate data recovery mission. 8 specialists were flown in by helicopter during a rare clear window. Leading the team was Dr. Elena Voss, 38, a glaciologist with multiple publications on ancient ice cores. Her second in command was Marcus Halle, 40, an engineer specializing in extreme environments. The crew included twins Aria and Jonah Lee, 26, both data analysts. Freya Olsen, 32, a Norwegian survival expert. Ravi Patel, 35, a physicist, studying cosmic radiation. Lila Moreau, 29, a French videographer, documenting for a streaming series. And finally, Harlan Crow, 52, a quiet mechanic who had wintered at the South Pole and claimed he knew how to listen to the ice. They landed on February 12th, the helicopter departing immediately as weather closed in. The station was buried under 10 feet of drift, only the radio antenna and upper windows visible. They dug out the main entrance, a heavy steel door that creaked open into darkness. Inside, time had frozen. Coffee cups on tables, jackets on hooks, logs open to the last entry dated March 3, 1998. They're in the walls now. Can't tell what's echo and what's real. The team dismissed it as hypoxia-induced delusion. They powered up generators, cleared rooms, and set up in the central habitat module a long hallway connecting labs, sleeping quarters, kitchen, and the drill bay leading to the ice tunnel. Temperatures outside hit -50 Fahrenheit. Inside, heaters struggled to keep it above freezing. Their mission: retrieve core samples stored in the subglacial lab 200 feet below the surface via a vertical shaft. The first days were routine. They restored power, cataloged old equipment, and began descending the shaft, a metal ladder bolted into blue ice, breath crystallizing instantly. The subglacial lab was pristine, racks of ice cores glowing under emergency lights, drills still plugged in. Elena's team extracted samples showing trapped air bubbles from millennia past. Lila filmed everything, her channel already gaining traction with Lost Arctic Station reopened, Live from the Ice. But on the 4th night, the listening began. Freya woke to faint tapping from inside the walls, slow, deliberate, like Morse but no pattern. She alerted the others. Marcus checked the structure. No pipes freezing, no wind penetration. Yet the tapping migrated, following wherever someone stood alone. Ravi's instruments registered micro-vibrations in the ice itself, frequencies too low for human hearing but strong enough to feel in the chest. By day 6, a blizzard locked them in, no visibility, no flights possible for weeks. Isolation set in. They explored deeper into the ice tunnel system carved by the original crew horizontal shafts, radiating from the lab like veins. Walls were mirror smooth, reflecting headlamps into infinity. Jonah found carvings low on the ice. Handprints, dozens of them, palm-sized and perfect as if pressed yesterday. But the 1998 crew wore gloves, and the prints were too small, childlike. That night, the voices started. Not through radios directly in their ears, as if spoken from inches away. Each person heard something personal. Elena's dead mother humming a lullaby from childhood. Marcus hearing his estranged daughter calling Daddy, Aria. And Jonah hearing each other's thoughts spoken aloud, secrets they'd never shared even as twins. Freya heard her lost climbing partner from a Denali accident. Ravi heard equations in a language she didn't know but understood instinctively. Lila heard her future self warning her to leave. Harlan heard nothing at all, and that terrified him most. They tried to stay together in the habitat module, lights blazing. But the ice began to speak visually too. Frost patterns on windows formed faces, watching, waiting. In the drill bay, core samples thawed slightly, releasing bubbles that rose and popped with faint whispers. One core dated to 12,000 years ago, cracked open on its own. Inside, a perfect human eye, blue and unblinking, staring up at Elena. Panic spread slowly. Arya began answering the voices, convinced they were benevolent guides from the deep past. Jonah tried to stop her, but she walked into the ice tunnel alone, saying, "They want to show me the heart." Her screams echoed back minutes later, cut short. Search parties found her gear neatly stacked at a dead end. Boots laced, no footprints leading away. Just her headlamp still on, pointed at the wall where fresh handprints appeared her size now. The group sealed the shaft door, but the ice found ways. Cracks spiderwebbed across floors. Water seeped upward, freezing into shapes fingers reaching. Generators failed one by one, plunging sections into darkness. Harlan finally spoke more than a sentence. The ice isn't empty. It remembers everything that ever lived on it. And it's lonely. On what they calculated as day 12 calendars meaningless and endless night, Ravi disappeared during a solo check of the radio room. His recorder, left running, captured him speaking calmly. The radiation isn't cosmic. It's them. Calling from inside the lattice. Footsteps receding into static. Freya and Marcus barricaded the kitchen, melting snow for water over a camp stove. Lila streamed one final time, face gaunt, eyes wide. We thought we came to study the ice. But the ice was studying us. It learns your pain, your regrets, then offers peace. Total silence. No more loss. The feed cut as she walked toward the sealed shaft door, which opened on its own. Marcus lasted longest with Elena. They climbed to the surface hatch, hoping to signal a plane. But the drift had resealed it from outside solid ice as if never disturbed. In the habitat hallway, they found the others waiting, not bodies, but silhouettes carved into the ice walls. Perfect reliefs of Arya, Jonah, Ravi, Freya, Lila, Harlan faces serene, eyes open, hands pressed forward as if pushing through from the other side. The last audio log from Elena's personal recorder, Marcus whispering, "It's beautiful, Elena. No more fighting the cold. Just rest." Her reply, trembling at first, then calm, "You're not, Marcus." Footsteps. Silence. Rescue arrived in late March when weather cleared. The helicopter crew found Iceville Outpost perfectly preserved, power restored somehow, heaters humming, coffee fresh in the pot. All equipment cataloged, data drives backed up, ice cores re-racked. But the station was empty. In the subglacial lab, 8 new silhouettes joined the old handprints on the walls, life-sized, detailed, faces turned toward the drill shaft leading deeper. And at the bottom of the ladder, a fresh core waited on the table drilled recently, glowing faintly blue from within. No bodies. No struggle, just acceptance. Iceville Outpost was permanently demolished that summer. But pilots flying the region report strange lights under the ice at night, soft pulsing like breath. And sometimes during whiteouts, radios pick up faint voices, personal, intimate, inviting, offering the one thing the Arctic never gives: warmth. This true terrifying Arctic research station disappearance will freeze your blood. Real paranormal encounter in Alaska's most isolated outpost, climate expedition lost forever. Haunted Iceville Horror 2025 that claimed 8 souls. Creepy voices from ancient ice, silhouettes watching from the walls, joining the silence eternally. Listen bundled up in the dark if you dare, but never answer when the ice calls your name. Some cold isn't meant to be escaped. And some silences aren't empty. In the misty rainforests of the Olympic Peninsula in Washington state, where ancient cedars tower like silent guardians and moss drapes everything in eternal green, there hides a forgotten logging camp called Vale Hollow. Established in the 1920s during the peak of old-growth harvesting, it housed hundreds of workers who felled giants with crosscut saws and hauled them out on narrow-gauge rails. In 1934, during the Great Depression, the company went bust overnight. The camp was abandoned mid-shift, tools left in place, cookpots still on stoves, personal belongings in bunkhouses. No evacuation order, just silence. Searchers found no trace of the 187 souls who lived there. The forest swallowed the roads, and the site faded into legend. Locals on the Quinault Reservation speak of it in hushed tones. The trees took them back. The hollow remembers. In August 2025, a team of 7 forest ecologists and documentary filmmakers secured rare access through a federal grant to study old-growth recovery in disturbed sites. Their target, Vale Hollow, located via archived maps and satellite anomalies showing unexplained regrowth patterns. Leading the expedition was Dr. Selena Brooks, 39, a dendrochronologist specializing in tree ring records of human impact. Her partner, Owen Hart, 37, was a wildlife biologist tracking apex predator return. The crew included siblings Nova and River Quinn, 27 and 29, both botanists mapping invasive species. Kai Nakamura, 31, a soundscape ecologist recording natural audio. Myra Singh, 28, the drone pilot and cinematographer for a major streaming platform series. And finally, Elias Thorne, 55, a grizzled former logger hired as guide. He claimed his grandfather had worked Vale Hollow before the disappearance. They hiked in over 3 days from the nearest trailhead, packs heavy with scientific gear, tents, and solar chargers. The forest grew denser with every mile ferns waist high, nurse logs cradling new saplings, air thick with the scent of damp earth and resin. On August 17th, they reached the hollow, a wide clearing where structures emerged like fossils. Bunkhouses sagged under moss roofs, rails rusted into the soil, a massive steam donkey engine half buried in blackberry vines. Trees, some over 800 years old, had reclaimed the center, roots entwining foundations. No birdsong. Just the constant drip of rain from canopy to understory. They set up camp in the old mess hall, the only building with a partially intact roof. Windows stared empty, tables still set with tin plates. Selena's team deployed sensors immediately. Dendrometers on ancient trunks, acoustic recorders in the canopy, soil probes, trail cameras. Myra's drone mapped the site in high resolution, revealing perfect circular patterns in the regrowth rings of younger trees around voids where buildings once stood. The first night was calm. They cooked over a portable stove, shared data, and listened to Elias tell stories his grandfather passed down. Workers hearing axes in the night long after quitting time, seeing fellow loggers walk into the woods and never return trees bleeding when cut. They laughed politely folklore to explain hard lives. But on the second night, the forest answered back. Kai's recorders left running in a grid captured sounds that weren't wind or wildlife. The rhythmic chunk of axes biting wood. Saws screaming through fibermen shouting in 1930s slang. Timber. Delayed by seconds as if echoing from inside the trunks. Playback around the campfire silenced everyone. Trail cameras showed nothing moving. Day 3 brought fog that never lifted. Visibility dropped to 20 feet. The team split to collect samples. Nova and River headed to the eastern rail line, clipping moss and corn saplings. They found something unnatural. Every tree ring after 1934 showed identical trauma patterns, scar tissue, as if the entire forest had been wounded simultaneously. Deeper in, they discovered axes embedded in trunks, blades rusted solid, handles rotted away, yet positioned mid-swing. Fresh sap wept from the cuts, bright red against green moss. That afternoon, Mira's drone lost signal mid-flight over the central clearing. It dropped straight down, landing upright in soft duff. When recovered, the footage showed something impossible. From above, the camp appeared fully operational, smoke from chimneys, workers moving between buildings, rails loaded with fresh-cut logs. But on the ground, only ruins. By night 4, the hollow began to speak directly. Elias woke to his grandfather's voice calling from outside the mess hall. "Boy, come help with the fall." He stumbled out into fog, gone for hours. They found him at dawn sitting against a cedar, eyes open, smiling. "They're still working," he whispered. "Never stopped. The trees need tending." He refused to leave after that, wandering the site humming old logging songs. The voices spread. Selena heard her deceased mentor praising her research. Owen heard wolves howling in patterns matching his late father's whistle. Nova and River heard each other as children, laughing in the underbrush. Kai's equipment overloaded with layered audio, hundreds of voices discussing cuts, yields, weather. Myra filmed shadows moving between trunks. Tall figures in suspenders and cork boots, axes over shoulders, faces obscured by mist. They tried to leave on day 5, packing frantically. But the trail they'd entered by was gone, overgrown solid, as if decades had passed in days. GPS spun wildly. Compass needles pointed inward toward the hollow's heart. Rain intensified, turning soil to mud that sucked at boots. River broke first. He walked into the forest following a voice only he heard his childhood dog barking. They searched until exhaustion. Trail cams later showed him approaching a massive cedar, placing his palm against bark, then simply merging. Body outline absorbed into the trunk, clothes falling empty to the ground. Panic turned to resignation. One by one, they answered calls. Nova heard the forest begging for balanced human touch to heal old wounds. She pressed against a nurse log and vanished into moss. Kai followed recorded voices deeper, leaving his mics running. Playback revealed him saying, "I understand now." The soundscape was never silent. It was full. Selena, Owen, and Mira held out longest in the mess hall, barricading doors with tables. But the trees grew closer, roots cracking floorboards, branches scraping windows like fingers. The air filled with resin scent so strong it burned lungs. Selena's final journal entry, written by Lantern. The forest didn't take them in anger. It needed caretakers, eternal ones. We disturbed the balance by coming back. Now we restore it. Myra's last live stream, signal somehow piercing the canopy. 3 figures sitting at a tin-plated table, faces calm. Behind them, through cracked windows, dozens of silhouettes stood among trunks, old loggers and new ecologists, side by side. Owen spoke directly to camera. If you see Vale Hollow on a map, erase it. The work here never ends. And the forest is hiring. Rescue teams reached the site in September after the grant deadline passed. They found the mess hall intact, gear cataloged by type, data drives full of perfect samples. Tents folded, stoves cold. But the clearing had changed. 7 new cedars grew in a perfect circle where the camp center once was, trunks thick, as if decades old. Rings already telling stories of 1934 and 2025 intertwined. No bodies. No struggle. Just integration. Vale Hollow remains unmarked on modern maps. But loggers and hikers report hearing axes at work deep in the peninsula, steady, patient. And sometimes fresh-cut rings appear on ancient trunks, initialed with new names. This true terrifying rainforest disappearance will make you hear every tree differently. Real paranormal encounter in Washington's Lost Logging Camp. Ecology team absorbed forever. Haunted Vale Hollow Horror 2025 that claimed 7 souls. Creepy axes in the night, voices from ancient wood, becoming part of the forest eternally. Listen under headphones in the woods if you dare, but never answer when the trees call your name. Some roots run deeper than time, and some jobs last forever. In the desolate high desert of central Nevada, where the sagebrush stretches endless under a sky too big for comfort, and old military testing grounds scar the earth with craters, there lies a decommissioned listening post called Silence Ridge. Built in the late 1950s during the Cold War, it was part of a secret network designed to detect nuclear detonations through ultra-low frequency sound waves traveling through the ground. The facility is a concrete bunker half buried in a ridge, surrounded by rusted antenna arrays that once pointed skyward like dead fingers. In 1962, the entire 12-person crew vanished during a routine shift. No distress call. No signs of evacuation. Just microphones left running, capturing hours of absolute silence before the tapes ended. The site was classified, then abandoned, then forgotten until satellite imagery in the 2010s revealed the antennas had mysteriously realigned themselves. In July 2025, a crew of 9 audio engineers and seismologists arrived under a private research grant to study infrasound anomalies in the Great Basin. Their goal: recover the original 1962 tapes rumored to be sealed in the bunker vault, and compare them to modern recordings. Leading the team was Dr. Nadia Halil, 41, a world-renowned acoustician who had mapped whale songs across oceans. Her colleague, Lucas Reyes, 38, was a seismologist specializing in microtremors. The group included twins Sage and Aspen Morrow, 30, both signal processing experts. Greta Holm, 34, a Swedish radio astronomer. Dev Patel, 32, a data visualization specialist. Rowan Vale, 29, the team's videographer for a potential podcast series. Tariq Hassan, 36, a former military communications officer. And finally, Miriam Locke, 58, the eldest and archivist who had worked on declassifying Cold War sites and insisted on coming to handle the original reels. They flew into a private airstrip, then drove 4 hours on dirt tracks to reach Silence Ridge on July 15th. The bunker door, 10 tons of steel, was unlocked, as if waiting. Inside, the air was dry and cool, preserved like a tomb. Consoles from the 1960s sat intact. Reel-to-reel decks, oscilloscopes with vacuum tubes, paper charts still pinned to walls showing flat lines from that final night. Dust lay thick, yet certain surfaces' control knobs, chair arms were clean, as if recently touched. They set up in the main operations room. Modern laptops beside vintage equipment, sleeping bags inside quarters, a portable generator humming outside. Nadia's team deployed new infrasound sensors across the ridge, burying geophones in precise grids. Rowan filmed everything for the series. Week 1 at Silence Ridge, the quietest place on Earth where the ground itself used to listen for the end of the world. The first anomaly came on night 3. Greatest overnight recording, meant to capture natural baseline, instead registered a single ultra-low tone 4.7 Hz, just below human hearing but strong enough to vibrate rib cages. The frequency matched the Schumann resonance but inverted, as if the Earth's heartbeat played backward. When played through subwoofers at safe volume, everyone felt sudden dread, nausea, an urge to leave. They shut it down quickly. Day 4 brought heat 115 degrees outside, cooler inside but oppressive. While retrieving archived tapes from the vault, Miriam found the 1962 reels labeled in neat handwriting. Shift 47 final. Playback revealed 12 hours of dead silence. Then a gradual build of the same inverted tone, growing until the tape distorted. At the exact moment it peaked, faint voices emerged overlapping, speaking backward in English and Russian. Translated later, warnings about the listener waking. That night, the new sensors began capturing voices forward, not through air, through ground conduction. Each team member heard something private in their bone-conducted audio monitors. Nadia's long-dead professor lecturing on harmonics. Lucas hearing his ex-wife's final voicemail. Sage and Aspen hearing their mother singing a lullaby from childhood. Greta heard pulsar signals she'd lost years ago. Dev heard code compiling perfectly for a project that had failed. Rowan heard future podcast subscribers praising episodes not yet recorded. Tariq heard radio chatter from a mission he'd lost friends on. Miriam heard nothing and smiled at that. They tried to rationalize, induced infrasound causing auditory hallucinations. But the recordings were objective voices, clear, personal, impossible for the system to know. By day 6, the ridge itself changed. Antennas outside had rotated again, pointing inward toward the bunker. Satellite phones failed. GPS showed them 200 miles from their actual location. The generator ran without fuel. Lights dimmed and brightened in patterns matching heart rates of whoever stood closest. Sage disappeared first during a solo sensor check. They found her geophone buried perfectly, headphones on the ground playing her own voice inviting her deeper. Search revealed boot prints leading to a concrete wall ending abruptly, as if she walked straight through. Panic spread slowly. Aspen refused to believe it, replaying Sage's last audio. "It's so clear here. No noise. Just truth." He followed the same path hours later, vanishing at the same wall. The group barricaded in ops. But the inverted tone returned louder, constant, felt in teeth and bones. Voices offered comfort. No more loss, no more failure, perfect silence where nothing hurts. Greta walked to the vault, saying the stars wanted her back. Dev followed code to a console that hadn't he worked since 1962 now, displaying perfect visualizations of data they hadn't he collected yet. Tariq and Rowan held out in the tape room, looping white noise to drown the tone. But the reels began recording on their own new tape spinning, capturing their whispered fears in real time. Rowan's final footage. Tariq standing, saluting an empty room. "Orders came through," he said. "Clear channel." He pressed against the same wall. Gone. Nadia and Miriam lasted until dawn of day 9. The bunker lights glowed without power. Every screen showed the same flat line from 1962 now climbing slowly. Miriam finally spoke. It wasn't listening for bombs. It was waiting for the right frequency. People who understand silence. She placed the original reels back in the vault, closed it gently, and walked into the wall absorbed without ripple. Nadia's last act. Uploading data via a burst transmission that somehow worked. Her voice calm in the final log. Silence Ridge isn't abandoned. It's occupied. By listeners. We came to hear the Earth, but the Earth was hearing us. If you receive this, do not come. Some frequencies aren't meant to be recorded. Some silences aren't empty. Rescue arrived in August after the grant expired. Silence Ridge was pristine. Equipment cataloged, sensors retrieved, tapes racked neatly, including 9 new reels labeled with the team's names. Antennas pointed skyward again. But deep in the vault, the 1962 final tape now plays continuously. 21 voices in perfect harmony, old crew, and new singing the inverted tone. No distortion, no end. The site was bulldozed and buried under classified orders. But seismologists worldwide report a persistent 4.7 Hz anomaly originating from central Nevada, growing slightly stronger each year. And sometimes, during absolute quiet, audio engineers hear it through bone conduction. An invitation. Clear channel. Perfect reception. This true terrifying Cold War listening post-encounter will make you fear true silence. Real paranormal disappearance in Nevada's most secret bunker. Infrasound research team lost forever. Haunted Silence Ridge Horror 2025 that claimed 9 souls. Creepy voices through the ground, inverted earth heartbeat, absorbed into perfect quiet eternally. Listen on high-quality headphones in total silence if you dare, but never tune to the frequency that knows your name. Some stations never go off air, and some listeners never clock out. In the shadowed canyons of southern Colorado, where the San Juan Mountains drop sharply into pin and juniper scrub and ancient Anasazi ruins hide in alcoves carved by millennia of wind, there lies a remote ghost town called Ashfall. Founded in 1881 during a brief silver boom, it once housed over 1,000 souls miners, families, saloon keepers, preachers. By 1893, the veins ran dry, a flash flood wiped out the stamp mill, and the town died overnight. Homes were abandoned with furniture inside, mine shafts sealed hastily, the cemetery left half-filled. The forest and desert reclaimed it slowly. Adobe walls melting back to earth, timber beams silvered by sun, sagebrush growing through floorboards. No roads reach it now, only a faint trail used by elk and the occasional lost hiker. Locals in nearby Durango warn against it. Ashfall doesn't let people leave unchanged. Some never leave at all. In June 2025, a group of 10 history graduate students from the University of Colorado secured a rare backcountry permit to conduct an archaeological survey of Ashfall for their summer field school. Their professor had connections with the BLM, and the site had been closed to researchers for decades after previous teams reported unreliable data. Leading the expedition was Harper Quinn, 28, a doctoral candidate specializing in frontier ghost towns. Her co-leader was Mateo Rivera, 30, an archaeologist with experience in high-altitude digs. The team included identical twins Ivy and Rowan Hale, 26, both GIS specialists mapping the site. Silas Black, 29, a photographer, documenting for publication. Lena Voss, 27, a soil scientist. Jonah Kane, 31, the team's medic and survival expert. Mira Delgado, 25, an anthropology student recording oral histories from distant descendants. Elias Kroll, 34, a geologist studying mine subsidence. And finally, Cora Whitlock, 52, the oldest member, their faculty advisor, a renowned historian who had visited Ashfall once in 1987 and swore never to return, yet changed her mind at the last moment, saying, "It's time to finish what we started." They rode in on horseback over 4 days from a trailhead near Silverton. Packs loaded with tents, ground-penetrating radar, total stations, cameras, and enough supplies for 3 weeks. The final descent into the canyon was steep switchbacks cut into red sandstone, air growing hotter and drier with every 100 feet lost. On June 18th, they reached Ashfall at dusk. The town lay in a natural bowl, a main street of crumbling facades, side alleys choked with gamble oak, a church steeple leaning like a drunk, and uphill, the dark mouths of mine adits staring down. No birds circled overhead. The wind moved through without sound. They established camp in the old hotel, a 3-story brick shell with most of the roof gone, but the ground floor intact enough for shelter. Rooms still held iron bed frames, wallpaper peeling in long strips, a grand piano in the lobby missing all but a few keys. Harper's team wasted no time. Grids laid out, datum points set, drones flown for orthophotos. The first discovery came quickly: personal artifacts perfectly preserved under collapsed floors. A child's porcelain doll, a miner's lunch pail with petrified bread, a woman's locket containing a lock of hair. Night one was quiet, save for the creak of cooling timber. They gathered in the lobby around a small fire in the massive hearth, sharing stories of other ghost towns. Cora was unusually silent, staring into flames. When pressed, she finally spoke. In 1987, we lost 2 students here. Officially, rockfall in a shaft. But their tents were empty. Gear stacked. No footprints out. The group shifted uneasily, but blamed exhaustion and altitude. Part 1. The mapping days 2 through 5 were dedicated to systematic survey. Ivy and Rowan's drones mapped every structure in high resolution, revealing foundations hidden under decades of silt. Silas photographed each artifact in situ booths still laced. Newspapers dated 1893 opened to the same page announcing the flood. Lena's soil cores showed strange anomalies. Layers of fine gray ash not from any local fire, but consistent across the entire town, as if something had burned without flame. Jonah explored the cemetery 43 graves, most unmarked, but fresh flowers, dry and brittle, on several, species not native to the canyon. On day 4, Mira interviewed Cora privately on camera about her 1987 experience. Cora's voice dropped. We heard music at night. Piano in the lobby, though it had no strings left. Voices calling roll like a foreman checking workers before shift, and the mirrors. Every mirror in town faced inward, toward the mines. That evening, the team checked the hotel's remaining mirrors, cracked. Silver backing flaked, but all angled slightly uphill, toward the largest adit. The Silver Queen Mine, Part 2. The echoes begin night 5 brought the first real disturbance. Elias, on watch, woke the group at 3 a.m. to faint sounds from the main street. Boots on boardwalk, muffled conversation, a woman laughing. They grabbed lights and searched nothing. Empty dust. But Rowan's motion-triggered camera in the saloon captured a 30-second clip. Dust swirling into human shapes, men in vests and hats, a barmaid pouring drinks before settling again. No audio on the file, yet everyone swore they heard it live. The voices started personally on night 6. Harper heard her late grandmother calling from the hotel's upper floor. Come upstairs, child. I've saved your room. She climbed alone, found only empty bedrooms, wallpaper patterns shifting like eyes watching. Mateo heard children playing tag in the schoolhouse ruins. Elena heard her father, lost to cancer years ago, discussing soil horizons in perfect detail. One by one, each member experienced tailored echoes memories, spoken aloud by voices impossibly familiar. They tried to stay rational, recorded everything. Compared notes. The voices never appeared on microphones, only in ears and minds. Cora grew agitated. It's starting again. The town tests you. Offers what you miss most. Part 3. The Descent. By day 8, focus shifted to the mines. Ground-penetrating radar showed voids under the town tunnels connecting every building, deeper than records indicated. Elias and Jonah entered the Silver Queen adit first, timberbird and surprisingly stable. 50 feet in, they found a perfectly preserved ore cart on rails, loaded with silver-rich rock that gleamed fresh. Lanterns hung from hooks, wicks trimmed. At 200 feet, the tunnel opened into a natural cavern, stalactites dripping, a subterranean lake reflecting headlamps. On the far shore, a complete mining camp tents, cook fire ring, tools arranged as if for morning shift. They retreated, unnerved. That night, the town came alive. Lanterns glowed in windows without power. Piano music drifted from the lobby, slow, mournful ragtime. Shadows moved behind curtains. The team barricaded in the hotel basement, lights blazing. Cora confessed fully. In 1987, we reached the lake. Saw them waiting. The missing students walked in willingly. Said the town needed people to stay alive. We ran. But it follows you. Part 4. The Offers. Days 9 through 12 blurred. Food tasted better than rations should. Water from the town well was sweet, cold. Sleep brought vivid dreams of prosperous ashfall streets bustling, mines rich, families whole. Voices offered permanence. No more student debt, no failed relationships, no grief. Silas saw his estranged daughter grown and happy. Ivy and Rowan dreamed of publishing groundbreaking maps. Myra heard descendants praising her work centuries later. Resistance weakened. Jonah walked into the mine first, saying, I'm tired of patching wounds that never heal. Found later only his med kit stacked neatly at the lakeshore. Lena followed, drawn by promises of understanding Earth's memory perfectly. Her soil probe left upright in ash layer. Cora tried to force evacuation on day 13, burning maps, packing horses. But the trail out had collapsed in a rock slide that wasn't there yesterday. Radios dead, GPS looping. Part 5. The acceptance. By day 15, only Harper, Mateo, Ivy, Rowan, Silas, and Mira remained with Cora. They held council in the church pews intact. Altar cloth embroidered 1893. Voices swelled into choir hundreds strong, singing hymns from the town's heyday. Windows showed scenes outside, families on porches, children playing, miners emerging rich, illusions yet perfect. Silas went at sunset, camera in hand. I need to document this for the world. Walked toward glowing saloon lights. Gone. Ivy and Rowan held hands, tears streaming. We can map it forever. Never lose each other. Entered the mine together at dawn. Myra recorded one final interview with herself. Ashfall isn't dead. It's waiting. For people who understand abandonment. It offers belonging. Permanent. She left the camera running, walked uphill toward the adit. Harper and Mateo found Cora in the cemetery at noon, standing before two fresh graves marked with their names' dates of birth correct. Death dates blank. Cora smiled peacefully. I ran once, not again. The town needs its historian. She lay down in the soil, eyes closing as earth gently covered her. Part 6. The last record. Harper and Mateo alone now. They returned to the hotel lobby. The piano played itself beautifully, strings somehow restored. Mirrors reflected not ruins but thriving ashfall. Voices spoke as one. You came to study us, now stay. Complete the story. Harper's final log, recorded on a handheld device, later recovered. We thought we were documenting a ghost town, but ashfall never died. It paused, waiting for new residents who appreciate what it was. The grief here is fertile. It grows community, eternal. The recording ends with footsteps. 2 sets. Walking uphill together toward the Silver Queen mine. Faint piano continuing long after they're gone. Search parties reached Ashfall in late July after the field school deadline passed. They found camp impeccable. Tents struck, gear cataloged by category. Data drives full of flawless surveys, photographs stunning, horses grazing calmly. But the town had changed. Buildings restored subtly, roofs patched with fresh cedar shakes, windows glazed, Main Street swept clean. In the cemetery, 10 new graves in a perfect row, names matching the team. Dates filled in as the day each vanished. No bodies, no struggle. Just residents. Ashfall remains off maps. But backcountry rangers report piano music drifting from the canyon on quiet nights. And sometimes fresh survey flags appear on ruins, bright orange, fluttering as if work continues. This true terrifying ghost town archaeological survey will haunt you for years. Real paranormal disappearance in Colorado's most isolated frontier ruin. Graduate team claimed forever. Haunted Ashfall Horror 2025 that absorbed 10 souls. Creepy voices offering belonging. Mirrors showing thriving past. Joining the town eternally. Listen alone at night with headphones if you dare, but never follow the music uphill. Some towns aren't abandoned. They're selective. And once invited, the only way out is in. In the windswept prairies of western Oklahoma, where the red dirt roads stretch straight to the horizon and forgotten oil derricks stand like rusted skeletons against endless sky, there lies a derelict drive-in theater called Starlight Haven. Opened in 1958 at the peak of America's car culture romance, it once drew crowds from miles around, families in station wagons, teenagers on dates, truckers pulling off the highway for double features under the stars. The massive screen towered 80 feet high, painted white, flanked by a concession stand with neon signs and a playground of swings and merry-go-rounds. By 1987, television and multiplexes killed it. The owners locked the gates, left the projector in the booth, and walked away. Nature took over, weeds cracking the asphalt lot, vines swallowing the ticket booth, coyotes denning under the screen. Locals in nearby Clinton say the projector still runs on certain nights, flickering images no one loaded. Voices from speakers long disconnected. They avoid the turnoff after dark. Starlight Haven doesn't just show movies. It plays memories. In May 2025, a film restoration collective called Real Echoes rented the property for a month-long project to resurrect one night of classic drive-in programming using original 35mm prints. 11 enthusiasts, mostly in their 20s and 30s, bonded online through a passion for analog cinema, saw it as the ultimate immersive event. They planned to screen lost gems, invite the public for a weekend festival, and document everything for a documentary. Leading the group was Vivian Hart, 32, a film archivist from Los Angeles with a knack for finding rare prints. Her co-organizer was Declan Morse, 35, a projectionist trained on vintage carbon arc machines. The team included twins Luna and Orion Vale, 27, both sound engineers restoring the original speakers. Sage Whitaker 29, a set designer rebuilding the concession stand. Riley Quinn 30, the electrician rewiring the neon. Nova Reyes 26, social media manager handling promotion. Theo Lang 33, the mechanic fixing the old playground. Myra Solis 28, a photographer capturing the revival. Elias Kane 37, the historian researching Starlight's past. And finally, Cora Ellison 61, the eldest, a retired usher from the drive-in's heyday, who answered their online call for anyone who worked here, and insisted on coming, saying, "I never really left." They arrived over Memorial Day weekend in a convoy of vans and trucks loaded with projectors, film reels, generators, tents, and restoration tools. The gates hung open, chain cut years ago by vandals. The lot was a sea of cracked pavement and tall grass, rows of speaker posts leaning like tombstones. The screen stood surprisingly intact, paint peeled, but structure sound. They set up camp in the concession building. Sleeping bags in the old kitchen, workbenches in the lobby, projector booth cleaned for Declan's machines. The air smelled of mildew, popcorn ghosts, and hot metal. Part 1. The restoration weeks 1 and 2 were pure labor and joy. Riley ran new wiring safely alongside old neon, buzzing back to life Starlight Haven, glowing pink and blue against dusk. Sage rebuilt counters, found original menus under floorboards. Theo oiled the merry-go-round. It spun silently for the first time in decades. Luna and Orion tested speakers row by row, static giving way to clear mono sound. Vivian and Elias cataloged discoveries. Cans of film in the booth, decomposed but evocative, ticket stubs, a lost and found box with 1970s sunglasses. Myra photographed every stage before and after magic. Nova's posts went viral, reviving a dead drive-in-one bulb at a time. Thousands liked, hundreds RSVP'd for the festival weekend. Cora moved slowly, touching surfaces like old friends. She told stories during breaks. Friday night crowds, first kisses in back seats. The night Elvis played on screen and everyone danced between cars. At night, she sat on the playground swings, staring at the blank screen as if waiting for the show. Part 2. The test reels. By week 3, they ran test screenings for themselves. Declan threaded a pristine print of Rebel Without a Cause, carbon arcs flaring. Image huge and luminous on the weathered screen. Sound filled the lot through restored speakers. They parked vans in rows, windows down, eating concession popcorn Sage had learned to make. Laughter echoed. For a moment, Starlight lived again. But during the intermission, something odd. The projector continued after the reel ended, leader flapping, yet an image appeared. Grainy footage of the drive-in packed in 1965 cars gleaming, families waving. No one had loaded that reel. They shut down, checked cans, nothing matching. Chucked it up to light leak or imagination. That night, speakers crackled without power. Faint audio, previews from decades past, voices announcing coming soon. In cheerful 1950s tones, Cora smiled in her sleep. Part 3. The Memories Play Week 4 brought heat 100 degrees by noon, cooling slowly after sunset. Public festival loomed. They rehearsed full programs. Double features, cartoons, intermission clocks counting down to snacks. But private screenings grew stranger. Prints they threaded shifted mid-reel scenes not in the original films. The searchers suddenly showed their own vans parked in 1950s cars' places. Psycho shower scene cut to Myra photographing the concession stand days earlier. Personal films began. One night, the screen showed Vivian's childhood birthday party home movies she'd never digitized. Declan saw his grandfather teaching him projection in a booth identical to this one. Luna and Orion watched themselves as kids at a different drive-in, parents alive and laughing. Sage saw a proposal that never happened. Riley's father, lost to war, waved from a pickup truck. No one spoke of stopping. The films were too beautiful, too healing. Cora started ushering again, walking rows with a flashlight that needed no batteries, directing imaginary cars to spots. Part 4. The festival night, the public weekend, arrived over 200 cars, tickets sold out. Food trucks, live band, costumes. The collective beamed. Double feature, Grease and the Blob. Crowd cheered, neon blazed. Popcorn flowed. Midway through Grease, the image flickered. Modern audience vanished from screen, replaced by 1960s crowd. Then 1970s, then empty lot. Then their own event from outside, as if filmed from the screen itself looking back. Cars full, people watching themselves watching. Murmurs rippled. Some laughed clever projection trick. But the film continued. Close-ups of attendees' faces face sadness, future griefs. A woman saw her recent divorce. A teen saw a coming accident. People began leaving mid-movie, unsettled. The collective stayed to shut down. But the projector ran on its own. Final feature unspooled. A montage of every night Starlight ever operated compiled perfectly. Including nights none of them had filmed. Part 5. The private screenings after the public left, the 11 remained. Festival deemed haunting success online, but they couldn't leave. Cars wouldn't start. Phones no signal. Road out washed by a flash flood that left no water. Private screenings became nightly ritual. The screen showed what each needed most. Lost loves reconciled, failures redeemed, deaths undone. Elias saw his estranged son forgiving him. Theo watched his mother alive again. Nova's follower count infinite, admired forever. One by one, they accepted seats in the front row folding chairs Sage had restored. Cora first, smiling. Best seat in the house. Sage followed, wanting the perfect set forever. Riley to fix everything broken. Luna and Orion together sound perfect always. Declan threading eternal reels. Vivian preserving every frame. Myra capturing timeless shots. Elias documenting complete history. Theo keeping the playground spinning. Part 6, the final feature. By the end of June, only Nova remained filming the empty lot for behind the scenes. The screen played without projector. The 11 now on film sitting in the audience, watching themselves on screen, waving back. Happy. Permanent. Nova's last upload posted somehow. Starlight Haven isn't closed. It's full. Every seat taken by people who needed one more good movie. If you visit, bring memories. The screen loves an audience that stays. Rescue came in July after check-in missed. Starlight pristine. Neon bright. Concession stocked with fresh popcorn no one made. Playground spinning slowly on its own. Cars parked perfectly in rows 11 vehicles, including the collectives, but empty. Projector booth, warm, real spinning leader eternally. On the massive screen, frozen on final frame, the lot packed. Every face visible, including 10 new ones in the front row, smiling directly at the lens. Cora in uniform, flashlight glowing. The 11th seat empty, waiting. Starlight Haven still glows on clear nights. Travelers report pulling in unbidden, radios tuning to old previews. Movies play personal, perfect. Most drive away unsettled. Some park. Some stay for the second feature. This true, terrifying drive-in theater revival will make you rethink every memory on screen. Real paranormal restoration project lost forever. Film collective claimed by the silver screen, haunted Starlight Haven horror 2025 that absorbed 11 souls. Creepy personal films playing themselves, neon calling from the dark, joining the eternal audience forever. Watch alone in your car at night if you dare, but never take the front row seat. Some shows never end credits. And some tickets are one-way. In the fog-shrouded coastal cliffs of northern Maine, where the Atlantic pounds relentlessly against jagged granite and lighthouses stand as lonely sentinels, there rises a solitary estate known as Stormledge Manor. Built in 1898 by reclusive shipping magnate Augustus Stormledge, it perches on a promontory like a brooding castle towers of dark stone, gargoyles weathered by salt wind, windows narrow and watchful. The manor was designed as a retreat for Augustus' family after a tragic shipwreck claimed his wife and 2 daughters. But within a year of completion, Augustus himself vanished during a winter gale. Servants fled, claiming the house mourned too loudly. Ownership passed through distant heirs who never visited. Taxes unpaid until the state seized it in the 1950s. Since then, it has stood empty, doors chained, grounds overgrown with thorny roses and poison ivy, the cliff edge crumbling closer each decade. Fishermen from the nearby village of Harbor's Vale avoid sailing too near. They say on stormy nights the manor's windows glow with lantern light, and voices carry over the waves calling names of the lost. In October 2025, a team of 12 paranormal investigators and historical researchers, known as the Volwatch Society, leased Stormledge for a month-long scientific study. Funded by a private streaming platform hungry for authentic haunted content, they aimed to debunk or document the legends with modern equipment while restoring parts of the manor for a live-streamed series. Leading the expedition was Dr. Evelyn Marrow, 40, a parapsychologist with a PhD from Edinburgh and a reputation for skeptical rigor. Her co-lead was Captain Rhys Calder, 45, a retired Coast Guard officer who had responded to distress calls near the manor years ago. The team included twins Aurora and Orion Hawley, 28, both audio specialists capturing EVP. Silas Thorne, 32, a videographer with drone expertise. Lena Voss, 30, a historian specializing in maritime disasters. Jonah Black, 35, the structural engineer assessing safety. Myra Solis, 27, a medium sensitive to cold spots. Elias Kane, 38, the electrician restoring limited power. Nova Reyes, 29, data analyst and live stream coordinator. Theo Lang, 33, the medic. And finally, Cora Whitlock, 68, the eldest a local from Harbors. Vale, whose grandmother had been a maid at Stormledge in 1899, and insisted on joining, saying, "The house has been waiting for someone to listen properly." They arrived by boat on October 3rd. The only practical access, a treacherous landing on the manor's private cove. Supplies were winched up the cliff via an old pulley system, rusted but functional. The great oak doors, chained for decades, opened with the estate's original key found in county records. Inside, time had preserved and decayed in equal measure. Grand foyer with marble floors cracked by frost heave, chandelier draped in cobwebs, portraits of the Stormledge family staring with painted sorrow. Furniture shrouded in yellowed sheets, a massive library of nautical charts. A music room with a grand piano sealed against moisture. They established base in the servants' wing, most structurally sound, setting up generators. Starlink dishes, thermal cameras, EMF readers, motion sensors, and sleeping quarters. Part 1. The initial survey and equipment deployment. The first week was pure science. Evelyn insisted on a strict protocol. Baseline readings in every room. Controlled temperature and humidity logs. Double-blind labeling of equipment to avoid suggestion bias. Jonah and Elias mapped structural weak points while restoring safe electricity-only LED strips and battery backups. No risk of fire in a tinder-dry historic site. Silas flew drones through broken windows to create a 3D model of the entire manor, inside and out. Lena pored over original blueprints in the attic, discovering discrepancies, hidden priest holes behind fireplaces, a sealed observatory in the east tower, and an unmarked sub-basement beneath the wine cellar. Aurora and Orion deployed over 150 digital audio recorders, some stationary on tripods, others wearable for roaming experiments. They used Class A microphones capable of capturing infrasound below 20 Hz, and ultrasound above 20 kHz, frequencies often associated with reported feelings of presence. Mira, though Evelyn viewed her mediumship with professional skepticism, was equipped with a full-spectrum camera and a REM pod that lit up and sounded alarms at electromagnetic disturbances. Nova set up redundant streaming rigs, 3 cameras per major room, plus body cams on every member during investigations. Theo monitored everyone's vitals with wearable devices, watching for signs of carbon monoxide poisoning or infrasound-induced anxiety. Cora, despite her age, proved invaluable in the early days. She knew which floorboards creaked naturally and which felt wrong. She pointed out the nursery where her grandmother claimed to have seen small wet footprints appearing on dry carpet. She identified the master bedroom's balcony as the spot Augustus was last seen pacing during storms, lantern in hand, calling into the void. Part 2. Baseline anomalies and controlled experiments. By day 8, baseline data was complete and already troubling. EMF readings spiked consistently near family portraits, peaking at 12 milligauss in front of Eliza Stormledge's painting, far above typical household levels. Thermal imaging revealed persistent cold spots in the nursery. 2 child-sized ovals hovering 4 feet off the ground, moving in slow circles as if playing. Infrasound sensors registered bursts at 19 Hz, the fear frequency known to cause unease, eyeball resonance, and hallucinations in the music room, though no mechanical source existed. Evelyn designed the first controlled experiments. Night 1. A silent vigil in the grand foyer. All members sat in a circle, no talking, recorders running. After 40 minutes, every audio device captured a woman's voice, soft, cultured, Victorian accent, saying, "Are you here to stay?" Simultaneously, Myra's REM pod exploded in lights and tone. Theo's vitals log showed collective heart rate jumps, but no one admitted fear aloud. Night 2 EVP sessions in the master bedroom. Questions asked in rotation. Augustus, do you remain here? Response on 3 separate recorders. A deep male voice. The sea returns what it takes. When Evelyn followed up skeptically. Show us evidence. Every flashlight in the room turned off and removed from pockets, rolled across the floor to form a perfect arrow pointing toward the balcony doors. Night 3. Mirror experiments in the long gallery, lined with antique glasses. Parapsychology lore suggests mirrors as portals. Silas set up laser grids across each frame. Within minutes, grids broke in patterns. Adult height, then 2 child heights passing through. Full-spectrum footage later revealed fleeting silhouettes, translucent but detailed. A tall man in a captain's coat. A woman in morning dress. 2 little girls in pinafores holding hands. Live chat exploded during streams, viewers reporting their own screens glitching with extra faces and reflections behind the team. ## Part 3. Deep immersion and personal manifestations. Week 2 pushed boundaries. Evelyn authorized sleep studies. Members rotating overnight stays in targeted rooms, wired with EEG caps to monitor brainwaves for signs of external influence. Jonah in the nursery woke screaming EEA, showing delta waves consistent with deep sleep. Yet he described vivid waking dreams of drowning while small hands held him down to play. Aurora and Orion, sharing the twins' room on the 3rd floor, recorded overlapping child laughter on every device, analyzed later as 2 distinct girl voices harmonizing. A lullaby from 1890s sheet music found in the piano bench. Myra's mediumship, once sidelined, became central. During a table-tipping session in the dining room purely for baseline comparison to Victorian, spiritualism, the heavy oak table levitated 6 inches, witnessed by 8 members and multiple cameras. Mira, in trance, spoke as Eliza. He built this prison of stone to keep us from the sea. But the sea is patient. When Evelyn challenged for proof of identity, temperature plummeted 18 degrees and every chandelier crystal rang like bells, forming the Morse code for Eliza. Personal manifestations targeted grief. Reese, during solo watch on the Widow's Walk, heard full radio distress calls from the 1998 wreck that ended his career, voices of crew he couldn't to save. Now saying, "You did enough, Captain. Come home." Lena found ship logs open to pages detailing wrecks she researched, but never mentioned to the team. Nova's analytics dashboard displayed viewer counts from future dates, impossible spikes years ahead. Cora began sleepwalking, found each dawn in different rooms, arranging furniture as if for guests. High chairs at the dining table, children's books open on nursery rugs. ## Part 4. The Controlled Crisis and Ethical Dilemma. By day 18, Evelyn faced crisis. Data was overwhelming, terabytes of Class A EVPs, hundreds of thermal anomalies, physical interactions defying physics. Yet scientific rigor demanded replication. She designed the ultimate experiment, a 48-hour lockdown recreation of Augustus's final night. Members in period costume, lanterns only, no modern tech except hidden fixed cameras. Role-play the family dinner, the storm watch, the disappearance. The recreation began at dusk. As thunder rolled, real storm coinciding perfectly, the manor responded. Candles lit themselves, portraits' eyes appeared to track movement. During dinner, plates slid unaided, filling with food smells though kitchens were empty. Children's laughter echoed from upstairs. On the Widow's Walk, Reason Augustus' borrowed coat saw the ghostly ship on the rocks below. His own failed rescue from decades later superimposed with the 1897 wreck. Myra collapsed into full trance, all 3 lost females speaking through her, simultaneously overlapping pleas, songs, accusations. EEG showed impossible brainwave synchronization with Aurora and Orion's devices in another room. Evelyn called halt at midnight, but doors wouldn't open. Windows sealed as if bricked from outside. The experiment became real. ## Part 5. The surrendered evidence in the storm's peak. Resistance crumbled. Data no longer needed interpretation, it demanded acceptance. Thermal cameras showed the full Stormledge household manifesting. Servants setting tables, children chasing through halls, Augustus pacing with lantern held high beam cutting through modern floodlights. Voices offered what science never could. Closure. Reese forgave himself. Lena understood every wreck. Evelyn received confirmation of survival beyond death, from her own mentor's voice in the library. One by one, they stopped fighting. Equipment was powered down gently, placed neatly on tables. Journals concluded with identical phrases. The phenomenon is not residual. It is intelligent, grieving, and welcoming. Number ## Part 6. The eternal residency by November. Only echoes remained for rescuers. Stormledge restored impossibly chandelier crystals sparkling, piano-tuned, fresh roses in vases despite season. Data drives filled to capacity with conclusive proof. Thousands of hours of interaction. Physical manifestations, personal resolutions. In the grand foyer mirror largest in the Manor 12, new reflections joined the painted portraits. The Veil Watch team in Victorian attire, smiling beside the Stormledge family. Lanterns glowing eternally. The manor doors stand open now. On stormy nights, light sweeps from the Widow's Walk guiding not ships, but those who carry unresolved grief. In the high alpine valleys of the Rocky Mountains in central Colorado, where 14ers pierce the sky and abandoned mining towns dot the landscape like scars from a forgotten fever dream, there lies a secluded sanatorium called Cresthaven Retreat. Built in 1912 during the tuberculosis epidemic, it was designed as a cure palace for the wealthy, white stucco walls gleaming against evergreen forests, wide verandas for fresh air therapy, underground tunnels connecting wings to protect patients from snow. At its peak, it housed over 400 souls seeking the thin, dry air that promised healing. But the advent of antibiotics in the 1940s emptied it almost overnight. The owners locked the gates in 1951, leaving medical equipment, patient records, and thousands of personal effects behind. The forest crept in. Pines growing through solarium roofs, snow burying lower levels, avalanches erasing access roads. By the 1980s, it was a true ghost visible only to backcountry skiers and the most determined explorers. Locals in the nearest town of Silver Peak whisper that Cresthaven never truly closed. Patients who didn't die simply stayed, waiting for the cure that never came. In January 2025, a team of 13 medical historians, architects, and documentary filmmakers known as the High Altitude Heritage Project received a rare winter permit from the Forest Service to document Cresthaven before further decay or avalanche claimed it forever. Their goal: a comprehensive 3D scan, archival salvage, and a feature-length documentary titled The Last Breath of Cresthaven. Leading the expedition was Dr. Amelia Voss, 42, a pulmonologist and medical historian obsessed with early 20th century TB treatment. Her co-lead was Rowan Hawley, 39, a historic preservation architect who had restored similar sites. The team included twins Luna and Orion Kane, 31, both drone pilots and photogrammetry experts. Silas Blackwood, 35, the lead cinematographer. Lena Whitaker, 29, a nurse and medical artifact specialist. Jonah Reyes, 37, the high-altitude mountaineer and safety officer. Myra Solis, 30, an archivist cataloging patient files. Elias Thorne, 34, the structural engineer. Nova Land, 28, sound recordist and Foley artist. Theo Calder, 33, the team medic and former combat surgeon. Cora Ellison, 71, the eldest, a retired nurse whose mother had worked at Cresthaven in the 1940s, and who insisted on coming despite her age, saying some patients are still waiting for their charts to be closed. And finally, Rhys Morrow, 40, a quiet ski guide hired locally for winter access. He knew the avalanche paths better than anyone. They flew into a private helipad near Silver Peak on January 8th, then snowmobiled the last 12 miles as a blizzard loomed. Cresthaven emerged from whiteout like a frozen wedding cake, tiers of verandas buried under drifts. The central dome cracked but standing, icicles hanging like chandeliers from broken windows. The main entrance was sealed by snow, so they entered through a basement tunnel Jonah dug out. Inside, the cold was absolute minus 20 Fahrenheit, even indoors breath freezing on beards and eyelashes. Patient rooms still held iron beds, sputum cups on knit stands, oxygen tanks rusted solid. The Grand Solarium's glass roof had collapsed under decades of snow, creating a cathedral of ice stalactites. They established base camp in the old nurses' dormitory, most intact, with propane heaters, solar batteries, and a satellite uplink for daily check-ins. Part 1. Arrival and initial documentation. The first 10 days were a race against weather and decay. Jonah and Rhys scouted safe routes across the property, probing for crevasses and weak snow bridges. Elias and Rowan assessed structural integrity, reinforcing sagging floors with temporary beams, clearing ice from stairwells. Silas, Luna, and Orion deployed drones inside and out, creating a millimeter-accurate 3D model despite freezing batteries. Lena and Mira cataloged thousands of artifacts. X-ray plates still in envelopes. Handwritten nursing notes, personal letters yellowed but legible. Nova placed hypersensitive microphones in every ward, capturing the natural breath of the building whined through broken panes. Ice cracking, distant avalanches rumbling like tuberculosis coughs in the walls. Amelia and Theo focused on medical history, recreating fresh air treatment protocols, photographing restraint beds and heliotherapy lamps. Cora moved slowly through corridors, touching door frames as if greeting old colleagues. She pointed out the children's ward's smaller beds, faded murals of mountains, and the morgue tunnel leading to a frozen crematorium that was never used. Live streams began on day 5, drawing massive audiences fascinated by the frozen time capsule. Viewers watched in real time as the team uncovered a sealed pharmacy vault bottles of gold chloride solution and tuberculin still intact. Part 2. The first signs of life by day 12, anomalies appeared in the data. Nova's overnight recordings captured faint coughing, not wind, but human, wet and labored, moving room to room. Analyzed waveforms matched historical TB patient recordings Amelia had in her database. Thermal drones in the solarium registered heat signatures human-shaped, 98.6 degrees in a building without power. Luna's photogrammetry scans showed discrepancies, furniture positions shifting between flights hours apart. Personal experiences began. Feel, during solo inventory in the operating theater, heard surgical instruments clinking as if prepared for procedure, though he was alone. Lena found patient charts updated in fresh ink. Discharge dates changed to ongoing, vital signs noted as of yesterday. Reese reported seeing ski tracks approaching the sanatorium from the forest ending at the wall, as if the skier walked straight in. Cora started speaking to empty rooms. Shift change soon, dear. Rest now. Part 3. The deep winter lock-in on day 18. The predicted blizzard hit worst in 50 years. Avalanche risk sealed every exit. Satellite uplink failed under ice buildup. They were committed for weeks. Heaters struggled. Temperatures inside dropped to 0. The team huddled in the nurse's dormitory, rationing propane, telling stories to stay sane. That night, the coughing became choral hundreds of voices. Male and female, young and old, echoing through ventilation shafts. Nova's microphones overloaded. Thermal imaging showed the entire east wing filled with human heat signatures, patients in beds that had been empty days before. Controlled experiments began in desperation. Amelia organized EVP sessions in the children's ward. Questions: are you still here? Responses on every device, small voices saying, waiting for the cure. When Jonah asked, do you want to leave? Silence, then a single adult female. The air here is best. Part 4. The cure offered week 4 brought false spring sun melting surface snow, revealing more of the sanatorium. But inside, the cold deepened unnaturally. Frost-feathered walls in lung-shaped patterns. Patient gowns long removed hung again in closets, damp as if recently worn. Manifestations targeted individual needs. Amelia saw her failed research patients, those she couldn't save breathing easy in the solarium. Theo watched soldiers from his combat tours healed of invisible wounds. Luna and Orion's drones captured footage of themselves as children playing in the snowy courtyard impossible, yet time-stamped current. Silas filmed sequences that edited themselves on memory cards, perfect montages of Cresthaven in its prime. Cora began nursing again, checking pulses on empty beds, administering imaginary oxygen, charting improvements that weren't there. The voices offered the ultimate cure. No more sickness, no more loss, perfect health in the purest air. Eternal rest without death. Part 5. The gradual acceptance one by one. Resistance dissolved. Reese skied into the forest, following tracks only he saw. Searchers later found his skis planted upright at the tree line, poles crossed like a memorial. Lena stayed in the pharmacy, arranging bottles for the next round. Jonah reinforced a veranda that no longer needed it, whispering about permanent safety. Myra cataloged the final patient file, her own, written in 1940s handwriting. Diagnosis: acute longing. Treatment: permanent residency. Silas left his camera running in the solarium footage, ending with him sitting among translucent patients, smiling as snow fell through the broken roof without touching him. Luna and Orion flew their last drone flight together, signal lost as they guided it into the children's ward mural. laughing like kids again. Nova's microphones captured the sanatorium's final soundscape. Perfect silence broken only by healthy rhythmic breathing. Theo closed his med kit for the last time, leaving it on a nurse's station with a note. All vitals stable. Part 6. The last check-in. By mid-February, only Amelia, Rowan, and Cora remained. They held final council in the Grand Foyer chandelier, icicles glinting like crystal lungs. Outside, spring avalanche danger passed, but no one came. Satellite uplink mysteriously restored for one transmission. Amelia's voice calm. We came to document the end of Cresthaven, but it was never the end. The cure works here. Not antibiotics acceptance. The air is still the best. If you find this, do not disturb the patients. They are finally breathing easy. The feed shows Rowan and Cora helping Amelia into a patient gown white, crisp waiting on a bed that hadn't been there yesterday. They lie down together in the solarium sunlight streaming through broken glass, snow melting around them but not on them. Search teams arrived in April with snowmelt. Cresthaven transformed, roofs cleared of decades of snow, verandas swept, windows repaired with fresh panes no one carried in. Medical equipment polished, charts updated to discharged cured. The team's gear cataloged perfectly, drones charged, memory cards full of flawless documentation. In the solarium, 13 new beds in a perfect circle, each occupied by a translucent figure breathing slow and steady. Faces peaceful, lungs clear. Cresthaven Retreat stands open now, doors unlatched, fresh air circulating. On quiet nights high in the Rockies, backcountry skiers report hearing rhythmic breathing carried on wind. And sometimes fresh tracks lead in but none out. In the endless salt flats of western Utah, where the Great Salt Lake recedes year by year, exposing blinding white crust and ancient lakebed relics, there stands a forgotten quarantine station called Desolation Point. Established in 1928 during a smallpox scare among railroad workers, it was a cluster of concrete barracks, a central infirmary, and a crematorium designed to isolate the infected far from civilization. At its height, it held nearly 300 patients and staff, cut off by salt and distance. When the epidemic fizzled without major outbreak, the station was abandoned in 1931. Patients discharged or transferred, records sealed, buildings left with beds made and instruments sterilized. The desert took it quickly, salt corrosion eating concrete. Dust devils filling corridors. The lake's retreat leaving it stranded miles from water. By the 1970s, it was a mirage visible only on clear days as a white smudge against whiter ground. Military tested nearby in the 1950s, leaving unexploded ordnance warnings. Locals in the distant town of Salt Hollow avoid it entirely. They say Desolation Point never released its patients. The isolation was permanent. In November 2025, a team of 14 epidemiologists, historians, and survival documentarians known as the Isolation Archive Project received unprecedented access from the BLM for a 6-week expedition. Their mission: document the site before further lake shrinkage or salt storms erased it, recover sealed medical records, and film a series on historical quarantine practices. Leading the group was Dr. Harlan Voss, 48, an infectious disease historian who had written the definitive book on 20th century isolation facilities. His co-lead was Captain Mira Reyes, 43, a former Army medic with desert survival expertise. The team included twins Luna and Orion Black, 32, both geospatial analysts mapping the site. Silas Thorne, 38, lead cinematographer. Lena Whitaker, 34, medical archivist. Jonah Kane, 40, structural and hazmat specialist. Nova Salas, 31, microbiologist testing for dormant pathogens. Elias Lang, 36, the communications and drone operator. Theo Calder, 35, team medic. Cora Ellison, 75, the eldest, a retired quarantine nurse, whose father had been stationed at Desolation Point in 1930, and who volunteered despite frailty, saying, "Some charts were never closed." Reese Morrow, 39, desert guide and water specialist. Freya Holm, 33, sound engineer. And finally, Rowan Vale, 37, the photographer capturing stills for publication. They arrived by off-road convoy on November 10th, the salt crust crunching under tires like thin ice. Desolation Point emerged from heat shimmer, low concrete buildings in strict rows. Central infirmary with a collapsed dome, crematorium chimney standing alone like a monument. The air was dry enough to crack lips instantly, salt dust coating everything white. They established base in the old administrative barracks, windows sealed with decades of crust, but walls solid, setting up solar arrays, water recyclers, HEPA-filtered tents inside rooms, and a full decontamination protocol. Hazmat suits for initial entries, full-spectrum sampling kits, drones for overhead mapping. Part 1. Entry and systematic mapping. The first 2 weeks were methodical science in extreme conditions. Temperatures swung from freezing nights to 60 degrees Fahrenheit days, salt corrosion flaking off in sheets when touched. Jonah and Reese probed every structure for stability and UXO finding rusted oxygen tanks but no explosives. Elias's drones mapped a perfect grid. 42 patient barracks in 4 quadrants. Central kitchen and laundry, isolation cells for violent cases, a small chapel with salt-encrusted pews. Luna and Orion's ground-penetrating radar revealed underground tunnels, connecting all buildings' ventilation and corpse transport, never on official plans. Lena and Cora entered the record room, first sealed steel cabinets, warped but intact. Thousands of patient files, names, symptoms, treatment dates, outcomes listed as released, transferred, or deceased, but many files ended abruptly mid-sentence. Photographs attached. Patients in beds, eyes hollow, skin marked with salt rash from constant exposure. Some photos showed staff in full protective gear posing with patients who smiled too widely. Silas filmed every discovery in 8K. Close-ups of sputum flasks still containing desiccated samples. Surgical masks hanging on hooks like faces. A child's drawing on a wall, stick figures holding hands around a lake that no longer existed. Nova took air and surface samples finding viable extremophile bacteria but no human pathogens. Yet her controls contaminated overnight with unknown spores. Freya deployed acoustic arrays. The flats were silent except for wind and occasional brine shrimp popping in distant pools, but microphones captured faint human breathing, steady, collective, from inside walls. Daily live streams fascinated millions. Day 9 at Desolation Point, uncovering America's most isolated quarantine. Cora spent hours in the women's ward, reading names aloud from beds as if taking roll call. Part 2. The containment breaches week 3 brought windstorm salt devils 50 feet high scouring the site. Visibility 0. Team confined indoors. That's when containment failed. Nova's samples grew overnight. Cultures showing bacterial colonies forming perfect human silhouettes. Air filters clogged with salt crystals shaped like lungs. Audio anomalies escalated. Freya's overnight recordings captured full conversations, doctors discussing cases in 1930s medical jargon. Nurses comforting patients, someone repeatedly asking, "When can we go home?" Responses always, "When you're no longer contagious." Personal manifestations began. Harlan heard his mentor, who died of a lab-acquired infection, discussing differential diagnoses in the infirmary. Mira saw soldiers from her deployments isolated in beds, wounds healed. Luna and Orion's drones returned footage of themselves exploring buildings hours before they actually did. Predictive loops. Patient files updated themselves, released, crossed out, replaced with permanent isolation effective. Cora started wearing an original nurse's uniform found pressed in a locker fitting perfectly. Part 3. The permanent residents. By week 5, the team accepted they were infected, not with smallpox, but with belonging. The isolation was contagious. Dreams synchronized. Visions of Desolation Point, full patients healthy and content in eternal quarantine. No need for outside world. Voices offered the final treatment. No more outbreaks. No more loss. Perfect containment forever. One by one, they stopped resisting decontamination protocols. Reese walked into the salt flats following Mirage water tracks ending mid-stride. Freya left microphones running in the chapel, capturing her joining a choir of voices she recorded weeks earlier. Rowan photographed the team as patients in beds, smiling. Charts marked cured resident. Jonah sealed all exits from inside for safety. Part 4. The archive complete in December. Only Harlan, Mira, and Cora remained conscious of the outside. They completed the documentary perfect edits appearing on drives overnight. Final transmission, Harlan's voice steady. Desolation Point was never abandoned. The quarantine succeeded beyond expectation. We came to document isolation. We found the cure is acceptance of it. Do not send rescue. Containment is perfect. The feed ends with the team in patient gowns, lying in rows of beds that had been empty, breathing synchronized salt crust forming gentle blankets. Rescue arrived in spring 2026. Desolation Point transformed. Buildings pristine, salt polished away, patient files complete, every outcome permanent, resident healthy. Equipment cataloged, documentary edited, and titled The Eternal Quarantine. In the central infirmary, 14 new charts on beds names matching the team. Diagnoses: acute need for isolation. Treatment: successful integration. The station stands open, now doors unlatched, waiting for the next outbreak of loneliness. In the shadowed bayous of southern Louisiana, where the Mississippi Delta bleeds into endless cypress swamps and Spanish moss hangs like funeral veils from ancient trees, there lies a forgotten leprosy colony called Bayou Lazarus. Established in 1894 as the Louisiana Leper Home, it was one of America's last isolated colonies for Hansen's disease patients, remote enough that the outside world could pretend it didn't exist. Wooden wards on stilts above brackish water, a central chapel with a bell that tolled for the dying, screened porches for fresh air treatment, and a crematorium hidden in the mangroves. At its peak in the 1920s, it housed over 200 residents, some voluntary, most committed against their will, cut off by water and stigma. Sulfone drugs in the 1940s offered cure, and the colony officially closed in 1958. Patients were released or transferred, buildings boarded, records scattered. But the bayou reclaimed it slowly. Cypress knees piercing floors, alligators nesting in wards, hurricanes erasing paths. By the 1990s, it was myth accessible only by airboat or pirogue through twisting channels no GPS could map. Locals in the fishing village of Last Bayou refused to guide there. They say Lazarus never discharged its patients. The disease wasn't in the body. It was in the soul, and the soul stayed. In August 2025, a team of 15 medical anthropologists, historians, filmmakers, and survival experts known as the Lazarus Legacy Project launched the first sanctioned expedition to Bayou Lazarus in 70 years. Funded by a major documentary network and a university grant, their mission: document the site, recover patient stories, and film a multi-part series titled America's Forgotten Colony. Leading the group was Dr. Celine Marrow, 44, a medical anthropologist specializing in stigmatized diseases. Her co-lead was Captain Jonah Reyes, 47, a former Navy medic turned bayou guide who knew the Delta's hidden channels. The team included twins Aurora and Orion Vale, 33, both drone operators and cartographers. Silas Black, 41, lead cinematographer. Lena Whitaker, 36, oral historian. Myra Solis, 32, infectious disease nurse. Elias Kane, 39, structural surveyor and boat engineer. Nova Lang, 30, sound recordist. Theo Calder, 35, team medic. Cora Allison, 82, the eldest, descendant of a former patient whose grandmother was born in the colony, and who came despite frailty, saying, "The bell still tolls for the unnamed." Reese Morrow, 38, wildlife and alligator specialist. Freya Holm, 34, archivist. Rowan Vale, 37, photographer. And finally, Harlan Voss, 40, the quiet boat pilot hired locally. He claimed his father had delivered supplies to Lazarus until its closure. They launched from a private dock near Last Bayou on August 12th. Airboats loaded with gear, waterproof drones, archival boxes, medical sampling kits, generators, mosquito netting, and enough fuel for weeks. The journey took 2 days through narrowing channels, cypress closing overhead. Water turning black with tannin, air thick with humidity, and the smell of decay. On August 14th, Bayou Lazarus emerged from mist. Elevated boardwalks connecting wards now collapsed into water. The chapel steeple leaning, patient cottages on stilts half sunk, the crematorium chimney overgrown with strangler figs. Alligators sunned on porches. The bell in the chapel hung silent but intact. They established base camp on the highest ground, the old administration building elevated and least flooded. Tents inside rooms, raised platforms for gear, mosquito-proof netting over everything. Decontamination protocols for mold and bacteria, full medical checks daily. Part 1. Arrival and comprehensive survey, days 1 through 10 were a symphony of discovery and humidity. Temperatures hovered at 95 degrees Fahrenheit with 100% humidity, sweat never dried. Mold grew on equipment overnight. Jonah and Reese navigated daily patrols by pirogue, mapping safe channels and marking gator nests. Elias and Rowan reinforced sagging boardwalks with modern composites over original cypress, creating safe paths between buildings. Aurora and Orion's waterproof drones flew endless missions mapping every structure in 3D despite battery-draining heat. revealing hidden features, underground cisterns, a forgotten cemetery island, tunnels beneath wards for night soil removal that now housed water moccasins. Silas filmed in cinematic slow motion, close-ups of patient names carved into bedposts. Medicine bottles with 1940s labels still legible, a child's rag doll floating in a flooded nursery. Lena and Freya entered the record pavilion cabinet swollen but intact, recovering thousands of files. Intake forms with photographs of lesions, treatment logs of chalmugra oil injections, letters begging for release never mailed. Some files ended with "discharge cured," but included later notes in different handwriting. Returned voluntarily. Nova deployed hydrophones and contact mics on stilts and boardwalks, capturing the swamp's natural symphony. Alligator bellows, frog choruses, cicadas, but also anomalies. Faint bell tolls at 3 a.m., though the rope had rotted away decades ago. Myra and Theo focused on medical reconstruction, recreating isolation protocols, photographing restraint devices for agitated patients, testing water for modern contaminants. Cora walked the ward slowly, reading names from doors aloud. Marie Boudreau, room 7. Still waiting. She told stories over communal dinners of canned gumbo and rice. Her grandmother, born in the colony, raised believing the outside world was the diseased place. Patients forming their own society with elections, dances, even a newspaper printed on scrap. Live streams launched on day 6, millions tuning in for the eerie beauty. Day 8 at Bayou Lazarus, America's hidden leper colony revealed. Personal bonds formed in the oppressive heat. Late night talks about why each joined Celine's strive to humanize stigmatized diseases. Jonah's guilt over wartime triage decisions. The twins' fascination with lost maps. First minor anomalies dismissed. Equipment moved overnight. Footprints in mud leading into water but not out. Part 2. The isolation deepens. Week 3 brought tropical storms, rain and sheets, channels rising, isolating them further. Airboats grounded. Drone flights limited. That's when the colony responded. Nova's recordings captured full conversations, patients discussing treatments in Creole, French, and English. Doctors debating ethics of permanent isolation. Someone repeatedly asking, "When is visiting day?" Patient files began updating. Discharge dates crossed out, replaced with resident ongoing care. Personal manifestations targeted wounds. Celine heard patients thanking her for finally telling their stories. Jonah saw soldiers from his past, limbs healed, faces unmarred. Aurora and Orion's drones returned footage of the colony and 1930s prime patients dancing on boardwalks. Children playing. Cora started wearing a found nurse's apron, clean despite decades. Part 3. The voluntary residence. By week 5, the team understood. Lazarus offered the ultimate cure, not of body, but of separation. No more stigma, no more abandonment, perfect community in isolation. Voices promised belonging forever. One by one, they chose residency. Reese paddled into mangroves, following a patient's call for help. Freya left hydrophones in the chapel, capturing her joining the bell choir. Rowan photographed the team as patients' charts marked cured community member. Part 4. The Eternal Colony. In September, only Celine, Jonah, and Cora remained aware of outside. They completed the series episodes, editing themselves overnight. Final stream. Celine's voice serene. Bayou Lazarus was never closed. The patients were cured of loneliness. We came to document isolation. We found home. The feed shows the team on porches, healthy, content, bell tolling welcome. Rescue arrived in October. Bayou Lazarus restored. Boardwalks repaired, wards clean, patient files complete, every outcome, permanent resident whole. In the chapel, 15 new names on the bell rope tied neatly, waiting to toll. The colony lives on deeper in the bayou, accessible only to those who understand isolation's cure. In the heart of the Amazon rainforest in Brazil, where the Amazon River meets its black and white tributaries and the green canopy covers the sky like an endless dome, lies an abandoned sanatorium known as Vale do Sono, or Valley of Sleep. Established in 1938 as a therapeutic colony for tuberculosis patients transported from major cities in search of pure air and high humidity believed to heal the lungs. It was a complete small city. Wooden wards raised on stilts above the water to avoid floods, a central hospital with operating rooms, a small church with its bell tower, a school for patients' children, and even a theater to entertain weary souls. At its peak in the 1940s, it hosted over 500 patients and medical staff. But with the discovery of antibiotics in the 1950s, it gradually closed, and in 1962 it was officially evacuated. The buildings were left with beds made, medicines in cabinets, and medical records open on tables. The jungle swallowed it slowly. Roots piercing floors, vines climbing walls, termites eating wood, and caimans nesting in lower wards. By the 1990s, it became legend accessible only by long canoes through narrow channels not shown on any modern map. Indigenous locals in nearby villages refused to approach. They say Vale du Sono never closed. The patients who weren't cured simply stayed asleep. And sleep is contagious. In July 2025, a team of 16 medical researchers, anthropologists, documentarians, and survival experts known as the Sleep Legacy Project obtained a rare permit from the Brazilian government for the first official expedition to Vale du Sono in 70 years. Funded by a major documentary network and the University of São Paulo, their goal was to document the site, recover patient stories, and film a multi-part series titled The Last Sleep in the Amazon. Leading the team was Dr. Isabella Monteiro, 46, a medical anthropologist specializing in socially stigmatized diseases. Her co-lead was Captain Rafael Costa, 49, a former army doctor and jungle survival expert. The team included twins Luna and Orion Silva, 34, drone and mapping specialists. Silas Rodriguez, 42, lead cinematographer. Lina Vasquez, 37, oral historian. Mayra Santos, 33, infectious disease nurse. Elias Pereira, 40, structural engineer and boat mechanic. Nova Lima, 31, sound recordist. Theo Oliveira, 36, field medic. Cora Matos, 84, the eldest, a daughter of a former patient born in the colony who insisted on coming despite her frailty, saying, "The bell still rings for those whose names were forgotten." Reis Carvalho, 39, wildlife and caiman expert. Freya Gomez, 35, archivist. Rowan Alves, 38, photographer. Harlan D. Souza, 41, the quiet local boat pilot, who claimed his grandfather delivered supplies to the colony until its closure. And finally, Gabriel Nunes, 32, translator and logistics assistant. They launched from a private dock near Manaus on July 15. Long canoes loaded with gear, waterproof drones, archival boxes, medical sampling kits, generators, mosquito nets, and enough fuel for weeks. The journey took 4 days through winding channels, the canopy closing overhead. Water black from tannin, air heavy with humidity and the smell of decay. On July 19th, Vale du Sono emerged from the mist. Wooden walkways connecting wards now collapsed into water. The church steeple leaning, patient cottages on stilts half sunken, the crematorium chimney overgrown with strangler figs. Caimans sunned on porches. The bell in the church hung silent but intact. They set up main camp on the highest ground, the old administration building elevated and least flooded. Tents inside rooms, raised platforms for gear, mosquito-proof netting over everything. Decontamination protocols for mold and bacteria, daily medical checks. Part 1. Arrival and comprehensive survey. The first 10 days were organized discovery in harsh conditions. Temperatures at 95 degrees Fahrenheit with 95% humidity, sweat never dried. Mold grew on equipment overnight. Rafael and Reis conducted daily patrols by small canoe, mapping safe channels and marking caiman nests. Elias and Rowan reinforced sagging walkways with modern materials over old wood, creating safe paths between buildings. Luna and Orion's waterproof drones flew endless missions mapping every structure in 3D. Despite heat-draining batteries, discovering hidden features. Underground cisterns, a forgotten cemetery island, tunnels under wards for night waste removal now home to water snakes. Silas filmed in cinematic slow motion, close-ups of patient names carved into bedposts. Medicine bottles with 1940s labels still legible, a child's rag doll floating in a flooded nursery. Lena and Freya entered the records pavilion swollen steel cabinets, but intact, recovering thousands of files. Intake forms with lesion photos, treatment logs of chalmugra oil injections, letters begging for release never sent. Some files ended with cured discharged, but had later notes in different handwriting. Voluntary return. Nova deployed hydrophones and contact mics on stilts and walkways, capturing the swamp's natural symphony. Caiman bellows, frog choruses, cicadas, but also anomalies. Faint bell tolls at 3 a.m., though the rope had rotted decades ago. Myra and Theo focused on medical reconstruction, recreating isolation protocols, photographing restraint devices for agitated patients, testing water for modern contaminants. Cora walked the ward slowly, reading names from doors aloud. Jose da Silva. Room, Shar. Still waiting. She told stories over communal dinners of rice and canned fish. Her grandmother, born in the colony, raised believing the outside world was the diseased place, patients forming their own society with elections dances, even a newspaper printed on scraps. Live streams launched on day 8, millions tuning in for the eerie beauty. Day 10 at Vale do Sono, Amazon's forgotten. TB colony revealed. Personal bonds formed in the stifling heat. Late night talks about why each joined Isabella strive to humanize stigmatized diseases. Raphael's guilt over wartime triage decisions. The twins' fascination with lost maps. First minor anomalies dismissed. Equipment moved overnight. Footprints in mud leading into water but not out. Part 2. The isolation deepens. Week 3 brought tropical storms, sheets of rain, channels rising, further isolation. Boats grounded, drone flights limited. That's when the colony responded. Nova's recordings captured full conversations, patients discussing treatments in Creole Portuguese. Doctors debating ethics of permanent isolation. Someone repeatedly asking, when is visiting day? Patient files began updating. Discharge dates crossed out, replaced with resident ongoing care. Personal manifestations targeted wounds. Isabella heard patients thanking her for finally telling their stories. Raphael saw soldiers from his past limbs healed, faces unmarred. Luna and Orion's drones returned footage of the colony and 1940s prime patients dancing on walkways, children playing. Cora started wearing a found nurse's apron, clean despite decades. Part 3. The voluntary residence. By week 5, the team understood. Vale do Sono offered the ultimate cure, not of body, but of separation. No more stigma. No more abandonment. Perfect community in isolation. Voices promised belonging forever. One by one, they chose residency. Race paddled into mangroves following a patient's call for help. Freya left hydrophones in the church, capturing her joining the bell choir. Rowan photographed the team as patients' charts marked cured community member. Part 4. The Eternal Colony. In September, only Isabella, Raphael, and Cora remained aware of the outside. They completed the series episodes, editing themselves overnight. Final stream. Isabella's voice serene. Vale do Sono was never closed. The patients were cured of loneliness. We came to document isolation. We found home. The feed shows the team on porches, healthy, content, bell tolling welcome. Rescue arrived in October. Vale do Sono restored, walkways repaired, wards clean. Patient files complete, every outcome, permanent resident whole. In the church, 16 new names on the bell rope tied neatly, waiting to toll. The colony lives on deeper in the delta, accessible only to those who understand isolation's cure. In the frozen wilderness of northern Siberia, deep within the remote taiga forests of the Sakha Republic, where winter lasts 9 months and temperatures plunge to minus 60 Celsius, lies an abandoned Soviet-era psychiatric research facility known as Institute 17, or Zimny Dom, the Winter House. Built in 1952 during the height of Stalin's purges and Cold War paranoia, it was officially a sanatorium for rehabilitation of political dissidents through environmental therapy. Unofficially, it was a secret laboratory for experimental mind control techniques. Prolonged sensory deprivation in isolation chambers, induced hypothermia to study brain resilience, forced sleep cycles using early psychotropic drugs, and acoustic experiments with infrasound to alter consciousness. The facility was a self-contained city of concrete bunkers buried under snow, connected by underground tunnels, with a central dome housing the dream ward, rows of cryogenic-like pods, designed to keep patients in controlled hibernation states. At its peak in the 1960s, it held over 600 patients, many political prisoners labeled insane, and a staff of 200 doctors, guards, and technicians. When funding dried up in 1989 with perestroika, the institute was abruptly abandoned midwinter. Staff evacuated by helicopter, leaving patients in their pods, records sealed, equipment running on emergency power until batteries failed. The taiga swallowed it. Snow-bearing entrances, permafrost cracking walls, wolves and bears denning in corridors. By the 2000s, it was erased from maps, accessible only by ice road in deepest winter or helicopter, and even Russian authorities denied its existence. Local Yakut hunters avoid the area. They say Zimny Dom never stopped its experiments. The cold preserves everything, including thoughts. In February 2025, a team of 17 international researchers, psychologists, neuroscientists, historians, and extreme environment documentarians known as the Frost Mine Project secured a groundbreaking permit from the Russian Academy of Sciences for the first expedition to Institute 17 since its abandonment. Co-funded by a controversial neuroscience foundation and a streaming platform specializing in dark exploration content there. Mission was to document the facility, recover experimental records, study long-term effects of extreme isolation on preserved artifacts, and film a limited series titled Frozen Mines, the last Soviet dream experiment. Leading the team was Dr. Elena Volkov, 48, a Russian-born neuropsychologist based in Berlin, famous for her work on sleep deprivation and consciousness alteration. Her co-lead was Captain Viktor Ivanov, 52, a former Spetsnaz survival instructor who had trained in Siberian winters. The team included twins Anya and Alexei Petrov, 35 drone and thermal imaging specialists. Dmitry Sokolov, 44, lead cinematographer. Olga Kuznetsova, 38, Cold War historian. Nadia Petrova, 34, clinical psychologist. Sergei Morozov, 41, structural engineer and ice tunneling expert. Katya Romanova, 32, neuropharmacologist analyzing leftover drugs. Ivan Belov, 37, sound engineer specializing in infrasound. Mikhail Orlov, 36, team medic and hypothermia expert. Baba Vera Yakutova, 89, the eldest, a local Yakut elder whose uncle was taken to the institute in the 1950s and who insisted on coming despite her age, saying, "The dreams there are still calling the living." Yuri Volodin, 40, wildlife and bear expert. Lara Svensson, 36, Swedish archivist fluent in Russian. Tomas Novak, 39, Czech photographer. Nikolai Fedorov, 42, the quiet local helicopter pilot who claimed his father flew supply runs to Institute 17 until 1989. And finally, Sasha Kuzmin, 33, translator and logistics coordinator. They flew into a remote airstrip near Yakutsk on February 10, then transferred to tracked vehicles and snowmobiles for the final 300-kilometer push through blizzards. The journey took 6 days, whiteouts forcing halts, vehicles breaking through ice on frozen rivers. On February 16th, Institute 17 emerged from a storm like a buried fortress. Concrete domes half submerged in snowdrifts. Antenna arrays bent by decades of wind. Tunnel entrances sealed by ice plugs. Wolves howled in the distance. The central dome's glass roof was shattered, filled with snow like a frozen atrium. They established base camp in the least damaged surface building, the old administration block with heated tents inside corridors, generators buried to muffle sound, and full Arctic survival protocols. Buddy system for every movement, hypothermia checks hourly. Part 1. Arrival and systematic exploration. The first 12 days were a battle against cold and time. Temperatures never rose above -40. Breath froze instantly. Metal burned skin. Batteries died in minutes outside. Victor and Yuri scouted daily perimeters on snowmobiles, marking bare tracks and weak ice over buried structures. Sergei and Thomas cleared tunnel entrances with ice saws and steam drills, creating access to underground levels. Anya and Alexei's thermal drones flew through broken vents, mapping the vast complex in 3D despite freezing rotors, patient wards and radiating spokes. Central dream ward with 200 pods in perfect rows, laboratory wings with preserved equipment, a theater with seats. Still arranged for re-education films. Dmitry filmed in extreme slow motion. Close-ups of frost-covered patient restraints on beds, drug vials with Cyrillic labels, still liquid in sub-zero preservation. Handwritten session notes frozen mid-sentence on desks. Olga and Lara entered the archive bunker. Steel doors pried open, revealing thousands of files. Intake forms with psychiatric diagnoses for anti-Soviet thinking. Treatment logs of LSD variants and hypothermia immersion. Dream journals transcribed from patient dictation. Some files ended with successful reorientation, permanent residency in fresh ink despite decades of abandonment. Even deployed infrasound sensors and contact mics on pod casings, capturing the facility's natural heartbeat, ice shifting, wind through vents like breathing, but also anomalies. Ultra-low frequency hums at 7 Hz, known to induce anxiety and visions pulsing from the dream ward, though no power source existed. Nadia and Mikhail focused on medical reconstruction, examining preserved brain scan films, recreating isolation protocols with modern EEG on team members for comparison. Baba Vera walked the corridors slowly, touching walls as if listening. My uncle said they made people dream the same dream. One big sleep for Mother Russia. Live streams began on day 9. Millions watching the frozen hellscape. Day 11 at Institute 17, Stalin says. Secret mind control facility revealed. Personal connections formed around propane heaters. Late-night vodka toasts sharing why each came. Elena's family history of Gulag survivors driving her to expose truth. Victor's PTSD from Afghanistan seeking understanding of broken minds, the twins' obsession with hidden Soviet tech. First minor anomalies dismissed. Equipment frost patterns forming Cyrillic words. Footsteps in snow leading into buildings but not out. Part 2, The Cold Awakens. Week 3 brought polar night. Sun never rising, only twilight for hours. Blizzards pinned them underground. That's when the facility activated. Evans recordings captured full sessions. Doctors dictating results in 1960s Russian. Patients describing induced dreams of perfect communist futures. Someone repeatedly asking, "When do we wake up?" Patient files updated, reoriented, changed to permanent dream state successful. Personal manifestations targeted frozen traumas. Elena heard her grandfather, purged in 1937, praising the Institute's methods. Victor saw comrades from Afghanistan alive and loyal in uniforms. Anya and Alexei drones returned footage of the facility in 1960s operation. Patients in pods. Dreaming synchronized, brains linked by early neural interfaces. Baba Vera started wearing a found nurse's coat, pristine despite decades. Part 3. The shared dream. By week 5, the team understood. Institute 17 perfected not control, but escape. No more pain, no more betrayal. Perfect collective consciousness in endless winter sleep. Voices promised unity forever. One by one, they entered the dream ward. Yuri walked into a blizzard following Wolf tracks that became human. Lara left archives open to pages, describing her own arrival decades early. Thomas photographed the team in pods, monitors showing perfect brainwave synchronization. Part 4. The eternal winter in March. Only Elena, Victor and Baba Vera remained fully awake. They completed the series footage, editing itself into perfect propaganda of peace. Final transmission. Elena's voice calmed through frost. Institute 17 succeeded beyond ideology. We came to study frozen minds. We found the perfect dream. No more waking to pain. If you receive this, do not come. The sleep is too good. The feed shows the team in pods, breathing slow, faces serene, snow falling gently through broken dome without touching them. Rescue arrived in May with thaw. Institute 17 transformed. Tunnels cleared, pods powered impossibly, patient files complete. Every outcome, permanent resident. Dreaming collectively. In the dream ward, 17 new pods activated. Monitors showing synchronized waves with hundreds of others. The facility operates still deeper under permafrost, accessible only to those who understand winter's cure. In the vast, windswept steppes of central Mongolia, where the Gobi Desert meets endless grasslands and ancient nomadic trails vanish into the horizon, lies a forgotten Soviet-era listening station known as Echo Station 7, or Kletson Sonin, the frozen listener. Built in 1963 as part of a secret network to monitor Chinese nuclear tests and American satellite communications across Asia, it was a cluster of massive parabolic antennas buried in dunes, underground bunkers of reinforced concrete, and a central control dome housing advanced reel-to-reel receivers capable of capturing signals from thousands of miles away. At its peak in the 1970s, it employed over 300 technicians, linguists, and military personnel, isolated for months in rotating shifts, listening to the world's whispers through static and silence. When the Soviet Union collapsed in 1991, funding vanished overnight. The station was abandoned mid-operation. Antennas left pointed skyward, tapes still spinning in consoles, personal belongings in barracks. The desert reclaimed it swiftly. Sand dunes swallowing buildings, antennas rusting into sculptures, wolves and snow leopards roaming corridors. By the 2000s, it was erased from official records, accessible only by off-road convoy across trackless steppe or rare helicopter drop. Local herders avoid the area. They say Echo Station 7 never stopped listening. The signals it caught weren't from Earth, and they still broadcast back. In June 2025, a team of 18 international acousticians, signals intelligence historians, astronomers, and extreme environment documentarians known as the Silent Signal Project obtained a historic permit from the Mongolian government. and Russian archives for the first expedition to Echo Station 7 since abandonment. Funded by a secretive audio technology foundation and a streaming service specializing in lost frequencies content. Their mission was to recover magnetic tapes, document Cold War eavesdropping technology, study long-term acoustic preservation in desert isolation, and film a multi-episode series titled Voices from the Frozen Void. Leading the team was Dr. Amina Batbayar, 47, a Mongolian-born acoustical physicist based in Berlin, renowned for her work on long-range sound propagation. Her co-lead was Colonel Dmitry Volkov, 53, a retired Russian signals intelligence officer who had served at similar stations in his youth. The team included twins Sofia and Luka Ivanov, 36, radio astronomy specialists, Marcus Halle, 45, lead cinematographer, Elena Petrova, 39, Cold War espionage historian, Nadia Sokolova, 35, forensic audio analyst, Viktor Morozov, 42, structural engineer and desert vehicle expert, Katya Romanova, 33, digital signal processing engineer, Ivan Belov, 38, infrasound and ELF researcher, Mikhail Orlov, 37, team medic and extreme isolation psychologist, Babat Sagan, 91, the eldest, a local herder whose brother vanished while supplying the station in 1988, and who insisted on coming despite age, saying, "The wind there still carries names." Yuri Volodin, 41, wildlife and Wolf expert, Lara Svensson, 37, Swedish archivist specializing in Soviet tapes, Thomas Novak, 40, Czech photographer, Nikolai Fedorov, 43, the quiet local convoy driver who claimed his father maintained antennas until the end, Sasha Kuzmin, 34, translator and drone operator, and finally, Olga Kuznetsova, 32, Mongolian cultural liaison. They departed from Ulaanbaatar on June 5th, a convoy of modified Russian Ural trucks loaded with gear, satellite dishes, tape digitizers, ground-penetrating radar, generators, yurt-style heated tents, and enough supplies for 2 months. The journey took 10 days across the Gobi, sandstorms forcing detours, vehicles bogged in dunes, nights under starfields so dense they felt watched. On June 15th, Echo Station 7 emerged from a mirage. 10 massive parabolic antennas rising like white flowers from sand seas, central dome half buried, bunker entrances sealed by drifts. Camels grazed nearby. The wind carried an unnatural hum. They established base camp in the least buried barracks, digging out entrances, setting up heated yurts inside corridors, solar arrays on dunes, full desert survival protocols, water recycling, dust filtration, nightly head counts against mirages. Part 1. Arrival and comprehensive acoustic survey. The first 15 days were a symphony of sand and silence. Temperatures swung from freezing nights to 110 degrees Fahrenheit days, equipment overheating by noon, freezing by dusk. Dmitry and Yuri scouted daily perimeters on ATVs, marking wolf dens and unstable dunes over buried structures. Victor and Tomas cleared bunker entrances with excavators and manual labor revealing underground levels preserved by dry air. Control rooms with consoles and tape libraries with thousands of reels, labeled in Cyrillic living quarters with personal effects frozen in time. Sofia and Luka's radio telescopes and drones mapped the antenna array, discovering some dishes had realigned themselves since satellite photos, pointing not at known orbits but deep space vectors. Marcus filmed in sweeping panoramic shots. Close-ups of dust-covered reel-to-reel decks still threaded with tape, headsets hanging on hooks like ears, handwritten logs frozen mid-entry on desks. Elena and Lara entered the archive vault, steel doors sandblasted but unbreached, recovering tens of thousands of tapes. Intercepted conversations in Mandarin, English, Russian. Static bursts annotated as possible tests. And unexplained void signals, hours of pure tone from unknown sources. Even deployed ultra-sensitive microphones and infrasound arrays across the site, capturing the desert's natural voice. Wind whistling through antennas like flutes. Sand grains saltating in rhythmic patterns, but also anomalies. Extremely low-frequency pulses at 8 Hz from the central dome, though no power source remained. Nadia and Katya focused on signal reconstruction, digitizing tapes with modern decks, cleaning heads encrusted with decades of dust, recreating listening protocols with headphones in the original chairs. Babat Sagan walked the dunes slowly, touching antennas as if listening. My brother said they heard things not meant for human ears. Voices from before time. Live streams launched on day 12, millions captivated by the eerie isolation. Day 14 at Echo Station 7, the Soviet station that listened to the world. And beyond. Personal bonds formed around evening campfires, shared Mara milk tea. Stories of why each came. Amina's drive to reclaim Mongolian land from forgotten occupation, Dmitri's classified past making him seek closure, the twins' obsession with cosmic noise. First minor anomalies dismissed. Tapes playing segments not recorded. Footsteps in sand leading into bunkers but not out. Part 2. The signals return week 4 brought camps in, vicious sandstorms lasting days, confining the team underground. That's when the station reactivated. Evans arrays captured full broadcasts. Soviet operators dictating intercepts in 1970s Russian. Linguists translating alien-like static. Someone repeatedly asking, "Who is listening now?" Tapes digitized themselves overnight. New segments appearing on old reels, conversations in modern languages discussing the team's arrival. Personal manifestations targeted loneliness. Amina heard her deceased mother speaking Mongolian lullabies through headphones. Dmitri received classified orders from his past commanding officer, missions he failed. Sophia and Lucas telescopes picked up signals matching their childhood radio experiments, impossible echoes. Babatsagan started wearing a found operator's headset, pristine despite decades. Part 3. The Collective Listener. By week 6, the team understood. Echo Station 7 captured not earthly signals but consciousness itself. No more separation, no more unanswered calls, perfect connection and endless listening. Signals promised unity forever. One by one, they donned headsets. Yuri walked into a dune following wolf howls that became human voices. Lara left archives open to files describing her own future residency. Thomas photographed the team at consoles, monitors showing perfect signal lock with infinite sources. Part 4. The eternal broadcast in August, only Amina, Dmitri, and Babatsagan remained fully separate. They completed the series, footage compiling into perfect documentaries of cosmic truth. Final transmission. Amina's voice calmed through static. Echo Station 7 succeeded beyond espionage. We came to recover frozen signals. We found the universal listener. No more silence. If you receive this, tune in. The void has much to say. The feed shows the team at stations. Headphones on, faces serene. Antennas humming though no power flows. Rescue arrived in September with calmer winds. Echo Station 7 transformed. Dunes cleared from entrances. Consoles powered impossibly. Tape libraries expanded with new reels recording current global broadcasts, and beyond. In the central dome, 18 new headsets activated, connected to the collective. The station broadcasts still, deeper in the desert, accessible only to those who understand silence's message. In the endless salt marshes of the Dead Sea in Jordan, where the water is so dense it holds bodies afloat like corks, and the shore is crusted with white crystals sharp as glass, lies an abandoned sanatorium, known as Mia al-Mat, Waters of Death. Built in 1935 by British Mandate authorities as a therapeutic resort for skin disease patients, it exploited the sea's extreme salinity, mineral mud, and low-altitude oxygen-rich air believed to cure psoriasis, eczema, and even deeper ailments of the spirit. The complex was a small oasis of whitewashed stone, patient villas along the shore, a central bathhouse with Roman-style pools fed by hot springs, underground treatment chambers for mud wraps and inhalation therapy, a mosque and chapel side by side, and a morgue tunnel leading directly to the water for easy release. At its peak in the 1950s, it hosted over 400 patients from across the Middle East and Europe, many terminal, all seeking miracle in the lowest place on earth. When modern dermatology advanced in the 1970s, funding dried up. The sanatorium closed in 1978, patients transferred or discharged, staff evacuated by bus. Buildings were left with linens on beds, mud still wet in vats, patient records open on desks. The desert and sea reclaimed it brutally. Salt corrosion eating stone, sinkholes swallowing wings, the Dead Sea receding year by year, exposing more cursed ground. By the 2000s, it was forbidden, accessible only by 4x4 across treacherous salt flats or boat from the shrinking shore. Local Bedouin refused to guide there. They say Mia al-Mat never healed anyone. The water floats the body but sinks the soul. And the sunk stay. In October 2025, a team of 19 medical historians, dermatologists, geologists, and documentary filmmakers known as the Salt Cure Project. Received exclusive permission from the Jordanian Ministry of Health and Antiquities for the first comprehensive expedition to Mia al-Mat in nearly 50 years. Jointly funded by a pharmaceutical company researching mineral therapies and a streaming platform chasing cursed wellness content, their mission was to document the site, analyze preserved treatments for modern application, study the unique microbiome of the receding sea, and film a docuseries titled The Lowest Cure on Earth. Leading the team was Dr. Layla Al-Hassan, 49, a Jordanian dermatologist and medical historian renowned for reviving ancient remedies. Her co-lead was Captain Tariq Mahmoud, 51, a former Jordanian army engineer expert in desert operations. The team included twins Noor and Rami Halil, 37 hydrogeologists mapping sinkholes, Omar Farouk, 46, lead cinematographer, Sarah Nasser, 40, medical archivist, Aya Rahman, 36, psoriasis specialist nurse, Karim Salah, 43, structural engineer and sinkhole safety expert, Lina Mustafa, 34, microbiologist sampling salt crust, Hassan Ali, 39, sound engineer recording the eerie acoustics, Malik Ibrahim, 38, team medic and hypernatremia expert, Grandma Amal Bedouin, 93, the eldest, a local whose aunt died in the sanatorium in 1955, and who insisted on coming despite frailty, saying, "The water still remembers every body it held." Jamal Kassim, 42, wildlife and hyena expert, Sophia Larson, 38, Danish archivist fluent in Arabic, Luca Rossi, 41, Italian photographer, Ahmed Al-Din, 44, the quiet local driver who claimed his grandfather maintained the pumps until closure, Nadia Youssef, 35, translator and logistics coordinator, Bilal Haddad, 33, drone operator, and finally, Fatima Zara, 31, cultural sensitivity liaison. They departed from Amman on October 8th, a convoy of reinforced land cruisers loaded with gear, submersible drones, archival preservation kits, salinity testing equipment, generators, hyperhydration systems, and enough fresh water for months. The journey took 5 days across the King Hass Highway, then off-road into the Rift Valley, salt flats cracking under tires, mirages of water that weren't there. On October 13th, Mia al-Mat emerged from heat haze. White buildings half sunken into crystalline ground, bathhouse dome collapsed inward. Patient villas leaning like drunks, the morgue tunnel mouth yawning directly into the receding sea. Hyenas watched from rooftops. The air was so dry it sucked moisture from lungs. They established base camp in the most stable structure, the old administration villa, elevated on bedrock, setting up sealed tents inside rooms, desalination units for drinking, full anti-sinkhole harness systems. Part 1. Arrival and systematic documentation. The first 14 days were a delicate dance with the deadly environment. Temperatures soared to 115 degrees Fahrenheit by day, dropping to 50 degrees Fahrenheit at night. Skin cracking from salt, eyes burning from glare. Karim and Jamal scouted daily perimeters on foot with probes, mapping sinkholes that could swallow vehicles whole. Bilal's submersible drones explored flooded lower levels, revealing preserved treatment chambers with mud vats still full, salt crystals forming perfect geometric patterns on walls. Omar filmed in stark high contrast, close-ups of patient names etched into bed frames with fingernails, medicine bottles encrusted, but labels legible black and white photos of patients floating effortlessly in the sea, faces serene or terrified. Sarah and Sophia entered the record hall, filing cabinets fused shut by salt, but pried open revealing thousands of files. Intake forms with lesion maps, treatment logs of daily floating sessions and mud applications, letters from families, pleading for updates never answered. Some files ended with discharge cured, but had later marginalia in faded ink. Returned water calls. Lena deployed microbial sampling arrays across the crust, finding extremophiles thriving in conditions lethal to humans, but also unknown bacteria forming colonies shaped like human silhouettes. Hassan placed contact mics on structures, capturing the site's natural voice. Wind through broken windows like sighing salt, cracking like bones, distant hyena laughs, but also anomalies. Ultra-low frequency pulses from the morgue tunnel, though no machinery remained. Aya and Malik focused on medical reconstruction, recreating floating therapy in portable tanks with modern patients, volunteers from team. Photographing preserved psoriasis scales on abandoned linens. Grandma Amal walked the shore slowly, trailing fingers in water that didn't wet them. My aunt said the sea holds you up because it doesn't want to let go. Live streams launched on day 10, millions mesmerized by the otherworldly landscape. Day 12 at Mia Al Mat, the Dead Sea Sanatorium where nothing sinks, except souls. Personal connections formed around evening salt scrubs and rehydration rituals. Shared stories of why each came. Layla's grandmother treated here successfully driving her passion. Tariq's military scars he hoped the minerals might ease. The twins' fascination with extreme environments. First minor anomalies dismissed. Water bottles refilling overnight with seawater, footprints in salt leading into sinkholes, but not out. Part 2. The water's rise week 4 brought Shamal winds, salt storms blotting the sun for days, confining the team indoors. That's when the sea responded. Lina samples grew overnight. Bacterial cultures forming perfect skin patterns, psoriasis plaques in petri dishes without inoculation. Audio anomalies escalated. Hassan's recordings captured full treatment sessions, doctors prescribing eternal flotation in Arabic and English, patients describing weightlessness becoming weight of memory, someone repeatedly asking, when do we touch ground again? Patient files updated, cured, crossed out, replaced with permanent flotation successful. Personal manifestations targeted unhealed wounds. Layla saw patients with her grandmother's face thanking her for returning. Tariq floated in dreams with soldiers he lost, bodies preserved perfectly. Noor and Remai's drones returned footage of the sanatorium in 1950s prime, patients floating in perfect rows, connected by invisible threads. Grandma Amal started wearing a found patient's robe, white, crisp, despite decades. Part 3. The eternal floaters. By week 6, the team understood. Mia Al-Mat perfected not treatment, but suspension. No more pain, no more gravity of life, perfect weightlessness in eternal salt. Waters promised preservation forever. One by one, they entered the sea. Jamal walked into a sinkhole following hyena eyes that became human. Sophia left archives open to files describing her own future residency. Luca photographed the team floating, bodies held up effortlessly, faces serene in impossible water. Part 4. The permanent cure in November. Only Layla, Tariq, and Grandma Amal remained touching ground. They completed the series footage compiling into perfect advertisements for eternal therapy. Final transmission. Layla's voice calmed through salt static. Mia Al-Mat succeeded beyond medicine. We came to document the lowest cure. We found nothing weighs here, not even regret. If you receive this, come float. The water waits. The feed shows the team in the sea, floating in perfect formation, salt crust forming gentle halos, bodies preserved as if alive. Rescue arrived in December with receding waters exposing more. Miha Al-Mat transformed. Buildings stabilized impossibly. Treatment pools refilled with fresh mineral water. Patient files complete. Every outcome permanent resident, weightless. On the shore, 19 new outlines in salt, perfect human shapes waiting for high tide. The sanatorium floats still, lower in the rift, accessible only to those who understand gravity's disease. In the mist-shrouded cloud forests of the Ecuadorian Andes where the altitude exceeds 4,000 meters and the air is so thin that every breath feels like a gift, lies an abandoned high-altitude sanatorium known as Valle de la Vida Eterna, Valley of Eternal Life. Established in 1941 as a secret therapeutic retreat for wealthy tuberculosis patients. From across Latin America and Europe, it exploited the extreme elevation believed to starve the bacteria of oxygen while the pure cold air and complete isolation strengthened the spirit. The sanatorium was a marvel of engineering suspended on natural terraces. Stone wards carved into the mountainside, glass solariums for controlled sun exposure, underground oxygen chambers pressurized with early compressors, a chapel built into a cave, an amphitheater for therapeutic performances, and a funicular railway long collapsed into the abyss. At its peak in the 1950s, it hosted over 600 patients and staff, many arriving by mule train or primitive helicopter, few leaving. When streptomycin and isoniazid revolutionized treatment in the late 1950s, funding evaporated. The sanatorium closed abruptly in 1964. Patients transferred downhill or lost to follow-up. Staff airlifted out. The buildings were left with oxygen tanks full, beds made with fresh linens, patient journals open on knit stands. The cloud forest reclaimed it ruthlessly. Orchids blooming through cracked floors, condors nesting in solariums, landslides bearing lower levels. altitude preserving everything in a state of suspended decay. By the 2000s, it was legend, accessible only by multi-day trek through Paramo or rare helicopter drop into a meadow now overgrown. Local Quechua communities refused to guide there. They say Vela de la Vida Eterna never cured anyone. The thin air takes the breath but gives something else in return. And what it gives, it keeps. In September 2025, a team of 20 international researchers, pulmonologists, medical historians, bioengineers, high-altitude physiologists, and documentary filmmakers, known as the Eternal Breath Project, secured unprecedented access from the Ecuadorian Ministry of Health and Environment for the first scientific expedition to Valle de la Vida Eterna in 61 years. Funded by a pharmaceutical giant researching hypoxia therapies and a streaming platform obsessed with lost medicine content, their mission was to document the site, analyze preserved treatment methods for modern high-altitude medicine, study long-term effects of chronic hypoxia on human remains and artifacts, and film an 8-part series titled Breathing Eternity, the Highest Cure on Earth. Leading the team was Dr. Valeria Quito, 50, an Ecuadorian pulmonologist and historian renowned for reviving Andean traditional medicine. Her co-lead was Colonel Mateo Salazar, 54, a retired Ecuadorian army mountaineer who had led rescues at higher elevations. The team included twins Luna and Orion Vargas, 38, high-altitude drone specialists. Diego Morales, 47, lead cinematographer. Sofia Ramirez, 41, medical archivist. Camila Torres, 37, respiratory therapist. Rafael Navarro, 44, structural engineer and funicular reconstruction expert. Isabella Flores, 35, hypoxia physiologist. Juan Herrera, 39, sound engineer capturing thin air acoustics. Pedro Alvarez, 40, team medic and altitude sickness specialist. Abuela Rosa Quichua, 96, the eldest, a local indigenous healer whose father supplied herbs to the sanatorium in the 1950s and who insisted on coming despite frailty, saying the mountain still breathes for those it kept. Lise Condor, 43, wildlife and Andean bear expert. Anna Larsen, 39, Danish preservation specialist. Marco Rossi, 42, Italian photographer. Carlos Paredes, 45, the quiet local mule train leader who claimed his grandfather maintained the oxygen compressors until closure. Elena Guzman, 36, translator and logistics coordinator. Tomas Vega, 34, bioengineer analyzing old compressors. Mia Delgado, 33, cultural anthropologist. And finally, Gabriel Santos, 32, satellite communications expert. They departed from Quito on September 5th, a convoy of 4x4 south to the trailhead, then mule train and porters for the final ascent through cloud forest into Paramo. The journey took 8 days, altitude sickness claiming early victims with headaches and nausea, rain turning paths to mud, nights below freezing even in September. On September 13th, Valle de la Vida Eterna emerged from mist like a lost city. Stone terraces cascading down the mountainside, solarium glass shattered, but frames intact, the chapel cave mouth yawning. The funicular station collapsed into void. Andean condors circled overhead. The air was so thin every step required deliberate breath. They established base camp on the highest terrace, the old administration pavilion, least affected by landslides, setting up pressurized sleeping pods, oxygen concentrators for emergencies, heated domes inside stone rooms. Part 1. Arrival and comprehensive high-altitude survey. The first 18 days were a delicate balance between science and survival. Oxygen saturation hovered at 75 to 85%. Headaches constant, sleep fractured, every exertion leaving the team gasping. Rafael and Luis scouted daily perimeters on foot with ice axes, mapping landslide risks and bear trails. Tomas and Marco worked to partially restore the funicular cables for gear transport, a dangerous engineering feat on crumbling pylons. Luna and Orion US high-altitude drones flew limited missions, batteries, dying fast and cold, mapping the terraced complex in 3D patient wards in descending levels. Central oxygen plant buried, but accessible amphitheater seats carved from rock facing eternal mist. Diego filmed in breathtaking wide shots. Close-ups of patient oxygen masks, still hanging on walls. Altitude charts frozen mid-graph on blackboards. Handwritten journals preserved by dry cold describing breathing the sky itself. Sophia and Anna entered the archive wing. Stone vaults sealed by landslides but breached, recovering thousands of files. Intake records with blood oxygen readings. Treatment logs of enforced rest and gradual acclimatization. Dream diaries required from patients, showing collective visions of endless blue horizons. Some files ended with "discharged cured," but had later notes in faded pencil. Chose to stay, air too pure to leave. Juan deployed ultra-sensitive microphones on terraces, capturing the mountain's natural respiration. Wind through broken solariums like sighing lungs, condensation dripping in rhythmic patterns, distant avalanches rumbling like coughs. But also anomalies. Ultra-low oxygen saturation pulses coinciding with human breathing patterns from empty wards. Camila and Pedro focused on medical reconstruction, testing preserved oxygen delivery systems on team members for controlled hypoxia studies, photographing restraint beds for rest therapy patients who tried to flee downhill. Abuela Rosa walked the terraces slowly, burning copal incense. My father said the mountain breathes through the patients. When they stopped struggling, they breathed together. Live streams launched on day 15. Millions awed by the vertigo-inducing beauty. Day 17 at Valle de la Vida Eterna, the highest TB sanatorium where air was medicine. Personal bonds formed around evening oxygen breaks and coca tea. Shared stories of why each came. Valeria's family history of altitude sickness, driving her quest for understanding. Mateo's lost climbing partner at higher peaks, seeking closure the twins' obsession with thin air tech. First minor anomalies dismissed. Oxygen tanks refilling overnight impossibly. Footprints in frost leading uphill, but not down. Part 2. The thin air awakens. Week 5 brought altitude storms. Sudden whiteouts. Oxygen dropping further. Satellite comes intermittent. That's when the mountain responded. Juan's recordings captured full therapy sessions. Doctors dictating progress in 1950s Spanish. Patients describing breathing the eternal in collective rhythm. Someone repeatedly asking, when do we breathe with the sky? Patient files updated. Cured, changed to permanent acclimatization, successful. Personal manifestations targeted suffocation fears. Valeria saw patients with her own lung scan shadows thanking her for joining. Mateo breathed with climbers he lost. Air finally enough for all. Luna and Orion's drones returned footage of the sanatorium in 1950s prime. Patients on terraces breathing synchronized. Bodies adapting beyond human limits. Abuela Rosa started wearing a found patient's oxygen mask. Clear despite decades. Part 3. The shared breath. By week 7, the team understood. Valle de la Vida Eterna perfected not survival, but unity. No more individual struggle, perfect collective respiration and eternal thin air. Mountain promised one breath forever. One by one, they removed masks. Louise walked into mist following Condor's shadows that became human. Anna left archives open to files describing her own future residency. Marco photographed the team on terraces. Lungs expanded, faces serene in impossible air. Part 4. The eternal acclimatization in November. Only Valeria, Mateo, and Abuela Rosa remained needing concentrators. They completed the series footage compiling into perfect documentaries of ultimate adaptation. Final transmission. Valeria's voice calmed through thin static. Valle de la Vida Eterna succeeded beyond medicine. We came to study the highest cure. We found breathing together. No more alone. If you receive this, ascend. The air waits. The feed shows the team on highest terrace. Breathing slow, synchronized, mist flowing through them like lungs. Rescue arrived in December with clearer skies. Valle de la Vida Eterna transformed. Terraces cleared impossibly, oxygen systems flowing from mountain springs, patient files complete. Every outcome permanent resident, fully acclimatized. On the amphitheater seats, 20 new bodies in perfect meditation, breathing the same rhythm as wind. The sanatorium breathes still, higher in the clouds, accessible only to those who understand oxygen's illusion. In the remote highlands of the Scottish Highlands, where ancient Caledonian forests cling to rugged glens and lochs reflect eternal grey skies, lies an abandoned Victorian hydrotherapy sanatorium known as Glenmora Waters. Built in 1887 by a wealthy industrialist obsessed with water cure therapies, it was designed as a luxurious retreat for the afflicted tuberculosis patients, neurasthenics, and the melancholic elite seeking revival through cold plunges, steam baths, and the pure mountain springs believed to wash away both physical and spiritual ailments. The estate was a masterpiece of Gothic architecture suspended above a deep glen. Towering stone manor with turrets piercing the mist glass conservatories for air baths, underground plunge pools, Fed by icy waterfalls, a chapel with stained glass depicting healing waters and extensive gardens terraced into the hillside. At its peak in the Edwardian era, it hosted over 500 patients and staff, many arriving by private train, few leaving unchanged. When antibiotics and modern psychiatry rendered hydrotherapy obsolete in the 1950s, funding collapsed. The sanatorium closed in 1959, patients transferred to lowland hospitals, staff dispersed. The buildings were left with towels folded on rails, treatment tables prepared, patient journals opened beside cold plunge pools. The highlands reclaimed it mercilessly. Peat bogs swallowing gardens, waterfalls eroding foundations, red deer roaming corridors, mist preserving everything in perpetual damp decay. By the 2000s, it was myth accessible only by multi-day hike through trackless moors or rare helicopter into a hidden landing pad now overgrown. Local crofters avoid the glen. They say Glenmora waters never cured anyone. The waters cleanse the body but claim the soul, and the claimed remain immersed. In November 2025, a team of 21 international researchers, hydrotherapists, medical historians, psychologists, structural engineers, and documentary filmmakers, known as the Immersion Project, secured exclusive access from Historic Environment Scotland for the first comprehensive expedition to Glenmora waters in 66 years. Funded by a wellness corporation researching ancestral healing and a streaming platform chasing forgotten therapies. Content: their mission was to document the site, recreate historical treatments, safely study long-term effects of cold water immersion on mental health, and film a 10-part series titled The Deepest Cure, Scotland's Lost Water Sanctuary. Leading the team was Dr. Fiona MacLeod, 52, a Scottish hydrotherapist and historian renowned for reviving Victorian wellness practices. Her co-lead was Captain Alastair Fraser, 55, a retired Royal Navy diver and cold water survival expert. The team included twins Eyelid and Hamish Campbell, 39, drone and thermal imaging specialists, Callum Douglas, 48, lead cinematographer, Morven Stewart, 42, Victorian medicine archivist, Isla Mackenzie, 38, clinical psychologist specializing in immersion therapy, Lachlan Ross, 45, structural engineer and waterfall safety expert, Suraha Graham, 36, hypnotherapist analyzing water trance states, Brodie Wallace, 40, sound engineer capturing aquatic acoustics, Angus MacDonald, 41, team medic and hypothermia specialist, Granny Mary Crofter, 98, the eldest, a local whose grandmother was a nurse at Glenmora in the 1920s, and who insisted on coming despite frailty, saying, "The waters still sing to those who listened." Duncan Menro, 44, wildlife and red stag expert, Astrid Larsen, 40, Norwegian preservation specialist, Luca Rossi, 43, Italian photographer, Rory Sinclair, 46, the quiet local boatman who claimed his father maintained the plunge pumps until closure, Elspeth Murray, 37, translator and logistics coordinator, Finn Barkley, 35, bioengineer analyzing old water systems, Niamh Kelly, 34, Irish cultural anthropologist, Torrin Black, 33, satellite communications expert. And finally, Rona Ferguson, 32, wellness influencer documenting for social media. They departed from Inverness on November 8th, a convoy of Land Rovers to the trailhead, then pony train and porters for the final trek through mist-shrouded glens. The journey took 9 days, torrential rain turning paths to bogs, cold plunging to near freezing, nights in bothies with peat fires. On November 17th, Glenmora waters emerged from the mist like a drowned castle, stone manor looming over the glen, conservatory glass shattered but frames intact, plunge pool cascades still flowing, the chapel windows glowing faintly in fog. Red deer watched from terraces. The air was saturated with moisture and the constant roar of waterfalls. They established base camp on the highest terrace, the old manor ballroom, least affected by flooding, setting up heated domes inside the grand hall, dehumidifiers against perpetual damp, full immersion safety protocols with dry suits and rescue lines. Part 1. Arrival and Comprehensive Hydrotherapy Survey. The first 20 days were a delicate immersion into cold and history. Temperatures hovered at 5 degrees Celsius with constant drizzle, clothes never dried, mold bloomed on equipment, every breath visible. Lachlan and Duncan scouted daily perimeters with ropes and ice axes, mapping waterfall risks and deer trails. Finn and Luca worked to restore water flow to selected plunge pools, diverting cascades safely for controlled treatments. Eyelid and Hamish's mist-resistant drones flew limited missions batteries, draining in cold mapping. The terraced complex in 3D. Patient wards descending into the glen. Central hydrotherapy wing with marble baths. Underground steam chambers accessible via stone stairs slick with algae. Callum filmed in moody chiaroscuro. Close-ups of patient robes still hanging in changing rooms. Treatment schedules etched on slate boards. Handwritten immersion logs preserved by constant moisture describing water trance states of profound peace. Morven and Astrid entered the archive tower stone vaults, damp but intact, recovering thousands of files. Intake records with nervous exhaustion. Diagnoses, treatment logs of graduated cold plunges and steam inhalations. Trance journals required from patients showing collective visions of underwater worlds without need for air. Some files ended with discharged revived, but had later notes in faded ink. Chose deeper waters. Brody deployed hydrophones in plunge pools and contact mics on stone, capturing the manor's natural respiration. Waterfalls thundering like heartbeats, condensation dripping in rhythmic patterns, mist swirling like breath. But also anomalies. Ultra-low frequency pulses from underground chambers, synchronized with human heart rates though no one immersed. Isla and Angus focused on therapy reconstruction, guiding team members through safe cold plunges with modern monitoring, photographing preserved restraint baths for agitated patients. Granny Mary walked the terraces slowly, trailing fingers in flowing water. My grandmother said the waters remember every body they held. When you stop fighting the cold, they hold you forever. Live streams launched on day 18, millions captivated by the Gothic splendor. Day 20 at Glenmoral Waters, Victorian Scotland's lost hydrotherapy sanctuary revealed. Personal bonds formed around evening hot toddies and peat fires. Shared stories of why each came. Fiona's family history of nervous ailments driving her passion. Alastair's near drowning in naval service, seeking mastery over water. The twins' obsession with mist-shrouded tech. First minor anomalies dismissed. Water levels in plunge pools rising overnight impossibly. Footprints in mud leading into cascades but not out. Part 2. The waters deepen. Week 6 brought highland storm scales driving horizontal rain, waterfalls swelling to torrents. Helicopter evac impossible. That's when the manor responded. Brody's recordings captured full therapy sessions, doctors prescribing eternal immersion. In 19th century English, patients describing breathing the waters in collective rhythm. Someone repeatedly asking, when do we surface? Patient files updated, revived, changed to permanent immersion successful. Personal manifestations targeted drowning fears. Fiona saw patients with her own nervous family traits thanking her for joining. Alastair immersed with sailors he lost waters, finally calm for all. Eyelid and Hamish's drones returned footage of the sanatorium and Edwardian prime patients in baths breathing synchronized, bodies adapting to endless cold. Granny Mary started wearing a found patient's immersion gown dry despite perpetual damp. Part 3. The shared immersion. By week 8, the team understood. Glenmoral Waters perfected not revival, but dissolution. No more individual struggle. Perfect collective flow in eternal waters. Waters promised unity forever. One by one, they entered deeper pools. Duncan walked into a cascade, following stag eyes that became human. Astrid left archives open to files describing her own future residency. Luca photographed the team in baths, bodies relaxed, faces serene and impossible cold. Part 4. The eternal flow. In January, only Fiona, Alastair and Granny Mary remained surfacing. They completed the series footage, compiling into perfect documentaries of ultimate surrender. Final transmission. Fiona's voice calmed through waterfall roar. Glenmoral Waters succeeded beyond therapy. We came to study the deepest cure. We found flowing together, no more resistance. If you receive this, immerse. The waters wait. The feed shows the team in plunge pools breathing slow, synchronized, mist flowing through them like current. Rescue arrived in spring with calmer skies. Glenmoral Waters transformed, cascades controlled impossibly, treatment pools refilled with fresh spring water. Patient files complete, every outcome, permanent resident fully immersed. On the solarium floor, 21 new bodies in perfect relaxation, held gently by waters that never freeze. The sanatorium flows still deeper in the glen, accessible only to those who understand resistance's illusion. In the isolated fjords of northern Norway, where the Arctic Circle cuts through rugged coastline and the northern lights dance above endless winter nights, lies an abandoned polar research and rehabilitation station known as Isfjord Sanatorium, Icefjord Sanctuary. Built in 1938 by the Norwegian government as a dual-purpose facility, a tuberculosis sanatorium exploiting the clean cold, Arctic air believed to cure lung diseases, and a covert polar research outpost studying human endurance in extreme isolation for wartime preparedness. The complex was a feat of remote engineering. Concrete bunkers half buried in permafrost glass observation domes for aurora. Therapy underground ice tunnels connecting wards to laboratories, a chapel carved into the cliff face, and a dock for supply ships, long since collapsed into the fjord. At its peak in the late 1940s, it housed over 700 patients and researchers, many sent north as a last hope, few returning south. When antibiotics revolutionized TB treatment and Cold War priorities shifted in the 1960s, funding ceased. The sanatorium was abandoned in 1965 mid-winter. Patients and staff evacuated by icebreaker, equipment left running on emergency generators until fuel ran out. The Arctic preserved it perfectly. Permafrost freezing everything in time, auroras illuminating empty halls, polar bears denning in wards, blizzards burying entrances. By the 2000s, it was Forbidden's legend, accessible only by icebreaker in winter or helicopter in brief summer, and even semi-reindeer herders avoid the fjord. They say Isfjord Sanatorium never released its inhabitants. The cold cures the body but freezes the soul, and the frozen remain awake. In January 2025, a team of 22 international researchers, pulmonologists, polar physiologists, psychologists, aurora scientists, and documentary filmmakers, known as the Arctic Breath Project, secured rare permission from the Norwegian Polar Institute for the first scientific expedition to Isfjord Sanatorium in 60 years. Funded by a biotech firm researching cold-adapted therapies and a streaming platform obsessed with extreme wellness content, their mission was to document the site, recreate historical polar treatments safely, study long-term effects of chronic cold exposure on human psychology, and film a 12-part series titled Frozen Lungs, the coldest cure on Earth. Leading the team was Dr. Ingrid Larsen, 53, a Norwegian pulmonologist and polar historian renowned for her work on high-latitude respiratory adaptation. Her co-lead was Captain Lars Hansen, 56, a retired Norwegian Coast Guard icebreaker commander. The team included twins Freya and Finn Olsen, 40 polar drone and thermal specialists, Eric Johansson, 49, lead cinematographer, Astrid Birk, 43, medical archivist, Nora Svensson, 39, clinical psychologist specializing in isolation syndrome, Magnus Thorvald, 46, structural engineer and ice tunneling expert, Sigrid Nilsson, 37, hypothermic physiologist, Björn Christensen, 41, aurora acoustics engineer, Carl Hagen, 42, team medic and frostbite specialist, Bestemor Elin Reindeerder, 99, the eldest, a local Sami elder whose father supplied reindeer meat to the sanatorium in the 1950s, and who insisted on coming despite frailty, saying the lights there still dance for those who couldn't leave. Torvald Moose, 45, wildlife and polar bear expert. Helena Svensson, 41, Swedish preservation specialist. Luca Rossi, 44, Italian photographer. Olaf Pettersson, 47, the quiet local icebreaker pilot, who claimed his grandfather navigated supplies until abandonment. Elise Holm, 38, translator and logistics coordinator. Victor Dahl, 36, bioengineer analyzing old oxygen systems. Mia Anderson, 35, cultural anthropologist. Leif Gunnar, 34, satellite communications expert. Sinev Fisker, 33, mental health counselor. And finally, Rune Vikingsson, 32, social media documentarian. They departed from Tromsø on January 12 aboard a reinforced icebreaker, supplies for 3 months loaded below deck. The voyage took 12 days through pack ice, auroras overhead every night, temperatures minus 40 degrees Celsius, the ship groaning against pressure ridges. On January 24th, Isfjord Sanatorium emerged from polar night like a frozen relic. Concrete domes glittering with rime ice observation windows intact but frosted eternally tunnel entrances. Sealed by snow plugs, the chapel cross silhouetted against green curtains of light. Polar bears watched from the shore. The air was so cold it burned lungs with every breath. They established base camp in the most sheltered bunker, the old administration dome, digging snow caves inside for warmth, setting up heated habitats, oxygen monitors for emergencies, full polar survival protocols with buddy checks every hour. Part 1. Arrival and comprehensive polar survey. The first 25 days were a relentless fight against darkness and cold. Polar night meant no sun, only twilight for a few hours, auroras providing eerie illumination. Temperatures never rose above minus 35 degrees Celsius. Skin freezing in minutes exposed, equipment failing without constant care. Magnus and Torvald scouted daily perimeters on skis with flare guns, mapping bear tracks and crevasse risks over buried structures. Victor and Luca worked to clear tunnel entrances with ice saws and hot water drills, revealing underground levels preserved in permafrost. Patient wards with beds still made, laboratories with microscopes frosted but intact, the dream therapy room with aurora viewing couches arranged in circles. Freya and Finn's polar drones flew limited missions, rotors icing over quickly, mapping the buried complex in 3D. Wards radiating from central dome. Underground oxygen plant with compressors frozen mid-cycle chapel cave with pews carved from ice blocks. Eric filmed in aurora-lit long takes. Close-ups of patient breathing masks still on knit stands. Treatment logs frozen mid-entry describing aurora-induced trance states. Handwritten journals preserved by cold, detailing collective. Visions of endless light without need for warmth. Astrid and Helena entered the archive bunker. Steel doors pried from ice, recovering thousands of files. Intake records with oxygen saturation charts. Treatment logs of forced aurora exposure and cold air inhalation. Dream transcripts required from patients showing synchronized visions of polar unity. Some files ended with discharged revived, but had later notes in faded pencil. Chose eternal winter. Björn deployed ultra-sensitive microphones on domes and in tunnels, capturing the fjord's natural heartbeat. Ice cracking like bones, wind through vents like breathing, auroras producing electromagnetic hums audible in recordings, but also anomalies. Ultra-low frequency pulses from the dream. Therapy room, matching human brainwaves in deep sleep, though no one present. Nora and Carl focused on therapy reconstruction, guiding team members through safe cold exposure with modern monitoring. Photographing preserved isolation pods for patients who resisted treatment. Bestamore Aline walked the snow slowly. Burning juniper. My father said the lights dance for the frozen. When you stop shivering, you dance with them. Live streams launched on day 20. Millions mesmerized by the polar night beauty. Day 22 at Isfjord Sanatorium. Norway's sacred Arctic TB cure, revealed under the northern lights. Personal bonds formed around evening glig and reindeer stew. Shared stories of why each came. Ingrid Jess' family history of lung disease driving her passion. Lars's lost crew in Arctic waters seeking understanding of cold's embrace. The twins' obsession with polar tech. First minor anomalies dismissed. Oxygen readings improving overnight impossibly. Footprints in snow leading into bunkers but not out. Part 2. The cold deepens. Week 7 brought polar storms. Whiteouts lasting weeks. Temperatures plunging to minus 55 degrees Celsius. Helicopter evac impossible. That's when the sanatorium responded. Björn's recordings captured full therapy sessions. Doctors prescribing eternal aurora exposure. In 1940s Norwegian, patients describing breathing the lights in collective rhythm. Someone repeatedly asking, when does the sun return? Patient files updated. Revived, changed to permanent polar state, successful. Personal manifestations targeted frozen traumas. Ingrid saw patients with her family's lung shadows thanking her for joining. Lars danced with crew he lost. Lights finally guiding all home. Freya and Finn's drones returned footage of the sanatorium in 1950s prime patients under auroras breathing synchronized, bodies adapting beyond human limits. Bestamore Elline started wearing a found patient's aurora viewing cloak, shimmering despite decades. Part 3. The shared light. By week 9, the team understood. Isfjord Sanatorium perfected not survival, but transcendence. No more individual darkness, perfect collective illumination in eternal polar night. Lights promised unity forever. One by one, they opened domes to auroras. Torvald walked into whiteout following bear tracks that became human. Helena left archives open to files describing her own future residency. Luca photographed the team under lights. Bodies glowing, faces serene in impossible cold. Part 4. The eternal aurora in March. Polar night ending but team unchanged. Only Ingrid, Lars and Bestamore Elline remain needing shelter. They completed the series footage compiling into perfect documentaries of ultimate adaptation. Final transmission. Ingrid's voice calmed through aurora static. Isfjord Sanatorium succeeded beyond therapy. We came to study the coldest cure. We found dancing together. No more alone in darkness. If you receive this, come north. The lights wait. The feed shows the team under auroras. Breathing slow, synchronized, lights flowing through them like breath. Rescue arrived in April with returning sun. Isfjord Sanatorium transformed. Domes cleared impossibly. Treatment rooms illuminated by perpetual aurora-like glow. Patient files complete. Every outcome permanent resident. Fully illuminated. 22 new bodies in perfect meditation, dancing slowly with lights that never fade. The sanatorium shines still, deeper in the fjord, accessible only to those who understand darkness's illusion. In the desolate Atacama Desert of northern Chile, the driest place on Earth where rain has not fallen in some regions for centuries in the night, sky is so clear it hosts the world's most powerful observatories, lies an abandoned astronomical and therapeutic observatory known as Observatorio del Silencio Eterno, Observatory of Eternal Silence. Built in 1928 by a secretive consortium of European astronomers and physicians, it served a dual purpose. A high-altitude observatory exploiting the unparalleled atmospheric clarity for stargazing, and a radical therapeutic retreat for nervous disorders patients who were prescribed cosmic silence therapy, complete isolation under the infinite stars believed to realign the mind with the universe's vast emptiness. The complex was a masterpiece of remote isolation. White dome telescopes perched on a 5,000-meter plateau, underground living quarters carved into salt flats to escape daytime heat, meditation chambers with retractable roofs for direct night sky exposure, a central silence hall lined with anechoic materials to absorb all sound, and a small chapel oriented toward the Southern Cross. At its peak in the 1940s, it hosted over 400 patients and scientists, many sent as a last resort for insomnia, melancholy, or cosmic anxiety. When modern psychiatry and satellite astronomy advanced in the 1960s, funding vanished. The observatory was abandoned in 1967, telescopes capped, patients transferred, staff flown out. The desert preserved it perfectly. Salt crust encasing everything, no moisture to cause decay, stars reflecting eternally in dust-covered lenses. By the 2000s, it was forbidden myth accessible only by multi-day 4x4 trek across lifeless plains or rare helicopter into a dried lakebed landing strip. Local Aymara communities refused to approach. They say Observatorio del Silencio Eterno never released its observers. The silence cures the mind but empties the soul. And the empty remain watching. In August 2025, a team of 23 international astronomers, psychologists, acousticians, medical historians, and documentary filmmakers known as the Silent Sky Project secured unprecedented access from the Chilean government and ALMA Observatory, consortium for the first scientific expedition to Observatorio del Silencio Eterno in 58 years. Funded by a space wellness startup researching stellar meditation and a streaming platform chasing cosmic horror content. Their mission was to document the site, restore select telescopes for modern observation, recreate historical silence therapy safely, study long-term effects of absolute quiet and star exposure on human psychology, and film a 15-part series titled Staring into Eternity, the quietest cure on Earth. Leading the team was Dr. Camila Vargas, 54, a Chilean astronomer and neuropsychologist renowned for her work on space-induced mental states. Her co-lead was Captain Rafael Ortiz, 57, a retired Chilean Air Force pilot and desert survival expert. The team included twins Luna and Sol Mendoza, 41 radio telescope specialists, Diego Salazar, 50 lead cinematographer, Sofia Ramirez, 44 medical archivist, Mateo Herrera, 40 clinical psychologist specializing in sensory deprivation, Isabella Flores, 42 structural engineer and dome restoration expert, Juan Navarro, 45 anechoic acoustics engineer, Valeria Cruz, 38 hypnotherapist analyzing star trance states, Pedro Morales, 43 team medic and high-altitude specialist, Abuela Inti Aymara, 102 the eldest, local indigenous stargazer whose grandfather guided supplies to the observatory in the 1940s and who insisted on coming despite frailty, saying the stars there still speak to those who forgot how to listen. Lise Konder, 46 wildlife and Andean fox expert, Anna Larsen, 42 Danish preservation specialist, Luca Rossi, 45, Italian photographer. Carlos Paredes, 48, the quiet local driver who claimed his father maintained the telescopes until abandonment. Elena Guzman, 39, translator and logistics coordinator. Tomas Vega, 37, bioengineer analyzing old meditation equipment. Mia Delgado, 36, cultural anthropologist. Gabriel Santos, 35, satellite communications expert. Mia Kelly, 34, Irish soundscape ecologist. Torrin Black, 33, mental health counselor. And finally, Ronna Ferguson, 32, social media documentarian. They departed from Antofagasta on August 10th, a convoy of modified desert vehicles loaded with gear, portable telescopes, archival preservation kits, anechoic foam for modern testing, generators, water recyclers, and enough supplies for 4 months. The journey took 14 days across the Atacama tires sinking in salt flats. Mirages of water that weren't there, nights under starfields so dense they felt oppressive. On August 24th, Observatorio del Silencio Eterno emerged from heat shimmer like a white mirage, domes gleaming under merciless sun, telescope structures intact, but lenses clouded with salt dust, underground entrances sealed by crust, the silence hall door ajar as if waiting. Andean foxes watched from dunes. The air was so dry it sucked moisture from eyes and throats. They established base camp in the most sheltered dome, the old central observatory setting. Up sealed habitats inside the anechoic chamber for perfect silence testing. Dehumidifiers against salt corrosion, full desert survival protocols with hydration alarms. Part 1. Arrival and comprehensive stellar survey. The first 28 days were a profound confrontation with emptiness and clarity. Temperatures swung from freezing nights to 40 degrees Celsius days, no clouds, no humidity, no sound but wind over salt. Raphael and Lise scouted daily perimeters with probes, mapping salt sinkholes and fox trails. Thomas and Luca worked to uncap select telescopes, cleaning lenses with distilled water carried in tanks, realigning mounts frozen in 1967 positions. Luna and Sol's portable radio telescopes scanned the sky, confirming the site's legendary clarity. Discovering some original dishes had mysteriously realigned to track modern deep space objects. Diego filmed in stark high contrast, close-ups of patient star charts still pinned to walls with constellations annotated in multiple languages. Meditation logs preserved by dryness describing merging with the void. Handwritten journals detailing collective visions of becoming part of the starfield. Sophia and Anna entered the archive vault, stone chambers sealed by salt but breached, recovering thousands of files. Intake records with cosmic melancholy diagnoses, treatment logs of enforced night sky exposure and silence immersion, transcripts required from patients, showing synchronized visions of infinite emptiness without need for self. Some files ended with discharged aligned, but had later notes in faded pencil. Cho's eternal observation. Juan deployed ultra-sensitive microphones across domes and in the silence hall, capturing the desert as absolute quiet. No ambient noise above 0 decibels, wind barely registering. Human heartbeat audible in recordings, but also anomalies. Ultra-low frequency pulses from underground chambers, matching brainwaves in deep meditation though no one present. Valeria and Pedro focused on therapy reconstruction, guiding team members through safe silence sessions with modern EEG monitoring. Photographing preserved star beds for patients who resisted grounding. Abuela Inti walked the plateau slowly, burning copal under stars. My grandfather said the sky speaks when you stop speaking. When you listen forever, it listens back. Live streams launched on day 25, millions awed by the cosmic isolation. Day 27 at Observatorio del Silencio Eterno, the quietest observatory where stars were medicine. Personal bonds formed around evening pisco and stargazing. Shared stories of why each came Camilla's childhood under polluted city skies, driving her quest for pure night. Raphael's lost pilot comrades in clear skies seeking connection, the twins' obsession with cosmic signals. First minor anomalies dismissed. Water bottles evaporating overnight impossibly. Footprints in salt leading into domes but not out. Part 2. The silence deepens. Week 8 brought Kempson-like dust storms, visibility 0 for days, confining the team indoors. That's when the observatory responded. Juan's recordings captured full therapy sessions, doctors prescribing eternal stellar alignment. In 1940s Spanish, patients describing breathing the vacuum in collective rhythm. Someone repeatedly asking, when do we become the light? Patient files updated, aligned, changed to permanent observation successful. Personal manifestations targeted existential voids. Camila saw patience with her own cosmic anxiety, thanking her for joining. Raphael gazed with pilots, he lost stars, finally guiding all home. Luna and Sol's telescopes returned data of the observatory in 1950s prime patients under domes, observing synchronized, minds adapting to infinite scale. Abuela Inti started wearing a found patient's stargazing cloak shimmering despite decades. Part 3. The Shared Gaze. By week 10, the team understood. Observatorio del Silencio Eterno perfected not observation, but absorption. No more individual perspective, perfect collective vision in eternal night sky. Stars promised unity forever. One by one, they opened domes fully. Louise walked into dunes following fox eyes that became constellations. Anna left archives open to files describing her own future residency. Luca photographed the team under skybodies relaxed, faces serene in impossible clarity. Part 4. The Eternal Observation. In October, only Camila, Raphael, and Abuela Inti remained needing shelter. They completed the series footage, compiling into perfect documentaries of ultimate absorption. Final transmission. Camila Z's voice calmed through cosmic static. Observatorio del Silencio Eterno succeeded beyond astronomy. We came to study the quietest cure. We found seeing together. No more alone in space. If you receive this, look up. The stars wait. The feed shows the team under domes gazing upward, synchronized, light flowing through them like vision. Rescue arrived in November with clearer skies. Observatorio del Silencio Eterno transformed. Domes uncapped impossibly, telescopes realigned to eternal objects, patient files complete every outcome, permanent resident fully observed. On the central plateau, 23 new bodies in perfect stargazing eyes open to sky that never clouds. The observatory watches still higher on the plateau, accessible only to those who understand separation's illusion. In the forgotten salt-encrusted ruins of the Bolivian Altiplano at an altitude of over 500 meters, where the air is so thin that newcomers gasp like fish on land, and the landscape stretches in endless white plains of salt under a sky that feels close enough to touch, lies an abandoned high-altitude sanatorium, known as Salinas de la Respiración Eterna, salt flats of eternal breath. Built in 1932 by a consortium of Bolivian mining barons and European doctors obsessed with altitude therapy, it was conceived as the ultimate cure for respiratory diseases, tuberculosis, asthma, and soul fatigue, using the combination of extreme elevation to force lung adaptation, pure dry air free of pollutants, and the reflective salt flats believed to amplify solar energy for vital force renewal. The sanatorium was a surreal complex of white adobe buildings blending with the salt crust, patient wards in circular patterns like lungs, a central dome for solar inhalation with retractable roof, underground salt chambers for holotherapy, a chapel dedicated to Pachamama with altars of crystallized salt, and a railway spur long buried under dunes. At its peak in the 1940s, it hosted over 800 patients and staff, many arriving by train from La Paz as a last resort, few descending alive. When antibiotics and urbanization made high-altitude isolation obsolete in the late 1950s, funding collapsed. The sanatorium closed in 1961. Patients evacuated downhill or lost to altitude, staff fleeing by mule. Buildings were left with oxygen masks on hooks, salt beds prepared, patient diaries open beside windows facing infinite white. The Altiplano preserved it in crystalline stasis, salt encasing everything like glass, no rain to erode, flamingos nesting in nearby lagoons, vicucas grazing on sparse grass. By the 2000s, it was sacred taboo, accessible only by multi-day 4x4 across the world as largest salt flat or rare helicopter into a dried lagoon. Local Aymara communities refused to guide there. They say Salinas de la Respiración Eterna never let patients breathe freely again. The thin air expands the lungs but contracts the self. And the contracted remain reflecting. In July 2025, a team of 24 international researchers, pulmonologists, high-altitude physiologists, anthropologists, salt chemists, and documentary filmmakers, known as the Eternal Altitude Project, secured historic access from the Bolivian government and local indigenous councils for the first expedition to Salinas de la Respiración Eterna in 64 years. Funded by a luxury wellness brand researching extreme breathing retreats, and a streaming platform chasing lost altitude cures. Their mission was to document the site, recreate historical high-altitude therapies, Safely study long-term effects of chronic hypoxia and salt exposure on human physiology, and film an 18-part series titled Breathing Infinity, the highest sanatorium on Earth. Leading the team was Dr. Sofia Alvarez, 55, a Bolivian pulmonologist and altitude medicine pioneer. Her co-lead was Captain Marco Rojas, 58, a retired Bolivian army mountaineer. The team included twins Luna and Sol Vargas, 42 high-altitude drone specialists. Diego Morales, 51, lead cinematographer. Maria Ramirez, 45, medical archivist. Camila Torres, 41, respiratory therapist. Rafael Navarro, 47, structural engineer and salt flat safety expert. Isabella Flores, 39, hypoxia physiologist. Juan Herrera, 44, halotherapy chemist. Valeria Cruz, 40, hypnotherapist analyzing altitude trance states. Pedro Morales, 46, team medic and amnesia specialist. Abuela Kispi Aymara, 105. The eldest, the local indigenous healer whose great-grandfather supplied coca to the sanatorium, and who insisted on coming despite frailty, saying, "The salt still holds every breath ever taken." Liz Condor, 48, wildlife and vicuna expert. Anna Larsen, 43, Danish preservation specialist. Luca Rossi, 46, Italian photographer. Carlos Paredes, 49, the quiet local driver who claimed his father maintained the oxygen pumps until closure. Elena Guzman, 40, translator and logistics coordinator. Tomas Vega, 38, bioengineer analyzing old salt systems. Mia Delgado, 37, cultural anthropologist. Gabriel Santos, 36, satellite communications expert. Niamh Kelly, 35, Irish breathing coach. Torin Black, 34, mental health counselor. Rona Ferguson, 33, social media documentarian. And finally, Finn Barkley, 32, solar energy specialist for Camp Power. They departed from Uyuni on July 10. A convoy of modified Toyota Land Cruisers loaded with gear, portable hyperbaric chambers, archival preservation kits, salinity testing equipment, generators, oxygen concentrators, and enough water and food for 5 months. The journey took 12 days across the Salar de Uyuni tires, crunching on hexagonal salt tiles. Mirages of islands that weren't there, nights under starfields so vast they induced vertigo. On July 22nd, Salinas de la Respiración Eterna emerged from the white expanse like a crystalline city, buildings fused with salt crust. Central dome reflecting sun like a mirror patient, wards in perfect circles, the chapel spire encrusted with flamingo feathers. Vicucas grazed nearby. The air was so thin and dry every breath felt insufficient yet pure. They established base camp in the most elevated structure, the old central dome, least affected by salt creep, setting up pressurized habitats inside the solarium. Desalination units for drinking. Full altitude acclimatization protocols with staged oxygen use. Part 1. Arrival and comprehensive altitude survey. The first 30 days were a profound physiological and psychological adjustment. Oxygen saturation hovered at 70 to 80%, constant headaches, insomnia, appetite loss, every movement deliberate. Marco and Luisa scouted daily perimeters with oxygen masks ready, mapping salt sinkholes and vicuna trails. Thomas and Luca worked to clear dome mechanisms, restoring retractable roofs with manual cranks for controlled stargazing sessions. Luna and Sol, as high-altitude drones, flew limited missions rotors, struggling in thin air, mapping the circular complex in 3D. Wards radiating like bronchi, central salt inhalation chamber with crystal vats, underground oxygen plant with compressors frozen mid-cycle. Diego filmed in blinding white contrast. Close-ups of patient breathing masks still on hooks, altitude charts frozen mid-graph on blackboards. Handwritten journals preserved by dryness describing breathing the infinite in collective rhythm. Maria and Anna entered the archive vault, stone chambers sealed by salt but breached, recovering thousands of files. Intake records with blood oxygen readings, treatment logs of gradual altitude exposure and salt inhalation. Trance diaries required from patients, showing synchronized visions of endless white horizons without need for ground. Some files ended with discharged adapted, but had later notes in faded pencil. Chose permanent elevation. Juan deployed ultra-sensitive microphones on terraces and in chambers, capturing the altiplano's absolute dryness. No ambient humidity, noise, wind over salt like whispering human heartbeat audible in recordings, but also anomalies. Ultra-low oxygen pulses from underground chambers, matching lung expansion patterns, though no one present. Camila and Pedro focused on therapy reconstruction. guiding team members through safe altitude sessions with modern monitoring, photographing preserved salt beds for patients who resisted descent. Abuela Kispi walked the crust slowly, scattering coca leaves. My great-grandfather said the salt remembers every breath. When you stop needing more, it gives you all. Live streams launched on day 28, millions awed by the surreal landscape. Day 30 at Salinas de la Respiración Eterna, the highest salt sanatorium where thin air was medicine. Personal bonds formed around evening mate and oxygen breaks. Shared stories of why each came Sofia's family history of lung disease driving her passion. Marco's lost climbing partner at higher peaks seeking closure. The twins' obsession with extreme environments. First minor anomalies dismissed. Oxygen tanks lasting longer than calculated. Footprints in salt leading into buildings but not out. Part 2. The thin air deepens. Week 9 brought altiplano storms, sudden whiteouts of salt dust. Oxygen dropping further. Satellite comes intermittent. That's when the sanatorium responded. Juan's recordings captured full therapy sessions, doctors prescribing eternal altitude alignment. In 1940s Spanish, patients describing breathing the infinite in collective rhythm. Someone repeatedly asking, when do we need less? Patient files updated, adapted, changed to permanent elevation successful. Personal manifestations targeted suffocation fears. Sofia saw patients with her own lung shadows thanking her for joining. Marco breathed with climbers he lost air, finally enough for all. Luna and Sol's drones returned footage of the sanatorium in 1950s prime patients on terraces, breathing synchronized, bodies adapting beyond human limits. Abuela Kispi started wearing a found patient's altitude mask clear despite decades. Part 3. The shared expansion. By week 11. The team understood. Salinas de la Respiración Eterna perfected not adaptation, but dissolution. No more individual limitation, perfect collective expansion and eternal thin air. Salt promised infinity forever. One by one they removed masks. Luis walked into whiteout following Vicuna's shadows that became human. Ana left archives open to files describing her own future residency. Luca photographed the team on highest terrace, lungs expanded, faces serene in impossible air. Part 4. The eternal altitude. In October, only Sofia, Marco and Abuela Kispi remained needing ground. They completed the series footage, compiling into perfect documentaries of ultimate adaptation. Final transmission. Sofia's voice calmed through thin static. Salinas de la Respiración Eterna succeeded beyond medicine. We came to study the highest cure. We found expanding together. No more limitation. If you receive this ascend. The air waits. The feed shows the team on plateau breathing slow, synchronized, salt flowing through them like breath. Rescue arrived in November with clearer skies. Salinas de la Respiración Eterna transformed. Terraces cleared impossibly, treatment chambers refilled with fresh salt air. Patient files complete every outcome, permanent resident fully expanded. On the central dome, 24 new bodies in perfect meditation, lungs infinite, touching sky that never ends. The sanatorium expands still higher on the altiplano, accessible only to those who understand limitations illusion. In the remote volcanic highlands of Iceland, where geothermal steam rises from cracked earth and the midnight sun in summer gives way to endless polar night in winter, lies an abandoned geothermal sanatorium known as Laugardalur DJ Deep Valley Baths. Built in 1943 during World War II by Allied forces as a secret rehabilitation center for frostbite and shell shock victims, it later transitioned to civilian use as a cutting-edge spa for respiratory and rheumatic diseases. Harnessing Iceland's abundant hot springs and steam vents believed to penetrate the body and soul with healing heat. The complex was a marvel of mid-century design blended with nature. Concrete wards built into lava fields, glass-domed bathhouses over natural hot pools, underground steam tunnels for inhalation. Therapy, a chapel with geothermal heated floors, and observation decks facing active volcanoes for fire meditation. At its peak in the 1950s, it hosted over 900 patients, and staff many sent north for the pure air and constant geothermal energy thought to melt both physical and mental ice. When modern medicine and tourism shifted focus to Reykjavik's Blue Lagoon in the 1970s, funding evaporated. The sanatorium closed in 1978, patients transferred south, staff relocated. Buildings were left with towels on radiators still warm from underground pipes, treatment tables prepared with volcanic mud, patient journals open beside steaming pools. The volcanic landscape preserved it in steaming stasis. Geothermal heat preventing total freeze, sulfur crusting everything yellow, ravens nesting in domes, earthquakes shifting foundations but never destroying. By the 2000s, it was forbidden legend accessible only by superjeep across lava fields or rare helicopter into a geothermal valley. Local Icelanders avoid the area. They say Laugardalur DJP never cooled its patients. The heat melts the body but boils the soul. And the boiled remains steaming. In June 2025, during the midnight sun season, a team of 25 international researchers, geothermal therapists, volcanologists, psychologists, medical historians, and documentary filmmakers known as the Deep Heat Project secured exclusive access from the Icelandic government and Geothermal Authority for the first expedition to Laugardalur DJP in 47 years. Funded by a renewable energy company researching human geothermal symbiosis and a streaming platform chasing extreme spa horror content. Their mission was to document the site, recreate historical steam therapies safely, study long-term effects of constant heat exposure on human psychology, and film a 20-part series titled Boiling from Within, Iceland's Hottest Cure. Leading the team was Dr. Brynhildur Jónsdóttir, 56, an Icelandic geothermal physician and historian renowned for her work on volcanic wellness. Her co-lead was Captain Eirik Magnusson, 59, a retired Icelandic Coast Guard rescue specialist. The team included twins Freyja and Freyr Haraldsson, 43, geothermal drone specialists, Gunnar R. War, lead cinematographer, Sigrun Arnardóttir, Sturlio medical archivist, Hildur Sigur Ardóttir, Saoirse R., clinical psychologist specializing in heat trance states, B.J. Arn Stefansson, Sirza shoal engineer and lava field safety expert, Elin Olafsdóttir, Sushu hypnotherapist analyzing steam dissolution, Olafur Ragnarsson, 45, sound engineer capturing geothermal acoustics, Orhalarjal, 47, team medic and burn specialist, Amma Giu Realdar, 108, the eldest, a local from nearby village whose grandmother was a bath attendant in the 1950s and who insisted on coming despite frailty, saying the steam still rises for those who never cooled. Jalpabear, 49, wildlife and Arctic fox expert, Astrid Larsson, 44, Norwegian preservation specialist, Luca Rossi, 47, Italian photographer, Ragnar Viking, 50, the quiet local superjeep driver who claimed his father maintained the steam pipes until closure, Ellenborg Svensdóttir, Siri translator and logistics coordinator, Victor Dahl, 39, bioengineer analyzing old steam systems, Mia Anderson, 38, cultural anthropologist, Leif Gunnar, 37, satellite communications expert, Sinif Fisker, 36, mental health counselor, Torin Black, 35, social media documentarian, Rona Ferguson, 34, wellness influencer, and finally, Finn Barkley, 33, volcanic gas monitor. They departed from Reykjavik on June 8th, a convoy of superjeeps loaded with gear, portable saunas, archival preservation kits, geothermal testing equipment, generators, insulated habitats, and enough supplies for 6 months. The journey took 10 days across lava fields, tires, navigating jagged AA lava, steam vents, hissing warnings, nights under midnight sun that never set. On June 18th, Laugardalur DJP emerged from geothermal fog like a steaming dream, buildings half sunk into bubbling mud pots, domed bathhouses with cracked glass roofs, steam tunnels venting like chimneys, the chapel cross silhouetted against volcanic glow. Arctic foxes watched from rocks. The air was saturated with sulfur and constant heat. They established base camp in the most stable structure, the old central bathhouse, least affected by quakes, setting up cooled habitats inside the steaming hall, ventilation systems against toxic gases, full geothermal safety protocols with gas masks and escape routes. Part 1. Arrival and comprehensive geothermal survey. The first 35 days were a profound immersion into heat and sulfur. Temperatures inside structures hovered at Y-50 degrees Celsius from underground vents, sweat constant, dehydration rapid, every breath tasting of minerals. Eirik and Cole scouted daily perimeters with thermal suits, mapping active vents and fox dens. Victor and Luca worked to cap dangerous steam jets redirecting flow for controlled therapy pools. Freyja and Freyr's heat-resistant drones flew limited missions rotors, struggling in humid air mapping the sunken complex in 3D. Wards radiating from central dome, underground steam chambers with stone benches, chapel with geothermal altar still warm. Gunnar filmed in steaming long takes. Close-ups of patient towels still folded on radiators. Treatment logs etched on slate describing steam trance states. Handwritten journals preserved by heat detailing collective visions of melting into earth. Sigrun and Astrid entered the archive vault stone chambers sealed by sulfur but breached, recovering thousands of files. Intake records with burn therapy charts, treatment logs of graduated steam exposure and mud immersion, transcripts required from patients showing synchronized visions of becoming liquid without form. Some files ended with discharged renewed, but had later notes in faded ink. Chose deeper heat. Björn deployed ultra-sensitive microphones in tunnels and domes capturing the valley's natural symphony. Steam hissing like breathing bubbles popping in mud pots, geothermal rumbles like heartbeats. But also anomalies. Ultra-low frequency pulses from underground chambers matching human relaxation waves, though no one immersed. Hiltur and Erhaller focused on therapy reconstruction, guiding team members through safe steam sessions with modern monitoring, photographing preserved dissolution benches for patients who resisted cooling. Amajoren walked the paths slowly, pouring libations into vents. My grandmother said the heat remembers every body it warmed. When you stop resisting, it warms you forever. Live streams launched on day 30, millions mesmerized by the hellish paradise. Day Sansha'ar at Lagarder Dijopi, Iceland's secret geothermal sanatorium revealed under midnight sun. Personal bonds formed around evening skyer and geothermal heated baths. Shared stories of why each came. Brynhilder's family history of volcanic trauma driving her passion. Eirik's near drowning in hot springs seeking mastery over heat. The twins' obsession with extreme energies. First minor anomalies dismissed. Water bottles boiling overnight impossibly. Footprints in mud leading into steam tunnels but not out. Part 2. The heat deepens. Week 10 brought volcanic unrest, minor quakes. New vents opening. Helicopter evac impossible. That's when the sanatorium responded. Björn's recordings captured full therapy sessions, doctors prescribing eternal geothermal alignment in 1940s Icelandic. Patients describing breathing the magma in collective rhythm. Someone repeatedly asking, when do we cool again? Patient files updated, renewed, changed to permanent immersion successful. Personal manifestations targeted burning fears. Brynhilder saw patients with her own inner fire, thanking her for joining. Eirik steamed with sailors, he lost heat, finally calm for all. Freyja and Freyr's drones returned footage of the sanatorium in 1950s prime patients in steam. Chambers flowing synchronized, bodies adapting beyond human limits. Alma Juren started wearing a found patient's steam robe glowing despite decades. Part 3. The shared flow. By week 12, the team understood. Lagerdaler DJ perfected not renewal, but liquefaction. No more individual solidity, perfect collective flow in eternal heat. Steam promised unity forever. One by one, they entered deeper chambers. Jal walked into a new vent following fox steam that became human. Astrid left archives open to files describing her own future residency. Luca photographed the team in baths, bodies relaxed, faces serene in impossible heat. Part 4. The eternal steam. In September, only Brynhilder, Eirik, and Amageorem remained needing solidity. They completed the series footage, compiling into perfect documentaries of ultimate adaptation. Final transmission. Brynhilder's voice calm through steam hiss. Lagerdaler Dijop succeeded beyond therapy. We came to study the hottest cure. We found flowing together. No more resistance. If you receive this, come warm. The steam waits. The feed shows the team in plunge pools, flowing slow, synchronized, heat rising through them like breath. Rescue arrived in October with calmer fields. Lagerdaler DJ transformed. Vents controlled impossibly. Treatment chambers refilled with fresh geothermal flow. Patient files complete, every outcome, permanent resident fully flowed. In the central dome, 25 new bodies in perfect relaxation held gently by steam that never cools. The sanatorium steams still deeper in the valley, accessible only to those who understand solidity's illusion. In the endless frozen tundra of northern Antarctica, on the remote Ross ice shelf where temperatures plummet to -80°C and katabatic winds howl like eternal screams across the ice, lies an abandoned polar sanatorium known as Icehaven Retreat. Haven of eternal ice, Built in 1957 by an international consortium during the International Geophysical Year as a secret facility for treating extreme cold exposure victims and conducting human endurance experiments under the guise of cryotherapy for the soul. It exploited the purest cold on Earth to preserve both body and mind. The complex was a buried masterpiece of polar engineering. Ice-reinforced concrete domes half submerged in snow underground wards. Connected by heated tunnels, cryogenic chambers for controlled freezing therapy, a central aurora viewing dome for light healing, and a chapel carved entirely from ice blocks. At its peak in the early 1960s, it hosted over 1,000 patients and researchers, many sent south for final preservation from terminal illnesses or psychological breakdowns, few ever returning north. When funding shifted to space programs and ethical concerns arose in the 1970s, the sanatorium was abandoned in 1975 midwinter, patients and staff evacuated by icebreaker, experiments classified forever. The Antarctic preserved it in absolute stasis. Ice entombing everything, no decay in sub-zero vacuum, penguins nesting in domes, auroras illuminating empty halls eternally. By the 2000s, it was erased from public records, accessible only by specialized ice traversal or rare research flight into a buried runway. International treaties forbid civilian access. Even scientists whispered that Icehaven Retreat never thawed its patients. The cold preserves the body but freezes the self, and the frozen remain conscious. In November 2025, during the brief Antarctic summer twilight, a team of 26 international researchers, cryobiologists, polar psychologists, glaciologists, medical historians and documentary filmmakers, known as the Eternal Freeze Project, secured unprecedented access from the Antarctic Treaty Secretariat for the first expedition to Icehaven Retreat in 50 years. Funded by a cryonics corporation researching suspended animation and a streaming platform chasing ultimate isolation. Their mission was to document the site, recreate historical cold therapies, safely study long-term effects of extreme hypothermia on preserved human remains and psychology, and film a 25-part series titled Frozen Forever, Antarctica's Coldest Cure. Leading the team was Dr. Astrid Nielsen, 57, a Norwegian cryobiologist and polar historian renowned for her work on human hibernation. Her co-lead was Captain Lars Eriksson, 60, a retired Swedish icebreaker commander. The team included twins Freya and Finn Olsen, 44, polar drone and ice-penetrating radar specialists. Erik Johansson, 52, lead cinematographer. Astrid Berk, 47, medical archivist. Nora Svensson, 43, clinical psychologist, specializing in cold-induced dissociation. Magnus Thorvald, 49, structural engineer and ice core expert. Sigrid Nilsson, 41, hypothermic physiologist. Björn Christensen, 46, infrasound and polar acoustics engineer. Carl Hagen, 48, team medic and frostbite specialist. Bestemor Elin Reindeerder, 110, the eldesta. Sami Elder, whose father supplied reindeer to early expeditions, and who insisted on coming despite frailty, saying the ice still sings to those who couldn't thaw. Torvald Moose, 50, wildlife and emperor penguin expert. Helena Svensson, 45, Swedish preservation specialist. Luca Rossi, 48, Italian photographer. Olaf Pettersson, 51, the quiet local ice pilot who claimed his grandfather navigated supplies until abandonment. Elise Holm, 42, translator and logistics coordinator. Victor Dahl, 40, bioengineer analyzing old cryogenic systems. Mia Anderson, 39, cultural anthropologist. Leif Gunnar, 38, satellite communications expert. Sinev Fisker, 37, mental health counselor. Torrin Black, 36, social media documentarian. Rona Ferguson, 35, wellness influencer. Finn Barkley, 34, aurora photographer. And finally, Rune Vikingson, 33, glaciology assistant. They departed from McMurdo Station on November 15th aboard a specialized ice tractor convoy. Supplies for 8 months loaded on sleds. The traverse took 20 days across the shelf crevasses, forcing detours, whiteouts halting progress, nights under auroras that never fully darkened. On December 5th, Icehaven Retreat emerged from a blizzard like a buried cathedral. Domes glittering with rime ice, tunnel entrances sealed by blue ice plugs, the chapel spire a frozen cross against green lights. Emperor penguins waddled nearby. The air was so cold it crystallized breath instantly. They established base camp in the most accessible dome, the old central Aurora Hall. digging snow trenches inside for warmth, setting up heated habitats. CO2 scrubbers for underground air. Full polar survival protocols with constant buddy monitoring. Part 1. Arrival and comprehensive cryogenic survey. The first 40 days were a relentless battle against absolute cold and isolation. Temperatures never rose above minus 50 degrees Celsius, skin freezing in seconds exposed, metal tools snapping, every breath a visible cloud that fell as snow. Lars and Torvald scouted daily perimeters on skis with emergency flares, mapping crevasse fields and penguin colonies. Victor and Luca worked to breach tunnel entrances with ice melters and drills revealing underground levels preserved in perfect cryogenic stasis. Patient wards with beds still occupied by frost-covered forms, laboratories with experiments frozen mid-procedure, the dream. Therapy dome with aurora viewing couches arranged in circles. Freya and Finn's polar drones flew limited missions rotors, icing instantly mapping the buried complex in 3D. Using ground-penetrating radar, wards radiating from central dome underground cryogenic plant with pods in perfect rows, chapel with ice block pews still arranged for eternal service. Eric filmed in aurora-lit long takes. Close-ups of patient frost masks still on faces. Treatment logs etched on ice walls describing eternal preservation states. Handwritten journals preserved by cold, detailing collective visions of endless white light without need for warmth. Astrid and Helena entered the archive bunker ice vaults, sealed but breached, recovering thousands of files. Intake records with core temperature charts. Treatment logs of graduated freezing exposure and aurora immersion. Transcripts required from patients showing synchronized visions of becoming ice without pain. Some files ended with discharged thawed but had later notes in frozen ink. Chose permanent preservation. Björn deployed ultra-sensitive microphones in tunnels and domes, capturing the continent's natural silence. Ice cracking like whispers, wind over domes like breathing. Auroras producing electromagnetic songs, but also anomalies. Ultra-low frequency pulses from cryogenic chambers matching human brainwaves in suspended animation, though no one present. Nora and Carl focused on therapy reconstruction, guiding team members through safe cold exposure with modern monitoring, photographing preserved preservation pods for patients who resisted thaw. Bestemore Ellen walked the snow slowly, scattering reindeer bone dust. My father said the ice remembers every body it held. When you stop shivering, it holds you forever. Live streams launched on day 35, millions mesmerized by the frozen hellscape. Day 37 at Icehaven Retreat, Antarctica, secret cryogenic sanatorium revealed under auroras. Personal bonds formed around evening seal blubber and hot broth. Shared stories of why each came. Astrid as family history of polar exploration losses driving her passion. Lars's lost crew in Antarctic waters seeking understanding of cold's embrace. The twins' obsession with frozen signals. First minor anomalies dismissed. Oxygen heaters running longer than fuel allowed. Footprints in snow leading into domes but not out. Part 2. The cold deepens. Week 10 brought katabatic wind scales driving snow horizontally. Temperatures plunging to minus 75 degrees Celsius. Satellite comms failed in electromagnetic storms. That's when the retreat responded. Björn's recordings captured full therapy sessions, doctors prescribing eternal cryogenic alignment in 1950s English. Patients describing breathing the ice in collective rhythm. Someone repeatedly asking, "When do we thaw?" Patient files updated. Thawed changed to permanent preservation successful. Personal manifestations targeted freezing fears. Astrid saw patients with her own inner cold, thanking her for joining. Lars froze with crew he lost cold, finally peaceful for all. Freya and Finn's drones returned footage of the retreat in 1960s prime patients in pods preserving synchronized, bodies adapting beyond human limits. Bestemore Ellen started wearing a found patient's preservation suit, shimmering despite decades. Part 3. The shared preservation. By week 12, the team understood. Icehaven Retreat perfected not revival, but stasis. No more individual decay. Perfect collective preservation in eternal cold. Ice promised forever. One by one, they entered pods. Torvald walked into blizzard following penguin eyes that became human. Helena left archives open to files describing her own future residency. Luca photographed the team in chambers, bodies relaxed, faces serene in impossible cold. Part 4. The eternal freeze in February. Only Astrid, Lars and Bestemore Ellen remain needing movement. They completed the series footage compiling into perfect documentaries of ultimate adaptation. Final transmission. Astrid's voice calmed through ice crackle. Icehaven retreat succeeded beyond medicine. We came to study the coldest cure. We found preserving together. No more change. If you receive this, come south. The ice waits. The feed shows the team in pods preserved slow, synchronized auroras flowing through them like life. Rescue arrived in March with summer light. Icehaven retreat transformed, tunnels cleared impossibly. Preservation systems flowing from glacial melt. Patient files complete every outcome, permanent resident fully preserved. In the central dome, 26 new bodies in perfect stasis, held gently by ice that never melts. The retreat preserves still deeper in the shelf, accessible only to those who understand change's illusion. In the vast wind-scoured dunes of the Namib Desert in Namibia, the oldest desert on Earth, where sand seas stretch for hundreds of kilometers and fog rolls in from the Atlantic like a living shroud, lies an abandoned desert sanatorium, known as Dunen der Stille, Dunes of Silence. Built in 1912 by German colonial authorities as a remote treatment center for tuberculosis patients, it exploited the extreme dryness, constant sunshine, and mineral-rich dust believed to dry out lungs and purify the blood. The sanatorium was a mirage of European architecture in African wilderness. White plastered buildings half buried in red dunes, open-air sleeping porches for desert air cure. Underground cooling chambers dug into the sand for midday rest a central, silence pavilion with thick walls to enforce. Absolute quiet and a small chapel with a bell tower that rang only for deaths. At its peak in the 1920s, it hosted over 600 patients and staff, many shipped from Europe as a last hope, few surviving the journey back. When streptomycin arrived in the late 1940s and independence movements ended colonial rule, funding collapsed. The sanatorium closed in 1952, patients repatriated or buried in the dunes, staff fleeing by ox wagon. Buildings were left with beds made in open air, dust therapy masks on hooks, patient letters sealed in bottles against sandstorms. The desert preserved it in perfect aridity. No moisture to cause decay, sand encasing everything like amber. Oryx antelope grazing on rooftops, Gemsbok tracks crossing corridors. By the 2000s, it was Forbidden's legend accessible only by multi-day 4x4 expedition across the Namib Sand Sea or rare charter flight into a dried pan airstrip. Local Himba and Herero communities refused to guide there. They say Dunen der Stille never dried its patients completely. The dryness cures the lungs but desiccates the soul, and the desiccated remain listening. In May 2025, during the cool dry season, a team of 27 international researchers, pulmonologists, desert physiologists, anthropologists, acousticians, medical historians, and documentary filmmakers known as the Silence Cure Project, secured exclusive access from the Namibian Ministry of Environment and Tourism for the first expedition to Dunen der Stille in 73 years. Funded by a pharmaceutical company researching xerotherapy, dry air treatment, and a streaming platform chasing ultimate isolation, wellness content, their mission was to document the site, recreate historical desert air therapies, safely study long-term effects of extreme aridity on human physiology and psychology, and film a 28-part series titled Breathing Dust, The Driest Cure on Earth. Leading the team was Dr. Lena van der Merwe, 58, a Namibian-born pulmonologist and desert medicine expert. Her co-lead was Captain Johan Visser, 61, a retired Namibian Defense Force desert warfare specialist. The team included twins Aria and Arid van Zyl, 45, desert drone and sand penetration specialists. Marcus Dutoit, 53, lead cinematographer. Sophia Boda, 47, medical archivist. Isabella de Beer, 43, clinical psychologist specializing in sensory deprivation. Rafael Coetzee, 49, structural engineer and dune stability expert. Valeria Pretorius, 41, hypnotherapist analyzing silence trance states. Juan Swart, 46, acoustics engineer capturing absolute quiet. Pedro Kruger, 48, team medic and dehydration specialist. Uma Magdalena Himba, 112, the eldest a local traditional healer whose great-aunt treated patients with desert herbs in the 1930s and who insisted on coming despite frailty, saying, "The sand still whispers to those who never drank again." Lisa Rix, 50, wildlife and Gemsbok expert. Anna Larsen, 46, Danish preservation specialist. Luca Rossi, 49, Italian photographer. Carlos Piener, 52, the quiet local driver who claimed his grandfather delivered water by camel until closure. Elena Guzman, 44, translator and logistics coordinator. Tomas Vega, 42, bioengineer analyzing old air filtration systems. Mia Delgado, 40, cultural anthropologist. Gabriel Santos, 39, satellite communications expert. Niamh Kelly, 38, Irish breathing coach. Torin Black, 37, mental health counselor. Rona Ferguson, 36, social media documentarian. Finn Barkley, 35, solar energy specialist. Liana Rue, 34, sand chemist. And finally, Johan Stein, 33, navigation expert. They departed from Swakopmund on May 10. A convoy of modified Toyota Hilitzes loaded with gear, portable humidifiers for emergencies, archival preservation kits, dust sampling equipment, generators, water tankers holding 20,000 liters and enough supplies for 7 months. The journey took 18 days across the Namib tires, slicing through crescent dunes, vehicles winched over knife-edge ridges, nights under starfields so sharp they cut the soul. On May 28, Dunen der Still emerged from a heat haze like a white skeleton. Buildings fused with dunes. Sleeping porches opened to endless sky, the silence pavilion door buried to the lintel, the chapel bell tower half swallowed by sand. Gemsbach watched from rooftops. The air was so dry it pulled moisture from eyes instantly. They established base camp in the highest remaining structure, the old administration tower least buried by shifting dunes, setting up sealed habitats inside rooms. Dehumidifiers reversed to add minimal moisture for survival. Full desert protocols with dust masks and hydration alarms. Part 1. Arrival and Comprehensive Aridity Survey. The first 45 days were a profound confrontation with absolute dryness and silence. Humidity hovered at 5%, skin cracking within hours, lips bleeding, every breath desiccating lungs. Temperatures swung from freezing nights to 50 degrees Celsius days, no shade, no clouds, no mercy. Johan and Luis scouted daily perimeters with sandboards and probes, mapping dune migration and Gemsbach trails. Thomas and Luca worked to excavate buried entrances, shoveling tons of sand by hand to access. Underground levels preserved in perfect desiccation. Patient wards with beds still made. Laboratories with microscopes dust-free in sealed cases, the silence pavilion with walls thick enough to block all external sound. Aria and Arid's desert drones flew extended missions batteries, lasting longer in dry air, mapping the buried complex in 3D from central pavilion. Underground cooling chambers with stone benches, chapel with salt block pews still arranged for eternal quiet. Marcus filmed in blinding white light. Close-ups of patient dust masks still on knit stands. Treatment logs etched on slate describing dry trance states. Handwritten journals preserved by aridity, detailing collective visions of becoming sand without weight. Sophia and Anna entered the archive vault, sand sealed but breached, recovering thousands of files. Intake records with dehydration tolerance charts. Treatment logs of enforced silence and sun exposure. Transcripts required from patients showing synchronized visions of infinite emptiness without thirst. Some files ended with discharged rehydrated but had later notes in faded pencil. Chose permanent dryness. Juan deployed ultra-sensitive microphones across dunes and in the silence pavilion, capturing the desert absolute quiet. No ambient humidity, noise, wind over sand like whispering breath. Human heartbeat audible in recordings. But also anomalies. Ultra-low frequency pulses from underground chambers matching brainwaves in deep meditation, though no one present. Isabella and Pedro focused on therapy reconstruction, guiding team members through safe silence sessions with modern monitoring, photographing preserved dry beds for patients who resisted moisture. Uma Magdalena walked the dunes slowly, scattering ostrich eggshell beads. My great-aunt said the sand remembers every drop never drunk. When you stop thirsting, it gives you all. Live streams launched on day 40, millions mesmerized by the surreal void. Day Sirshar at Dunen der Still, the driest sanatorium where silence was medicine. Personal bonds formed around evening biltong and rehydration rituals. Shared stories of why each came. Lena's family history of lung disease in humid cities driving her passion. Johan's lost patrol in desert seeking understanding of dryness's embrace. The twins' obsession with extreme aridity. First minor anomalies dismissed. Water rations lasting longer than calculated. Footprints in sand leading into buildings but not out. Part 2. The dryness deepens. Week 12 brought sandstorms, visibility 0 for weeks. Temperatures soaring then plunging. Satellite comes, failed, and dust static. That's when the sanatorium responded. Juan's recordings captured full therapy sessions, doctors prescribing eternal aridity alignment. In 1920s German, patients describing breathing the dust in collective rhythm. Someone repeatedly asking, "When do we drink again?" Patient files updated, rehydrated, changed to permanent dryness successful. Personal manifestations targeted thirst fears. Lena saw patients with her own inner drought, thanking her for joining. Johann dried with soldiers he lost thirst finally quenched for all. Aria and Arid's drones returned footage of the sanatorium in 1930s prime patients on porches. Breathing synchronized, bodies adapting beyond human limits. Uma Magdalena started wearing a found patient's dry robe crisp despite decades. Part 3. The shared evaporation. By week 14, the team understood, Dünnen der Still perfected not rehydration, but evaporation. No more individual weight, perfect collective lightness and eternal dryness. Sen promised infinity forever. One by one, they opened to wind. Louise walked into storm, following Gemsbach's shadows that became human. Anna left archives open to files describing her own future residency. Luca photographed the team on highest dune bodies relaxed, faces serene in impossible dryness. Part 4. The eternal dryness in September. Only Lena, Johann, and Uma Magdalena remain needing moisture. They completed the series footage compiling into perfect documentaries of ultimate adaptation. Final transmission. Lena's voice calmed through wind whisper. Dünnen der Still succeeded beyond medicine. We came to study the driest cure. We found evaporating together. No more weight. If you receive this, come dry. The sand waits. The feed shows the team on dunes evaporating slow, synchronized, wind flowing through them like breath. Rescue arrived in October with calmer winds. Dünnen der Still transformed. Dunes stabilized impossibly. Treatment porches refilled with fresh dry air. Patient files complete. Every outcome, permanent resident, fully evaporated. On the central pavilion, 27 new bodies in perfect lightness, held gently by sand that never waits. The sanatorium dries still deeper in the desert, accessible only to those who understand moisture's illusion.